Mic check 1 2 1 2. Microphone check 1 2. What in the world is going on right now with the Colorado Buffaloes? Microphone check 1 2 1 2. Okay, so this is a pop-up live. Welcome to TLP Sports Club. You're now watching a pop-up episode of TLP Live. Breaking news everywhere. We got to go live. We got to come on here and talk about this. JB, what up with you, man? We got to talk about this. This is pressing news. Yeah, we're losing some Louis luggage. Now it's serious. Now it's getting serious. And now we have some serious questions. We're making Kwamani look like he was right all along. Why is that? We got to talk about that. Yeah. This, with the news that's out right now, with losing key pieces now, starting projected starters or starters that the actual coaches said were going to be starters and how they were going to use them, and the key Louis luggage, losing the Louis luggage, that puts a stamp on what Kwamani was saying. And it's not good. All right? Now, we saying that all of the kids are wrong. Everybody's saying all the young men are wrong. So, if we're going to say, if the Louis leaves, right? I know everybody's going to have their narratives. I get it. But when do we start asking some serious questions? The original question was, who's leaving? That was the first question. Who's leaving? Tell me who's leaving. Well, we can tell you who's leaving now. Okay, all right. I'm a little flustered because I just came off of a live like hours ago. Okay, not too long ago. I was trying to get my bearings and prepare for Friday. I was not trying to prepare for today. I was supposed to be preparing for Friday. I just told you guys last night. We went up to 11 o'clock. And I just told you guys, I do not want to have, at the end of last night's live, right? We determined that, well, there was some information that came up in the live that this person, Shiloh and Shador, had unfollowed Dylan Edwards. And we were saying, what is going on? What happens? I guess we kind of broke the news last night at 11 o'clock or around 11 o'clock sometime that Dylan Edwards was going to be jumping into that transfer portal. I did a post in the community. Some people were telling me to take it down. So give me an apology. If you were telling me to take it down, now you got to apologize, right? It was possible. There's several things that were going on. So now, do I get an apology or no? No? It's okay. It's all right. It's okay. I don't need the apology. It's all right. I'm in the news business. I just want to put this out there and then leave it alone. I'll be petty for give me a second to be petty for just a second. Give me a chance to be petty for a second, because I mean, we're only low-hanging fruit YouTubers. I'm stuttering and everything. I don't even have words right now. I haven't even got it into the real show yet. I can't be petty and I'm stuttering. But we're low-hanging YouTubers, right? Everybody comes at us. So when we say things and people come at you, you don't know what you're talking about, X, Y, and Z. Hey, but there's never a retraction. There's never any. Oh, my bad, my bad, bruh. My bad. You was right. Or, well, dang, man. You know. All right. Okay. Let's get into the show. We gotta talk about it because it's news. We're YouTubers, yes, but we're in the news business. We are in the information business. So if there's information, whether it's a rumor, speculation, whatever it is, this is the business that we are in. We are new media, okay? New media usually will get it before, way before legacy media. All right? So, and ours is usually based on a hunch on social media. We have investigators on social media. People are looking into DMs. They're reading between lines. You understand what I'm saying? So, we are in the rumor mill. We get the mail before. You remember AOL? You got mail. Yes. So we're in the rumor business. The legacy media, they got to check resources. They got to check sources, cross-reference things before they say anything. Us, we can just go. we on go all the time. And I do this 4 times so I was actually sleeping. I missed the breaking news because I was asleep. I just woke up to my text, to my phone blowing up. It's official. It's official. Bruh, I had to wake up and come to the studio. And here it is. What does all of this mean? So if you're watching this in the beginning, in the repost, let me just get it out. Rumor is that Dylan Edwards is going to be jumping into that transfer portal, and that Savion Wilkerson, who came over from Jackson State, has jumped into the transfer portal. That is what we got to talk about, because that's the actual Louis luggage. I'm bringing my luggage, and it's Louis. Those guys are not allowed to leave. They're not. They are not allowed to leave. You can't lose your Louis at the airport. You absolutely are not allowed to lose your Louis at the airport. All right? I am not sending out a panic button, or I'm not pushing the panic button, but we would be remiss if we don't talk about it. This time, you can't stop me from saying something, right? Because previous shows and subsequent shows, and I'm telling you, I made a show. I did a specific show, and in that show, I said, something's going on in Boulder. I said this specific things. I said, Deion Sanders is in Boulder, but Coach Prime is missing. And then I also said in that show, I said there is a spirit of concern in Boulder. There's a spirit of concern. That was one part of that show. And my people were here, we're talking about it. I said, what is it that I'm feeling? What is that little bit of a concern? Like, it's a spirit of like concern. And I didn't know if it was the transfer portal concern, but I just felt like there was, like, people were doing their job, but there was a spirit of concern. I don't know if y'all can remember that. So when I say stuff here, it kind of happens, like straight up. I hate to keep pushing my own button, but I got to say that because people in the YouTube space, they accuse you, and then you don't know what you're talking about. I'm leaving this channel. You're getting messy. And I want to get this out. Please let me get this out. Like I said, let me be petty for a little bit. All of the people that were on that Tavares Dawson show that we were talking about that did not want any details, all of a sudden they want details. Bro, look across the internet. Look at the questions. Why they're leaving? Who, when, why? That's exactly what we did with Mike Lowry. So do you believe Coach Mike Lowry now? We talked about it. And it was like, bro, everybody's accusing me of being messy. So if you didn't want that information now, and then why do you want it now? Why do you want to know? That's messy. That's what you said was messy. So don't worry about it. They're leaving. It's okay. Just let them leave. Don't even ask no questions why they're leaving. And don't try to listen to anybody that's telling you or prognosticating or giving you a perception on why they're leaving. It's okay. Don't do that. Because because when I did it, when I was doing it, it was not okay. And I was the worst person or the worst channel. And you were never going to watch another TLP video. And you told me that because I was being messy. Now, all of a sudden, wait a minute, You're asking the questions that we were asking on that show? How fair is that? I'm done being petty. Let's go. I'm done being petty because I mean, you can't spend much time. It's like if we start winning or when we start winning, the haters changing their mind and we're still trying to badger them. We're still trying to badger them. Oh, we winning now. Oh, now you see. How long can you do that? I can't spend too much time being petty. Let's go. On your screen, Peter Investor, what's up, man? X-Men, what's up? King P, what's up? JB, what's up? You in the building? Put some respect on TLP Sports name. You're going to hear it here first. Everything that's going on, it either came through my spirit, my discernment, my prophetic gift. It either came through that, or it was and it was weeks and weeks or months before it even happened. And then and then we talk about it, and boom, it happens. And it ain't fun to deliver messages like that. Those are some of the hardest conversations to have, especially if it hasn't happened yet. When people are confused about what's going on, they don't know what you possess. It's hard for them to receive that message because you haven't seen it yet. It doesn't mean that I haven't seen it. And those are hard conversations because I got to sit there and I got to eat it. And I got to hear from people who want to disparage you. You don't know what you're talking about. Do you have a gold jacket? You're just a YouTuber. What do you know? Come on, man. You got to calm down, folks. Let me say hi to my guest, guys. Shout out to God, what it is, what it does, man. Severe RPMs, insurance claims. How you doing, Troy? Bali, how you doing, Bleely? Tim Smith, good day, brother. Dallas is in the house, okay? Put some respect on Dallas's name. T, what up? Samuel Flowers, what's up? I know some other people are live, but I'm stealing all my people. Y'all hit that like button. Let's come into the building. I don't care who else is live right now because we the hottest show on the planet. It's that simple. Why? Because we are the most accurate. We ain't afraid to touch subjects here. That's why I want you to come back home. Come home. Come on home. Let's go. Come on home. Leave those other guys and come to the truth. Come home, guys. Come home, children. I love it. Yes, sir. I hate to be gloating and do my teeth, but come home, guys. Let's go. TJ, what's up? Miss Yvette, sorry. What's up? Oh, man. I'm telling you. Justin Black, what's up with you? Just last night. I was saying, bro, I said more people are going to go right away. Harry B, you're wrong. Oh, okay. The words did not even finish coming out of my mouth. AK, what's up? All right, join tlplive@gmail.com. It's the email for you to call in. Come on here. Don't leave me alone in the dark. Let me join me. Let's talk. I like to hear your thoughts. This is an opinionated show or channel. We give our opinions over here. And I would dare to say that TLP has been more accurate than any show on the internet about the Buffs. That's what we do around here. And I give credit to my panel, to the guys that we have conversations here, no matter how hard the conversation is, even though people may not know in the beginning. But if you are a trailblazer, you kind of step in front of information when you sense it, when you see it coming, and then you kind of speak on it. And then, you know what I'm saying? So you provide some type of enlightenment to people who may not be aware or even even allowing that information to enter their cranium. So that's why I said we're the hottest show here, because we're the most accurate. It's hands down, nobody's close. Ain't nobody close to TLP Live. So let's go, guys. Hit me up. Let's talk. Join tlplive@gmail.com is the email address. Let's go. The Louis luggage is leaving the building. Why? It's time for us to start asking some questions. What happened with that one? This is not a panic button. This is questions, because the fan base is supposed to ask questions. Whether it's a hard question or not, we ask hard questions. We're not afraid to talk about stuff here that because it's a hard question. We talk about racism and everything. We even talk about Trump. You know how hard it is to talk about Trump when you have people, all black men, telling you that they love Trump? Come on. You know how hard that is? Come on. All right, let's go, man. So this is my idea. Something transpired, and we are a data show. We are a data channel. Here you're going to get data. But obviously right now, the data is not there because we don't know. All right, that's obvious. But our speculations have been pretty much on point. But what I would say is, let me let you know not to panic. Let me just tell the fan base, don't panic, because Coach Prime has a plan. All right, and it's understandable that people feel the way they feel. First, that's the first thing we got to say. We got to validate people's feelings. All right, let's validate your feelings first. Whatever you're feeling right now, whether it's panic, whether it's worry or concern, whatever level of the panic spectrum that you're on, you're totally right to feel the way you feel, because your Louis luggage or your starters are not supposed to leave. Whatever is breaking up in the communication, last night we talked about retention. What is it that we have to do to retain the young men that are here? We talked about retention last night. So there's a breakup in communication. We talked about that also. There's a breakup. There's something's happening with communication in the building. It may not be Coach Prime. That's one thing you have to understand. Coach Prime is the head, right? But you got to understand it may not be Prime. That is a strong possibility. Okay? You could have somebody in the building, like everybody used to call Sean Lewis a mode or a snake, or somebody could be in that building. It's time to consider that there is another Sean Lewis in that building, a saboteur, or something's in that building. It could be a spirit that's in that building also. And we got to get that spirit up out of here. You have to consider that too. Now I can say that without you acting like I'm crazy. There could be a spirit in that building that we got to get rid of, because we have to be able to retain the players. Right now, the optics doesn't look good. This is strictly from an optics. Whether we should panic or not, optically, it does not look good. And we have to consider that. If Coach Prime goes out and he sends out a message just from pure optics, we have to say, well, Coach, we still riding with you. We're not gonna we're riding to the wheels fall off, right? But it doesn't look good because this was your Louis luggage. Now we're digging in. The young men that were here before you, when they left, we were like, who's leaving, right? But now that the people that you brought in, when they start to leave, especially people that you basically raised, right, in the football landscape, somebody like Dylan Edwards, somebody like you've been with forever, when they leave, now the fan base is going to have some serious questions, because it's not you we got to contend with, it's everybody else from all the other fan bases that have been telling us from day one, we looking crazy out here, because we are on the defense every single day. From the day that we lost that first game, we've been on the defense. And now we're losing our Louis luggage. It's only right that we say, you know what? The way you feel it's okay to feel that way. But somebody has to be the voice of reason in this cloud of panic and say, I'm still not panicking. I still trust my guy. My guy is Coach Prime. And my guy is the guy that their guy is always talking about. And here we are again talking about my guy. All right? So I still trust my guy over anything. Something happened in communication. And that's what I want to talk about. Jay Will, what up with you? Thank you for calling to the show. I appreciate you calling. Welcome.
What's going on here? You all right?
No, I'm not all right.
I feel you, man. I feel you. It's definitely getting crazy right now, but I think everybody just needs to take a bit of a pause,
Yeah.
breathe a little bit, and just let this play out, man. I mean, I agree with you 100%. To be losing some of what we would call Louis luggage, Dylan Edwards, RB1, that's a big hit, man. That young man had a lot of talent. I was looking forward to seeing what he was going to come out and do this upcoming season. But I think if we just take a minute, take a breather, just let this play out and see where we at, I think we're going to be just fine. But I'm right there in agreement with you. Something else is definitely going on. I don't quite know what it is, but it's not a good look. Now, the comment you made about Cormani and what he said earlier, I'm gonna take that one with a grain of salt simply because I don't even feel Cormani was even into. He wasn't even buying into Colorado when he went over there. I think that was something that he did not for himself, but he did it as a lookout for his mom. So he wasn't in it to begin with. So I can't really.
I'm gonna call that one collateral damage.
Yeah,
that's a collateral win for him.
Yeah, but do you honestly think that young man was even 100% in going into Colorado? I mean, I just didn't get that from him. So
let's be straight. I'm talking about perception here. This has nothing to do with whether he was right or he was wrong.
Right.
This is straight up perception. The perception is going to be, well, now that puts some weight on what Cormani said because he was the 5-star that left. So if Cormani's the 5-star that leaves and everybody's like, oh, that dude was lazy, and he says, I want to go to a real program and I don't want to play for clicks and whatever, right?
No, I get that.
Right. So what it would have been fine if none of the Louis luggage left and we would have still said, yo, man, just go do your thing. But now it's like, wait a minute, people are going to double back and be like, dang, that kid could have been right. And you don't want to leave that up to anything. You don't want that. You don't want that out there.
Not at all, man. But I mean, I think people are going to look at that. They're going to do that either way. Whether Cormani says that or not, they're going to do that either way. Because I mean, people. I mean, as well as I do. Come on, Harry, man. The haters are going to do that anyways. But now you got some supporters who will have to double back now. It's the supporters that will have to double back and be like, was Cormani right? That now that question mark is in your head. They're like, wait a minute. Yeah.
Should we put some respect on Cormani's name now?
No, I'm not gonna say all
that. There are no moral victories, but
I can't say that, right man.
Now, Cormani's having a moral victory right now.
I mean, yeah, let him have it then. Let him have it. But I mean, I get where you're coming from here, and I 100% understand it, man. But I just, if any fan is doing that, I mean, it's natural for fans to worry. I mean, especially when, this whole transfer portal thing is new, man. This is new, and to be seeing what people are calling mass exodus and kids hitting the there's really no loyalty anymore with the transfer portal. I mean, you're just treating it like the league now, man. And I think a lot of kids are. I look at it like this. I think a lot of kids are in their feelings. I think a lot of kids come in with the idea and the mindset that they're the man and that they really don't have to earn it. It should be given to them. I'm not saying that that's what happened with Edwards because he's been with Coach Prime for some time now. So this one is putting a big question mark up for me. But all the other cats that have definitely hit the portal, I definitely with Cormani, I felt like he just thought he was a man. So it should have just rolled out on a silver platter for him. And so he's going to have some struggles no matter where he goes. That transition from high school into college was huge for him. But this whole Dylan Edwards thing, it's got me twisted. But I mean, like I said, I think we just still need to take a breather, wait a minute, and just let it play out and see what happens with it. But I would like to know what's going on behind closed doors. There's got to be something else going on too. These young men, if they're family and they say they're family like their family, they shouldn't be just cutting each other off Instagram and Snapchat and Twitter and all this other stuff. So I don't know. You know better than me, man. I don't follow the Instagram stuff like that. So, but it's going to be an interesting topic, man. I'm ready to get it in. I haven't been on here in a while with you guys, so.
I want people to understand, right? Newsrooms have investigators, they have investigative journalists. We got the whole world. We got everybody. So when we hear, like, people are everywhere. So our investigators are minute to minute, second to second, right? Because last night we're talking, and then all of a sudden, like, most of the news that we've broken on this show, it came from somebody who was in the chat. And we just last night we had somebody in the chat that was like, "Yo, somebody, Shiloh and Shador just unfollowed Dylan."
Yeah.
And from
I
that
seen
alone,
that last night. I was watching you last night too, and that's what I said. Yeah, I was like, man, I said, where did I see that at? Where somebody was already talking about he was going to hit the transport portal. I'm thinking, like, where are these people getting this info from the day before? Like, come on, man, it's just crazy.
bro, it's our investigators. We got investigators everywhere, and I want everybody to know we got eyes everywhere. Okay, we got eyes everywhere. You can't hide from us. We're gonna find the dirt. Okay, so our investigators are everywhere. I want everybody to know that. Let's bring on Tim Smith. Tim Smith, man, welcome to the show, brother.
Hey, what's going
Welcome
on,
to the
Harry,
show,
man?
man. How you doing today?
Man,
Oh
you
my
you know
gosh.
you know I ain't doing too well, man.
Oh
And it's
man.
all because I don't like the way I see things going with this transfer portal. It is what it is.
Yeah.
I'm not knocking that. It is what it is. I mean, it's left up to the kids to where they can transfer any given time. That portal window open. So I mean, that part of it is what it is. But losing not one, not two, not three, but four running backs from the end of last season up until today, and you lose two in one day. I've been saying it from the beginning. Coach Fleet gotta go. But now I'm starting to question. I'm starting to question Coach Prime.
Oh wow.
I'm
Why you
starting to,
why you
huh?
questioning him though, man? I mean, everybody knows they're a pass heavy offense, so it is. I mean, it's. You
Hey,
should, I mean,
this is
I don't know.
college. This is college. Even though they want to run NFL, run it like the NFL. You can give kids glimpses of what to expect when you go to the NFL. You can pretty much set the foundation of this is the type of work ethic that you need to have. This is how you need to prepare in order to get to the NFL. But you can't expect for them to have the same mindset as NFL players in college. So therefore, I feel like it's doing more harm than it's doing good. Because look at Nebraska. Nebraska can keep all their players. They're not losing players in the transfer portal like clockwork.
Ex- Especially key players. They're not losing
They're
key
not
players.
losing key players, man. So there's a disconnect in that organization, man, and in that
There's
in
a
that
spirit in that room, bro. I'm telling you right
bro.
now.
I'm telling you,
I, I,
it's
Y'all
something.
I,
better
I think I think
y'all
a
better
lot
take
of
it
it
from
has
me
to
right
do
now.
with.
There's a spirit in that building. Somebody brought a bad spirit in that building. I'm telling you. Take it from me right now.
I mean,
That spirit got to go.
I,
And that
I, I'm
spirit is
not disagreeing with you on that at all, Harry. Not at all, because I mean that's a real thing. But I mean, I get where you're coming from with with using Nebraska as an example. But I mean, Colorado Coach Prime, we're doing things not of the norm. You know what I'm saying? You got, I mean, what, 90% of our kids, 80%? Well, I don't know what the percentage is, but it's a pretty big percentage of kids that are in that program that are strictly from the transfer portal. I mean, that's a predominantly built transfer portal team. And when you have the mindset of these young men where they think that, okay, well, I can jump over to Colorado and if it ain't working for me the way I think it should work, or if it ain't panning out how it should pan out, I'm gonna hit the portal just like I did to get over there. And
but
now,
this is
now,
different though. We
but
gotta be very
with that,
careful.
what's that, Harry?
I need to say this because we can't look to the portal and then blame the portal. Because I think just take the portal as recruiting, right? If you bring the kids in You need to have something. It's one thing to get them. It's another thing to keep them.
Okay, Harry. So
we have to
what,
about keeping them. We can't just blame the portal. We can't just say it's the kids. We have
I'm
to
not
have
blaming
something
that.
in the building.
I'm saying these young men are, a lot of these young men are not willing to actually earn the spot, though, man. The cat that we got from Cincinnati that came, okay, so the tight end from Cincinnati.
Young men who want it, like, come on, bro. We can't say that about everybody.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that about every single one. But it holds true when you see some of these young men who haven't even played a full season at Colorado. They ain't even gotten to a game yet. They just did practice. And you jump over to Colorado and then jump back into the portal. You didn't even make it a spring game. Like there's a problem there. And I'm not saying that, I'm not blaming it on the portal, but what I'm saying is these young men have this open revolving door now. So it doesn't put you know, they don't have to have a lock and say, well, I'm set on this team for at least a year now. You know, when you have a revolving door like that, these young men will come and go. You know as well as I know, Harry, at that age, your mind is constantly moving. So you're looking for the next best thing. And if that next best thing presents itself, whether it's in a bag or a different team or empty promise from another coach or coaches, and they look at it and say, well, I'm not getting that bag over here at Colorado, but I might be able to get it over here, you know, at another team. It's easy.
I don't think it was about money. I don't think it's.
I don't know, man. Okay,
what check this out. Let me ask you this. Let me say this real quick. You had Alto McCaskill. You had Dylan Edwards.
Yep.
You had the freshman that came in.
Yep.
That's showing glimpses of what he could potentially be.
Welch. Yep.
And then you have the walk-on, right?
Okay.
Okay. So right there, as a coach, yes, you want to have depth, but it's like, okay, you steady going in that portal, or you steady talking to kids, or you have your sources talking to individuals about coming here, that begins to paint a picture. If I'm a player and I'm noticing and I'm hearing with the day that we live in social media world, I'm hearing different things. Oh, they looking at this kid, or they want to go to this school and grab this player from this school. Okay, if you got your eyes set on them, but what about me? You know what I mean? What about me? I done this last season. You seen what I'm capable of.
I get that, but that's what I'm talking about. Is there eye in team? Every player has a certain position they have to play within the team itself. You got rotational players that are big key parts to these programs. They're not starters. These depth players are a huge key to a successful winning program. So if these young men can't get out of their way and say, man, I'm doing this not only for myself, but for the team, because if the team wins collectively, the program is winning collectively, that's going to make you look better as a player. Now, I could understand if you are and you get bumped to RB3 or you not getting any touches, and then they bring a guy in from the transfer portal and just overlook you, but you don't even give it an opportunity to let it play out and go. Like, listen, man, I ain't never played D1 ball, but I have played high school ball, and I graduated in '98. You went, when you played and you practiced for a position. You fought other players for your spot. And if you suck, you sat on the bench. And you had to prove yourself otherwise in order to get that coach to look and say, yep, my man is doing what he needs to do. We starting him. We giving him touches.
Let me jump in here. Let me jump in here, man, because I get what you're saying, but this is getting old, man. That talking point is getting old to me. Because, and let me tell you why. Don't cut me off. Let me tell you why.
I'm not going to do that. Yeah, go ahead.
All right. Let me tell you why it's getting old. because it's the talking point that we're using for every single body that leaves, and it's like, yeah, these kids don't want it, but come on, like when do we start holding the organization, you know what I'm saying, and what their process is to retain players? When do we start holding them accountable? You see what I'm saying? There has to come a time where you got to stop having that argument and say, well, wait a minute, let's ask some questions. It's time to ask some questions. What is the plan for retention?
Harry, can I ask you a question real quick? Real quick. Just real quick. Overdahl. Charlie Overdahl.
Offerdale.
Offerdale. What's keeping him there?
What's keeping anybody there? But that's not the point. Let me finish my thought. What's keeping anybody there? Right? There's still a lot of players there. So forget about that. We can plug out. I'm trying to say two things. You gotta be able to ask two questions at the same time, and they both could be right at the same time. Where I understand what you're saying, right? But 1, 2, 3, you're like, okay, I get what he's saying. 15, 20. You got to start asking that other question now. Now it can't just be everybody don't want to play. They want to bag that. It can't be that all the time. Somebody's got to ask the question, hey, man, what is the plan for retention? I understand that we the closers, but somebody's got to be in the house to be working on retention. Somebody's got to be out there having hard conversations like, hey, are you planning to jump in the transfer portal? You're not? Okay. Is there anything going on at home in your dorm? Is there anything? We got to start having conversations about retention. Dylan Edwards is not a lazy person. We already know that, because the position coaches were already talking about him being an intricate part of this team. Okay, Sylvion Wilkerson, same thing. All right, even though he was in a shirt or he was in street clothes. But so that's what I'm saying. We can say that about other players that we've seen, but not the key players. So what happens when the key players start to leave? We got to start talking about retention, because this conversation is getting old. This whole thing about kids, they don't want it, they want a bag. At a certain point, it's up to the organization to have something in place to be able to retain these young men. And that's what the name of the game is, retention. Not if you can get them or not. You can get the girl, but once she see your apartment, she's going to get up and leave. She like, dang, if you got 3 girls leaving your apartment, you got to start thinking about cleaning your apartment. Like, seriously, you got to start thinking like, dang, what is it that every time I bring a girl into my apartment, she decides to leave? You got to ask that question. You can't keep saying, well, these girls are knuckleheads. They don't want a real man. I'm a real alpha male. That can't be the conversation every time. You're losing girls left and right. And we got examples of other programs that are losing some players, but there are programs that are keeping a lot of the players that they're getting. So when is it okay for us fan base to ask a question like, dang, man, something is up with retention? That's it. We got to ask about retention.
I agree with you on that. I do, but you can't make a kid stay somewhere they don't want to stay. You can't. I mean, what? Okay, you're saying retention, right? Okay, but what is that? What are these other colleges doing that are allowing or causing these kids to stay and retain and stay in the school for 3 and 4 years and not hit the portal? What is that? I mean, I'm not saying that Coach Khan doesn't know that.
It's their process. Whatever their process is, whatever they are doing to make sure that the kids get what they need. Because it's all about, because you can blame social media, you can blame the NIL, you can blame the portal, but it's the process. The process is what's going to keep these kids, because we are in some new times, and the portal is there. So it's the process. It's okay. What is our process? Let's revisit our process. You would be a fool if something's going on and you don't evaluate what's going on. You got to be able to evaluate what is going on. So you got to revisit, like, they know what's going on internally, and I'm sure that they're addressing it. But us on the outside, we're on the outside looking in. So we got to start asking questions like, okay, so why would your key player leave? Why would somebody that you basically raised in the football landscape, why would they leave you? What happened? What transpired overnight? It happened overnight. We haven't even had the spring game yet, and your key running back is leaving. So then what is it? It can't just be the portal. No, it has to be about relationship. Something about communication and relationship is going on. That's why I keep saying there's a spirit in that building that we got to get up out of here. There's a spirit there. I'm telling you. Coach Prime said we're going to get the losing spirit out of the building. But there is a transfer spirit in that building we got to get rid of also.
I agree with you, Harry. I'm right here with you, man. I mean, I don't know what else. I mean, looking from the outside in, what else can we say or do other than make speculation? I mean, this is a new era of college football, man, and it's being pretty much ran like the NFL. I mean, and these kids see that. They see the money. They know that if it's not working for me, I mean, I don't mean to keep bringing it back, but I think. And the thing about it is it's not just Colorado, man. There's all kinds of teams going through this. We're not the only one going through this, losing key players and losing depth players. And, you know, Colorado ain't the first team to lose a starter into the transfer portal. So I wish I had the answer, man. And I'm right here with you. That's why I'm on here talking with you. That's why I'm on here listening with you. Brother, if I had the answer, I would love to put it out there. I mean, but to me, I'm just using logic and just common sense. And common sense tells me that these kids are either getting offers somewhere else, somebody's in their ear, chirping in their ear, or like you said, there's some sort of disconnect within the program itself. But for Coach Brian to have that kind of a relationship with Edwards and I mean, I'm sure at some point he would have known. He even said it in the meetings. I know what players are leaving. They talk. So, I mean, this couldn't have been no surprise to him. So I'm sure he maybe had a convo with the young man. And, I mean, from what I gather and what I've seen, Coach Prime say to these kids, he wishes them the best and he wants them to excel in whatever they do. And if his program isn't the program for him, then I don't think he's going to hold him as, no, you can't leave. You know, if you think going to a different program is a better path for you, then walk that path, young brother. So I just think, I mean, that's why I say sometimes I have to take a pause to this stuff and just use common sense.
Let's ask this
yes,
common
sir.
sense question.
Yes, sir.
Let's explore a few things here. Surfer Boy 3000, what up with you? We got to ask the question: Is the eagerness to win having an effect on the family atmosphere, the welcoming atmosphere, the place where kids can feel comfortable, the place where kids can feel like they feel at home and there's no pressure. They're not in a pressure cooker. Is there too much pressure in the system right now because of the eagerness to win and to win right now, and then bringing in guys that are mercenaries, like some people like to say? Is that pressure overshadowing the family feel or the family dynamic and causing some of these kids to jump? Let me get Tim Smith to answer that first, and then we'll come to you, Jay Will.
I mean, I think it could play a part. I feel like Coach Prime, he wants to win now. I feel like it's for various reasons. I don't know if he's trying to showcase that, hey, I can do it on this level. I don't know if he's doing it because he's trying to get his three sons in that first round, which I don't think Charlotte's gonna be in that first round. But hey, I could be wrong. I'm just speculating, just my assumption. But I feel like Dion and them want a dream team right now, and he'll do anything to accomplish that. So I just feel like, you know, he'll do whatever he has to do to get the type of players that he feel like he can utilize right now at this moment to have a winning season, to get Peggy to the bowl or to accomplish getting to that 12 team playoff. I and I hate it because the kids that he actually brought on that's gonna ride with him maybe 3 or 4 years, they seeing. I feel like they're starting to see it and be like, okay, this is a transportal type of organization, and I just don't see that it could be built longevity from the portal. It hasn't been done, but I'm starting to see that it's not. In my opinion, I don't feel like it's gonna work.
Well, give me 1 second, guys. Guys, if you want to join the show, I see somebody said drop the link. Join tlplive@gmail.com. It's the email that you email me, and I send you a link. And when I send you the link, because I've sent the link to a couple of people already, when I send you the link, you got to click on that link, and then it'll give you the platform for you to sign your name and all that stuff, and then you can come on. So join tlplive@gmail.com. It's right there on your screen. Join tlplive@gmail.com. It's the email you email, and then I'll send you a link so you can come on to the show. But go ahead, Jay. Well, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I definitely feel like parents play a huge part in what these young men do. You know, they've raised these kids. They have some sort of influence over these young men. I mean, at the end of the day, they have to stand on their own too and be responsible for whatever decisions they choose to make. I mean, nobody else can be responsible for them but them. You know, you get a lot of kids that make these decisions because they think that they're helping out their family or friends or whatever it might be. So sometimes I think they make irrational decisions. I can't speak on all of them. I don't know. I mean, with what Coach Prime is doing with the program right now, we've all talked about this. Harry, you've had topics and discussions about him being on fast track a lot faster than most coaches would be. I mean, he was brought to Colorado to win, not to lose. And I think, like what Tim said, I mean, he's going to do what at all costs. He's going to do what it is he needs to do to try to get those wins. I mean,
but I got a question about that though.
Yes,
I got a question about that because isn't every coach brought in to win? Because when you're changing coaches, aren't you sending the message that we want to win and this coach was not able to win? So what do you think is different between Coach Prime and the rest of the coaches in the whole universe? I mean, like every coach is brought in to win. So why is Coach Prime different?
I think Coach Prime is looking at it from a different microscope, man. You've got a coach here that has other avenues available to him that most coaches don't have when they come to a Power 5 program. I mean, you know, look at what he's done just with his coaching staff in itself. I mean, the first year, I'm not going to say it was a complete debacle. I mean, he did actually get more wins than he was projected to get, but he had some pieces in there that I'm sure he would have preferred to have other people. He's just doing things a little bit differently, and I think it's with him doing it differently. It's a little most college football fans when we've always seen it done a different way. So you talk. I mean, Coach Prime just he's a different breed of a guy. He rolls with his own drum. So when things don't fall the way that most people think they should fall, for all we know, you know, it might be a part of his game plan. I mean, him losing Dylan Edwards, is that a part of his plan? No, I don't know. I mean, none of us know. But
well, I mean, it should never be a plan. It should never be a plan to lose anybody, right?
Not at all. But when you look at the man's conferences and he says we're all right, trust what I'm doing. I mean, you think that he would have to have some idea or understanding of what's going on within his program. I mean, he even sat there and said it. Players talk. You think that I don't know the players that are getting ready to jump into the transfer portal? I mean, it's no fluke to me that he goes and grabs a running back from Ohio State. I mean, and I'm not taking nothing away from Alton. I was looking forward to the young man, but was he the Alton of McCaskill running back that was over at Houston and that played that first year? Was he the same kid, you know, this year? I don't know. But, you know, and then I look at the whole narrative. I mean, Alton McCaskill redshirted himself. That's not something that Coach Prime told him to do. He said that he has to do that. Now, I don't think that
you're running the ball, so why waste a year?
Right. I understand that, but haven't we had discussions about Colorado running the ball this season?
Well, that's another question that we got to answer. But let me bring on
Okay.
Obi. Obi, what's up, man? Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling. I appreciate you. You might have to unmute, Obi. Right now, you're muted.
Yo, my bad. What's good? What's good?
What is good,
First
man?
of all, I just want to get credit for breaking the story last night for you guys. Thank you. And then,
were you the one that dropped it in the
yeah, in the chat? I
said
put it in the chat. I said, "Yo, he unfold him."
Oh yeah, okay,
So,
yeah. Thank you,
yeah.
man. I
So,
appreciate that.
of course. So, pretty much, Dylan and Wilkerson leaving is going. It's not going to hurt us. It's going to benefit us.
Okay.
The reason is, one, I think Shador played a big role on this, right? The reason is, what did Shiloh say about the offensive recruits to hit up Shador, right? I think I have a good feeling that Shador was already in contact with Dallin and probably in contact with this new running back that's coming in this week, who's already committed, who's probably going to change his commitment to CU. So that's one. Two is look at the running backs that's coming in. Prime said what kind of running backs he likes, right? He likes a 5'9", low to the ground, center of gravity running backs. These two are complete opposites of what we have right now, right? They're big boned, big, like very able to break tackles and get yards. And so Shador already played with Dylan. Shador already played with Wilkerson. This is his final year, and he knows what works and what doesn't work. And he needs the offense already. The receiving core is already elite, right? They have to respect our passing just because it's Shador, and we have like 5-6 receivers who can go out there and make plays. But what we don't have is a running game and a running back who's able to really get you 4 yards of carry and break tackles. When you have Dylan is great with speed when he has space. That's why they started using him as receiver in, the well-off videos in practice. But when he's lined up in the backfield, no one is really concerned of Dylan breaking off, 60 yards, going through the gap, or even breaking tackles. So no one's really been respecting our run game. And so I think Shador had a big role on like recruiting these two guys and saying, hey, I need new running backs. He already got a new offensive lineman. He picked some of the receivers as well, right? He already said he picked some of the receivers to join the team. So I think now it's like, all right, let me get some running backs that I know we need who could really get us 4 yards to carry and really make this offense explosive in all angles. So we all like Dylan because the well-off videos, of course, and like last year. But I think these two moves are really going to really help the offense in total.
And let me just put this before your pushback, Tim. Shador tweeted, or he put his on Instagram story, and somebody last night, it was Scoop Brooklyn. Scoop Brooklyn said, Harry B, put this on your screen. He said, Shador just put out a cryptic tweet or cryptic message. Everybody that's in is in, and everybody that's out, been out. Trust me, we good regardless. So, and then he said hashtag legendary. So it was kind of like after that message, then that's when Obi was like, yo, check he just got unfollowed or something. Like Dylan just got unfollowed. So it was like in the same type of time. So anyways, I just thought that was interesting that he put that message out, and I wonder if it was for these two guys that are leaving, Wilkerson and Edwards. So go ahead, Tim. Give your pushback, then I'll bring on Cool Rich.
I guess my pushback is to say that you're not gonna miss Dylan Edwards if I'm reading that right. Opie, what you just stated, like I'm not sure what you seen him last year. What Dylan Edwards is capable of doing as a true freshman. Having him out in space is a danger to defenses, but bringing in a running back from Ohio State, yes, that's good as far as being able to spread the ball around, having a power back, but having a speedster like Dylan Edwards, uh, to make defenses just pretty much confusing the crap out of him. But losing him is it says a lot because I mean, what do you do when you trying to have depth? So bringing in, you said bringing in that player from Ohio State, and you pretty much broke down some of his strengths. But what if he get hurt? Then who do you have? Even though you got the freshman and what's the other guy? Harry, the walk on.
Charlie.
Yeah, you got them
Charlie
as
Alvarado.
backup. Yeah, you got Charlie. So what if things don't pan out this year? Then next year they go, say for instance, they go to Alabama and grab their running back, or they go to another school, Penn State or something, to grab their running back. Is this going to be revolving? Is this a every year thing? That's not how you build culture. That's not how you keep guys there.
I
that's
understand that, Tim. So
go
ahead.
Hold on. Let me bring on Rich. Cool Rich, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling, and I appreciate you.
What's going on, brother? How y'all feeling this afternoon?
We are well. I'm not feeling too good right now. I got a weak stomach right now.
I second
I'm
that.
trying to hold on. I'm trying to hold on right now. But yeah, welcome, brother.
You gotta trust the process, bro. What we
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
I know this, B. Bro. What I tell you last show? I told you this last show, my boy. I said you gonna end up weeding out the people that don't want to compete. We said this with the Auburn McCaskill situation. We said this with the other people that was coming in once they signed the defensive ends and stuff. Like once you end up bringing in some competition that they looking at them like, oh no, man, no, he really like that. No,
that's all really I'm saying. I appreciate you saying that, big dog.
Push back. Stop playing with me.
Come on, Harry, man. Come on, Harry.
Push back.
Let him speak, man. Go ahead.
I'm gonna still say pushback. I'm gonna still say pushback, but I'm gonna let you finish. But push back all day. Go ahead.
Yeah, bro. Like, cause even when I'm just looking right, I just watched before I came on. Uncle Neely, he had just dropped that video with who was it, Nick or something like that, and he was saying specifically that if we got plays built for you, like the OC had plays built for Dylan specifically, like starting different because he wanted to use that open speed and everything. But we bringing in extra depth. We know that running backs get hurt. We know that running backs can be like we had this situation. I'm a Michigan fan. We had this situation with Blake Corum last year. You know what I'm saying? So you always have to have some type of depth. For you to not want to compete and then you just want to just dip. All right, cool. We got to just give you the deuces, give you your flowers. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday, but it's yesterday. I'm moving forward. Like, if you gonna dip, you gonna dip. They done gave bro a whole send-off like he done had a funeral and everything on Twitter. So I'm like, hey, we heard about it, but at the end of the day, we got a couple beasts coming in. We got Ohio State's running back coming in. We got the dude from Miami, Miami, Ohio, that's coming in as well. Coming in,
he's a beast.
Yeah, he's so disrespectful. Like, have you seen him in open field? Have you seen him in collisions? Like,
and let me give you my pushback. Let me give you my pushback on this. This is the reason why I want to push back, because I want, you know how people say you're gonna keep that energy?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. What were the running backs you just ran down? Say that again, please, just for me.
The one from Ohio State.
And what was the other one?
The dude from Miami, Ohio.
Okay. So I want us to remember these conversations. I want us to remember that we are bigging up these guys. I want us to remember, like, when we say, oh, wow, we got Dylan Edwards. I want us to remember, oh, wow, we got this person. Because every time they leave, they don't want to compete. Every single time they leave, they weren't that good. There are people saying that these guys.
No. We never said he's not that good. Dylan is that good. He is.
Look in the chat. Look in the chat. Look in the chat. Okay, Dylan Edwards, bro. Dylan Edwards was not competing.
Look, if anybody is in the chat saying that he's like not like that, let's be clear. The boy runs a 4.3. and he
I
has
think
the
I
quick
think I think most people that I've seen that have said that are looking at your
audio's cutting out. All right, so
I
his
think
audio.
a typical running back. That's the type of running back that most people relate to that position. A guy that can run through the blocks and run up through the line. You know, he's more of a, like you guys have said, he's out and open.
I'm talk when I talk, guys. I talk to the chat and I talk to the because I'm talking. This is my channel,
Yeah,
so I'm talking to the fan club. I'm talking to the fan base. So when I'm talking to the fan base. When we get somebody in house, I want us to keep that energy. That energy is very important. If we're now saying, "Oh, this is another Dylan, right?" Or Dylan, this is another Dylan, right? Right? Okay, we're getting another Dylan. Are we now all of a sudden bigging up Dylan? Is that enough for us? Because when he leaves, or if he leaves, are we gonna say, well, he wasn't that good? Because when does it end? That's all I gotta say. Like, when does it end? When do we say, dang, we lost another one, but we gonna be all right? I'm already saying I'm not pushing no panic button, but it doesn't mean that even though the river is churning and my boat is racking and my stomach is really feeling some kind of way, it doesn't mean that I'm not trusting that I'm going to make it out of this wind. I know we're going to, but if you have any emotions, any at all, you got to put some respect on these kids, the names that are leaving. It can't always be they don't want to compete. Like, come on, bro. Let me bring on some other guy. Hey, Nate, I'm coming to you. Are you ready? If you're gonna have your video on, or you're gonna have your all right. So if you give me a thumbs up if you're ready. Nate is ready. Nate, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
Hey, what's up, man?
You got to lower your
Volume.
Mute your TV or your laptop.
yeah, lower your TV or lower your volume.
Yeah, I'm ready. I'm good, man.
All right, so yeah, go ahead, give us your open thoughts because you kind of know the discussion already. So give us your open
Yeah,
thoughts,
so
and then we'll...
well, my basic thoughts are real simple, man. Everyone's been saying it. Basically, it's a new thing. It's the portal now, man. People are going to get their money, their NIL. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So the NIL money is out there. If they feel like they ain't getting enough money inside of whatever program they with, then they're gonna go and get the money. It doesn't. I mean, this is going to be a big time turnover rate for everyone. Look at Washington State. Look at Tennessee. Look at Texas A&M. So we're getting excited about nothing. But if you look at Coach Prime, he's already getting other kids from the portal. He already seen it coming. And where do you think we're getting the kids? His players are being poached just like we're poaching players.
I mean, we're not poaching. Let's just get that right. We're getting them from the
Well,
portal.
listen, poaching, NIL, getting the money, same old thing, man. I know they're poaching. I know they're poaching Deion players automatically.
That's why I said it's a revolving
they
door.
got to think against them.
It's illegal. Poaching is illegal. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah. Well, their legal way of poaching by telling the players to kick it with one another and being, and come on over here. Yeah, my dad will give you 1.5.
Yeah.
Let's see how much money Dylan get for his transfer, for his portal.
I don't think when it comes to Dylan that it was a question about his work ethic. I don't think when it comes to Dylan that it was anything that has to deal with money.
Nope. Yeah, I don't think so either.
Because
so what would it be? What would it be then?
Hold on one second.
Let me speak.
Dylan is a individual. If you pay attention to him, and we didn't talked about this on this show before. Body language say a lot.
Mm-hmm.
The way that he articulates his words says a lot about the individual. But I don't think that neither one of those caused Dylan to leave.
Right, I'm with you.
But
I'm with you on that one.
I think it's deeper than just that. And to the guy that just came on, a lot of those kids that left some of these other programs like Texas A&M, Washington, it's because their head coaches, Michigan, it's because their head coaches left for other programs.
Not
So
all of them.
No.
Michigan head coach went to the NFL. Washington head coach went over to Alabama.
Hey Nate, mute your TV, bro. Because
So
I can hear that.
therefore,
Gotcha.
that's what caused those players, because they didn't already have those relationships with those coaches. So therefore, they felt like, okay, it may be best for me to go to another program or follow my coach to the program that he's going to. But when it come down to Dylan Edwards, I mean, all that is pretty much out the window, bro. Dylan
Yeah,
Edwards
if there was a
is
poster
deeper.
child, if there was a poster child for Coach Prime, I would say Dylan Edwards was one of them.
So why leave then though? Y'all still have not said why he would leave.
Can
Well,
I
that's
get
what I'm saying. But isn't that why we're talking? Because
Yeah.
but that's what I'm saying though.
But
That's what
listen, you can't hold on. You can hold us accountable and say, tell me why he left because I'm right. You're right and I'm right.
No, I'm not saying that, Harry. I'm not saying that.
Why he left.
But that's what I'm saying is y'all keep saying it's not because of work ethic, it's not because of the bag. Then what else could it be? I don't see him having
the answer. The answer is the spirit. There's a spirit in that building. Y'all don't want to get me started. I can tell you exactly what it is.
Harry,
you're not, you know what?
Harry, I'm all about that, man. I stand on that 100% when it comes to my faith in God, and I believe in those types of things. But you're talking about a young man who had a really close relationship with the head coach.
Exactly.
There's nothing there that young man could have walked to Coach Prime at any given time and said how he was feeling or why he would want to hit the portal. There's no reason in my eyes that young man did not have a revolving door to Coach Prime to where he could go and speak to him if he was feeling some certain type of way about hitting the transfer portal.
Who's to say he didn't talk to Prime?
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. But if y'all feel like it's not,
you can't say it's for the bag, because if you're that close to Coach Prime and you've been listening to him and you bought into his system where he says, don't worry about the bag. If you put the work in, the bag is going to come. If you are in that process and you bought into that, then you can't turn around and say Dylan Edwards is leaving for the bag.
Would he have left?
You absolutely can say that, especially you don't know his family situation. He might need the money.
Hey,
well, the
let me
family
stop you
situation
right
was
there
there
because
before.
Dylan Edwards' family doesn't need that type of bag, bro. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. They good.
We can say that. We don't know that. We don't know the man's situation. We just speculating.
I'm from the Dallas area, bro. I watched Coach Prime. I watched his son and them when they was at True. So his parents got that bag. Trust me.
Yeah, he said that himself. He said this.
Me.
I'll give you some data on this. I'll give you some data, then I'll bring DC on. Here's the data.
But
Dylan Edwards says that when he was coming up, I don't know if it was Kansas or wherever he's from, right? He said the area that he was living in was not a big football area. He said this on the podcast from the other guy from, I forget, Darius. All right, he said this on Darius's podcast. He said that when he was coming up, the football, he had to go into situations where he would actually, his parents would have to drive him like sometimes 24 hours just to go across town in order for him to be able to do a 1v1 or a 7v7. You can't do all of that without having money. So he said his parents went out of their way to make sure that he was good every single time, and they would spend days in the car making sure that they were driving places and putting him into situations. So this is not a situation where he didn't have no money. I don't think that is. But let me bring DC on.
Hey, can I say something before you?
We talking millions, man. We ain't talking just because you middle class or whatever. We talking millions.
Hey, can I say something before DC start talking?
Well, DC's already on. DC, hold on. Let Tim say what he's got to say, and then you can come in. Okay, DC.
I was just gonna say real quick. I feel like Dylan Edwards is a smart young man because he wouldn't have got offered a scholarship to Notre Dame if he wasn't smart. I feel like it comes down to player development and where he wants to go and where he see his future going. I feel like that it may not be a great fit at CU.
I don't think
I,
that's that either.
I
I'm
can
going to
agree.
push back on that, but let me bring DC in. DC,
Let me,
welcome to the show.
let me
Thank you for calling in.
What
I
up?
appreciate you.
What up?
What up, DC?
What's up, everybody? So check this.
I got Obi waiting. So DC, get yours in. Let me get Obi on tape.
Well, here goes his thing. Harry? What's the one room in the what's one of the rooms in Colorado, the position rooms that has had the most complaints?
You said one of the rooms. What?
What's one of the? I'll even ask Tim Smith. Which one of the rooms?
Coach Fleet need to go.
Boom! You saying it? It's the running back room, and it's amazing that folks are not sitting up here saying you got a whole lot of smoke, pun intended, coming from one room for this. For some reason, we don't want to hear it. We don't want to talk about it. We don't want to say it. I'm not saying anything's wrong with Coach Prime. I'm not saying anything is necessarily that people don't leave for the bag, but it's amazing that folks won't consider that maybe there may just be a point where they're not happy. So, I mean, the Rabbit fans, because I'm going to call you that, exactly what it is. If you can pop your mouth on gums or when you get dogs, and then when people leave, you sit back and trash them, especially in front of their own mama, and you see in the and yeah, I'm a little ticked off about that. That's too far. That's being team too much, and y'all need to back up off of that. At the end of the day, is the running back room has consistently had some of the most vocal complaints that are going on with people leaving, and it's something to have a discussion. Now, if you can push back against me, push. But if you can't push back against me, then it is what it is. What's up,
Let
Monica?
me bring up Obi. Go ahead, Obi. So before Obi, before you talk, Miss Monica is in the building. That's Otto's mom, and people are saying that Dylan Edwards probably leaving for the bag. Dylan Edwards' dad played for the Canadian League and is a realtor. He comes from a great family. Now, when you are a realtor, that's kind of indicator that you have some type of money. I don't know how long he's been a realtor and what type of buildings, what type of buildings he's selling. That's data. You gotta respect the data. It's not they're not hurting for monies, but anyways, that's just information for you to consider. If you played in the league, that means you got some kind of money, and if you're a realtor, that means you got some kind of money. Realtors make money. Don't leave crap on that. But
just because we're saying he's leaving for the bag doesn't mean he doesn't have a good family or anything. He could be going still for more money. Nobody's saying he's a bad kid or not. He feels like he wants to go and get more money. He can go get more money, still play. I mean, he played well for Colorado, but he also had games where, they shut him down because they didn't allow him to. He couldn't run inside, so they couldn't get the ball outside to him because of the offensive line. So, he's a good kid, man. If the kids leave for the bag, they leave for the bag. This is college empowerment.
But which argument is stronger? Which argument is stronger? Is he leaving for the bag because he's desperate? Is he leaving for the bag because he wants more money? You got to be able to check all the boxes. Okay, if he wasn't leaving for the bag before, what's the argument that you're making right now? Which argument is stronger? He's come from money. His family has money. All right, so he's not necessarily desperate for money. He probably wants to be developed. He's under Prime, who's a good developer, I believe, because Coach Prime is from the NFL background and how strong he is. So, which argument is stronger? We all have our own opinions, but I'm just saying we got to weigh the arguments. Which one is stronger? Obi, go ahead, please. You've been waiting for a while.
Oh, good. Yeah, I think he's just leaving for a better opportunity. I think his role was going to get diminished, and he definitely wanted to go to a program where, one, he could also get the bag. I guess is a benefit too, but like his role would definitely not be in the backseat. And I know he was RB1 now, but you see him being used as a receiver. You see him being used in different aspects, and I think Shador in the offense, they really want a every down back. They want someone who is a threat on every down. And when Dylan's in the backfield, if you're on defense and you saw Dylan in the backfield, you're not thinking he's going to run. You're thinking like a screen is coming or a swing is coming or something of that nature. You're not really concerned of him running through the gaps because you feel like you'll have that covered. So I think that's the main reason why he's leaving. He's trying to look for a better opportunity. And then if it comes with a bag as well, I mean, that's a benefit as well too.
I can definitely agree to that.
I can push back on that and say So let's look at better opportunity right now, right?
Mhm.
You got your position coach bigging you up and saying this guy is going to be an intricate part of this team. This guy is we're using him in different places now. He's going to play a bigger role that he did last year, and now we're kind of like tailoring our our run game, or we're tailoring certain things around this guy. You put all of that out into the media way before your spring ball, way before anybody needs to know who starts, because you start bringing guys in. Why would you say that, right? And then now we're making the argument of he's leaving for a better opportunity. That's why I want to debunk that argument and say it's something different. It's something deeper. It has to be something very deep that is going on to have a guy that you already bigged up jump into the transfer portal. Is much deeper than anything we know.
I
don't know.
I think it's both ways. Like I mean, at the time, like of course, that's your only running back you have. Like what else are you're supposed to say? And if that's a piece you have as an offensive coordinator, of course, that's not his strong foot is to run it in the hole. So of course, you're going to tailor plays where you're getting it off the backfield, you're getting it in, as a receiver position. Like you're going to tailor plays for that, of course. But in reality, you want to bring in other people, other running backs. Coach Prime even said in the press conference, I'm thinking about adding another running back to the room. You want some running backs who's good at every down. That's going to be.
I think at that point he already knew that what's her name was gone. I think at that point when he said that was an indicator that kid was jumping.
I mean,
no, this was before you guys. This was before Alto jumps.
So you guys said that everyone's saying that he has a good relationship with Coach Prime. So I'm sure they sat down and talked. Maybe Dylan bulked up a little bit. He probably wanted to, be an every down back. And maybe Coach Prime was like, no, you can go on outside. Dylan, he can get a little more money, and maybe someone else has a better opportunity where he can be an every down back. You know what I mean? But we're speculating. The bottom line is he's gone. And
all of us are
and the people inside, and the people inside the organization knew he was leaving. Otherwise, they wouldn't have already had other people pulling people out of the portal to replace him. I agree with the guy. They need an every down back. They need someone in there that's a threat, because they're going to throw. So how are you going to play action and throw if no one's scared of your daggone run?
Hey,
all right, guys, we gotta start keeping it short, guys. Don't jump the conversation. I gotta start navigating. So because we got a lot of people in here. So now we gotta go to 30 seconds. Keep it at 30 seconds, or I'm gonna have to cut you off. Him is in the building. Him, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. Welcome. What's up, man? You've been saying that we all wrong. So tell us what's right. Maybe you have an inside track. Tell us why we wrong. You're on him. Him, HIM. Hello?
Probably trying to fix his mic.
Him, are you there? All right, him, when you come on, just hold on for a second because you're not talking right now. So all right, so him just jumped out. Wild Dog, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Welcome.
Oh, blessings. Thank you for having me on, brother.
Wild Dog, what's up, bro?
Yeah, Dylan Edwards is gonna be all right, man. It's a plan is in place. So the history and the roots with the relationship goes deep. So whether he stays or him leaving, Coach Prime and company are gonna look after him as best they can, and of course wish him well. But when you get an offer you can't refuse, you take it. So
hold on a second.
Some people are gonna feel some way about that, but Coach Prime and people aren't gonna be tripping about that.
Hold on 1 second.
All right, so it was Tim. Well, hold on. Hold your question, because we gotta start controlling this.
Sure.
Tim, go ahead. Tim, you had something to say. Go ahead.
No, I just wanted to respond to Obi. I heard him say probably Dylan Edwards bucked at Coach Prime, and it was like that doesn't even fit his character
Right.
whatsoever. So that right there, that's an understatement, bro.
All right, who had a question?
That was me. So I can understand people saying, well, he had another opportunity and stuff. So we're talking about space. Okay, that's fine. But the problem that people are trying to excuse is the timing to do this right before the spring game and stuff. And I get it, folks, and I understand sometimes it's hard to have the conversation about, okay, well, y'all are reading way too much into this. You're doing that. Hey, that's football talk. It is what it is. But nobody can sit back and say you had 2 backs that leave. No, we have 3 backs that leave within a week. And we just want to sit here and say, well, it was because of this, or well, what it was, well, and throw
3
out the
projected
excuses.
starters.
3 people that were definitely going to be in the rotation leave. You get one that's not even there yet. And for some reason, you can't even have the conversation. Come on now. I understand not digging into it, but to sit back and say you have historically had complaints out of that running back room. And now what you're asking people to do is ignore it. And I'm not saying that I am saying there is a problem. Come on now. At the end of the day is that because you don't know if this person the new one that's coming in is going to be there. And then Harry did bring up there saying, hey, part of what Shador saying is we finna throw. So again, when you got 3 backs, and here's the thing, and Wild Dog, you kind of pointed to this earlier, that Dylan Edwards was one of your leaders. That's difficult to replace.
I don't.
Right, guys,
My
him is
pushback
back.
is you
Him
said
is back in the.
historically we only been around 1 to 2 years. Is there something before then, or
We're looking at the current coaching staff, and we've consistently hearing there's a pattern. I'm not sitting back saying it's a long one, but there's enough patterns coming out of the running back room, and there's been enough complaints about, like, because we say, well, they couldn't run, and totally get that. We blame that on the line. But now you boosted up the line, but your back room got bare. So is that
I
not
didn't hear the
something we should
complaints
look at?
though. So can you tell me some of the complaints?
That they wasn't running the ball. And that Smoke talked about the thing of, I don't remember the exact quote, but from go ahead,
Smoke
Harry.
says selfish ball or something like that.
Yeah, there were things, and now you got people leaving. Again, 3 backs before your spring game or 1 week. And now, if y'all want to sit here and tell me that don't matter, that's nothing, we bringing in dogs, I'll sit back in the chat and just chill. But I still think you should kind of take a look at, because there were several people on the team that have said kind of the same thing, and that did come out of the running back room. And yeah, I can say, and I'm here because I love Colorado and want to see them do well. But it does, again, I got a hopeful heart, but don't ask me to have closed eyes.
I can understand, but that doesn't make sense not wanting to run the ball, because in order to be a terrific passing attack, you got to run the ball. So that's my only problem is that, you got to want to run the ball, because that's going to help you throw the ball.
But Harry, what did Shador say that you posted up there? What did he say?
All right, give me a second. I'll post it again. Shador says,
airing it out.
Bro, leaders get replaced every day, B.
You talking about the this thing right here? Everybody that's in was in.
The one where he was having the talking. It's a press conference. He was talking about
Shador said he was speaking to the wide receivers. He said, "You know we're gonna air it out, so there's no problem. You know we air the ball out." So that's what Shador said with the DMV Bucks guys. He said, "You already know wide receivers, we air the ball out." So that could be a thing where maybe. I mean, we don't know. I know what's going on. I know what's going on, but I can't get y'all to believe it. But I know what's going on. I can tell you straight up, I know what's going on. But it's not even. It's out of worldly. It's not we're dealing with it on the outside, but it's something different. It's not. This is not no regular stuff we're dealing with. This is. I know, and everybody has a valid point. I ain't gonna hold y'all. Everybody, what you're saying, you're valid, because obviously when you're on the outside of something, you can only kind of speculate based on what you see and what's the historical thing. But this is deeper. This is because we're dealing with somebody who it's definitely spiritual. This is different. This is not. It's not regular. Okay, him keep disappearing, but him, I was trying to bring you on, but you just disappeared again. You got to stay on there so I can, people got to stop talking and then before I click on the button. But him, when you're ready, come back in, okay? but this is I know it's hard and it's difficult to go there. Okay, him is back. Him, welcome to the show. Please don't leave again. Him, welcome to the show, man. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you.
What's up, bro? Thanks for having me, man. I just want to say With respect, all of y'all I disagree respectfully.
That's good. That's good, and I love it.
And
And
so what
now,
y'all
you have
not
to give me
saying? Hold
some
on, hold
meat
on,
to
hold on, hold on,
hold
hold
on
on.
to. Let's go.
Stop the bag talk. Dylan Edwards is not good enough to get a big NRL deal. Let's stop with that, okay? Y'all gotta
All right.
stop that. If he was that good enough, trust me, he would never left. That's prime. That's the most watched college football team. He getting all the deals. That's where you want to be. Number two, the players that's coming in. Let's be real. They're bigger. They're NFL ready running backs. They've been in programs to where they've been working out. Everybody knows who these players is. Besides the tape that y'all see Dylan Edwards running over the sorriest defense in the Pac-12 in their first game against TCU,
Here we go.
what
Oh
else
man.
have he done?
Oh man, y'all be throwing me.
So
I
you
said
agree
this.
with me?
Thank you,
Then.
him.
You agree with me?
I'm saying, what else
Pushback.
has he done? Because y'all, and if it was Amari and Miller,
Push back
yeah,
all over the
NIL
place, bro.
deals, I get all that, Amari and Miller. But Dylan
My
Edwards,
bad.
besides the TCU game, he can't run through between the tackles. He can't block for the quarterback. They try to move him to wide receiver for a reason. The wide receiver room is too stacked. He won't fit there. The only chance he has to leave is no room for him. Or do y'all want to keep going 4-8, 5-9? Like make it make sense.
Pushback.
Yeah, push
Hey,
back all over.
Pushback.
Hey,
man,
him.
Are y'all ready?
you
Before we
said
start
you ain't
pushing
agree
back.
with
Hey,
nobody.
him.
You
Is this
agree
your
with
first
I
me?
time
got some
calling in?
agreement and pushback later.
Him. Is this your first time calling in?
Yes.
All right. I just want to let you know the spirit of the show. Welcome, first of all, the spirit of the
Welcome.
show. We're all brothers here. We
What's up, Brody?
we have hard conversations and we do this thing we call pushback. So don't take it personal. It's just like that's how we operate. Okay.
Oh, no, I
But
respect opinions. I respect opinions. Go ahead.
okay, cool. All right, cool. I just don't want you to take it personal and then we start getting out of pocket and stuff like that. It's never that on this show. And guys, please remember there's no cuss words. There's nothing. We don't cuss on this show. This is a family show. All right.
Got
So
you,
who
Bubba,
got the first pushback? Was that you, Tim?
Yeah, that was me.
All right, go ahead, Tim. What's your pushback?
First of all, welcome him. I'm glad that you him, man. But what I'm gonna say about what you said, Dylan Edwards played behind a line that sucked. First of all, right? So put Dylan Edwards behind a line that been gelling together for maybe a year or two. I'm gonna say about 2
If
years.
you're not talking, can you mute your microphone if you're not talking? Because I'm hearing feedback.
Years. I mean, like 2 years. Then his numbers are gonna look different. With the rebuilt line that they have right now, his numbers would look different than they look from last year. You'll see a different Dylan Edwards. But as far as saying that he's not a NFL type of scat back, I disagree with you on that.
Okay, you was right, but what you didn't say was there was other running backs on that team last year who did better than him with that same offensive line. Hankerson left was better than him. Wilkerson more yards than him. So they all play with the same thing.
Also,
But
too.
we're talking about Big 12 trying to get more than 4 wins because Dylan
Talk
was
your
healthy for
talk.
the whole season, wasn't he? He didn't miss no games, did he?
No, he didn't.
Okay,
Let's
so
go.
besides that TCU game, put his stats up next to every other running back. TCU didn't know what we was bringing. Didn't nobody know how we was coming. So that was unexpected. But besides that one game and that well off practice footage, show me some more footage on Dylan Edwards to make you say that he's ready for a big NIL bag or he can go to an SEC school and play right now.
All right, 30 seconds, guy. That was 30 seconds. All right, who's Nate? That was Nate, right? Cool, Rich. You wanna chime in? I'm gonna going down the line here.
Hey man, the brother came on and said that he was disagreeing with the whole panel. It sounded like he came in agreeing with me. Like he
Nah, he agreed with me too, bro.
My bad.
no
I didn't hear
real.
some of
Like
y'all takes because my phone was tripping, but I probably was agreeing with
no,
you.
he came in agreeing with me because at the end of the day, we got other backs coming in. Like that's
No,
why I
don't say
said
others. Say better. Better backs.
I'm trying.
Better
Like
back.
It's
better.
a
Cut the
family show.
film on, bro.
It's a
Keep
family
that.
show.
I want y'all to keep this energy. Please keep this energy. That this is my
Facts.
problem with
But
every.
Harry, I respect your
Keep
show, Harry.
this energy for every.
The only one
Anytime
that
we
I
get the
say that I
people
wanted,
jumping.
that I still really
Oh
wanted
my
to stay on
God.
the team is Alton McCaskill. That's the only one that I really was like,
I disagree with
damn.
that too. He's damaged goods.
Like I would much rather have him.
So hold
He's
on one
damaged
second.
goods.
Y'all gotta make up your mind because
wait.
we're getting dogs. We're getting dogs, and then they're not dogs no more. They're puppies.
Right. So because
Ain't nobody said that they not dogs no more, bro. They still dogs.
Who said they was dogs? Y'all gotta stop saying everybody a dog. Everybody not a dog.
Well,
So
understand you
Dylan
got
was
a
not a
section
dog
of
now.
you. You have
Dylan
a
was a
section.
puppy.
Right. So here's the thing. If anything, if you're sitting here and you're getting this type of thing where you have what set was the 18 players now, and this is not shade. It's just a question I'm posing. If you're having that type of turnover right before your spring game, because again, you can talk about space, but timing also. You know that Cool Rich and that realtor market is just being in the right place at the right time to make that deal when you got the cash to make it move. And I'm I'm listening to what you say because I'm trying to get in there too. But the thing is, we also maybe just maybe then could we that while you can say that we're getting better in, does that mean that your talent analysis in the past wasn't that good?
No, that means that Coach Prime got what he could get at first, and y'all seen it got him 3 more wins than the last team did. Now it's time you going to the Big 12. Expectations are high. You're the most viewed team. College football just moved you to the first game of the season on a Thursday night. You got to put out good product, or people like y'all and people on some of these networks and YouTube channels is going to say Coach Prime can't coach at the college level because he don't have the talent. When he starts switching out the talent,
let's check that at the gate. First of all, let's check that at the gate. People like y'all, your YouTube channel, let's check that at the gate because you don't know. You said this is your first time calling.
No. Wait,
check
bro.
that at the gate first. This is my channel, and I know what I've been saying here. So
this is my first time in here.
Yeah, but don't group me in a bunch of people. Ask questions. You're not gonna group me in a bunch.
But what I'm saying is
Coach Prime on coach. Ain't nobody saying that around here. We BWBs around here. We're bandwagon buffs. It literally means for Coach Prime.
Yeah, but at the same time, y'all giving these players these strap players that he put on the team last year dog names, and they're really not dogs.
Bro, Dylan Edwards, that was his first.
Okay,
Harry
B, you gotta let me come in here. You gotta let me come in here and reset things. Listen,
go ahead, man.
I put in the chat. A true freshman earning their way up to a starting spot is not a knock on him. CU being last in rushing offense is not on Dylan Edwards. Right? Give them the man earned his stripes. Let him have his stripes. All right?
He did what he did. He didn't earn nothing. He did what he can do on the sorry team, bro.
It's nonsense, man.
He
it's not on the man.
Yeah, what you been watching?
Besides the TCU game, what did he do?
CU was last in rushing.
Where
were the other experienced guys? Where
Besides
was Otto?
the TCU game, what did
Okay, guys, okay.
Stop it, y'all.
We can't hear both of y'all.
Blessings to Dylan Edwards and his family. Stop the nonsense. The man is going to have about to have 1,000 yards all purpose coming
on what
this season.
team?
Stop the nonsense.
On what
if he stays or leaves, he's going to have 1,000 yards all purpose.
All right,
stop the count.
How many yards did he have last year all purpose? It's not a stretch. You don't know. You don't care. Stop the nonsense,
bro.
Stop the nonsense. A true freshman came out and busted another team in their mouth. That's facts.
Bro, a team that didn't have no tape on him. They didn't have no tape on him.
CU was last in rushing.
Why you keep saying stop the nonsense? Everybody can give you opinion.
So I don't need nobody hyping up any running back from last year to CU was last in rushing. Change makes a difference.
Thank you. That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
So,
all right. So listen him.
Leave that was out of your mouth.
Hold on,
wow.
dog. Let me give you some data. Let me give you some data, and then let's see if the argument can get either weaker or stronger, right? Let me do it in a question form.
Go ahead.
Did Colorado run the ball last year?
No.
Okay, that's facts, right?
Worst offensive line probably in college football history.
Okay, I don't agree with you, but we'll leave that for a second. All right, so they refused to run. Coach Prime refused to run the ball, right? He refused to run the ball.
They didn't refuse nothing.
He refused to run the ball. Coach Prime refused to run the ball. That's facts. Okay, they didn't want to run the ball because we have data.
The ball,
we have let me finish. We have data that proves that they had a run game, but guess what? They were too pass heavy, and they continue to pass, and they never established anything, any form of a run game. It was all pass, and then when they got into trouble, then they try to run. Football doesn't work like that. Football has
What
to have
data is this, sir?
huh?
What data is that you seen that they could run the ball last year?
Oh, I have. Oh, you didn't. Oh, you're new to this channel, aren't you? Oh,
So you
okay.
saying they O-line was good enough to run the ball last year? That's what you saying?
Yes,
Oh,
1,000%. Yes, yes, they were. And the data says, all right, if you take out all of the information, all of the data where Shador was running for his life, guess how many yards they average on a run? 4.2. 4.2 yards per run, average. That's information. I have a video dedicated to that, and on the video it says it's not the line's fault. They refuse to run the ball. But I don't want to harp on that. Let me agree with you to say, okay, we had a trash O-line. And then we got to destroy your argument of Dylan is not a good back, right? Because with a trash O-line, the numbers that he put up and them refusing to run the ball, with the numbers he put up, 300 plus yards, barely running the ball, make it make sense to me.
300 plus yards in 12 games, that's good?
No. But you see, that's what I'm saying.
No.
You got to take the information in steps. Take it in steps. What are the reality that I just laid out? They didn't want to run the ball. They had the trash O-line. So they barely ran the ball. If you look at the percentage of how... Okay, they had a trash O-line. Do you agree they had a trash O-line?
No,
I'm agreeing with
agree
you now.
That, but I disagree with
okay, so I'm agreeing with you. They had a trash O-line, and Coach Prep came out and said in his press conference, do you see the trash O-line that we had? We got to replace them. We can't run the ball. You agree with that narrative?
Everybody does.
If you agree with that narrative, then you can't put it on Dylan Edwards. If that don't make sense to you?
No, you're right. You're right in that part. But what I'm saying is that what I'm saying is that no matter how you put it, 4-8 is 4-8.
We couldn't run the ball. We have a trash O-line, but yes, it's Dylan's fault that he has 300 yards.
Bro, that means your players are
yank
not
the ball
good
from
enough.
Shador's hands?
Bro.
Well, let me ask a question in here. Can
I ask a question? I didn't hear anyone say it was Dylan's fault. I didn't hear that part.
No, but him is saying it's Dylan's fault.
That's kind of crazy.
That's what he's saying. I'm checking your data. You got to take it in stride.
You got to let me speak.
But do it this way.
It was his fault.
Take it in stride.
What I said was, based on the tape from the whole season last year, not just the one game against against TCU, and what we know, he's an undersized back. Between the tackles, he's no good. He can't block in the backfield. That's just a fact.
He's a freshman.
I'm talking about his size. I'm not talking about his career college years.
Well, let's point
out. He's a freshman, though.
So you saying he's gonna grow?
That don't matter to him. Facts don't matter to him.
You saying he's gonna grow? Wait.
You're
the
generalizing.
last player that we seen that his size was good in the NFL was Maurice Jones-Drew. When the last time you seen players like that in the NFL?
Okay, so here's the thing I'm gonna ask you.
Wait a minute. This April, the Block Bully confirmed he went head to head with Dylan, and that Dylan's on something new now. That's what the
Block Bully bigger this year. He did get bigger this year. I agree.
That Block Bully said the offensive lineman missed his assignment, and he went head to head with Dylan Edwards, and Dylan Edwards is on something new now. That's from the Block Bully.
I agree. He bulked up. He definitely bulked up.
When you playing Oklahoma State
again, we coming with facts. We coming with facts. Where you at,
bro? You're saying something that practice. You're talking about practice, dude. We're talking about the tape that was out last year. There were 12 games. There were 12 games last year.
The practice is on tape. The practice is on tape.
But
the interview is on tape.
Pac-12 Saturday
it's
football.
April 2024. It's April
2024. Saturday football.
Y'all can't talk, Wild Dog.
I just got one question to him. And I get where you're coming from. Straight up. I just got one question, though. With what you know is coming in and what is left, will Colorado's running back room be better, the same, or worse than last year? Because that'll
Way
tell me what I
better.
need to.
Way
Okay.
better.
Then Harry, I got nothing else to say about
You
that.
got to understand, they had a running back from the SEC from Kentucky that couldn't even get on the field.
Because of your argument you just had about the O-line saying they didn't have it. So that's why he
No,
didn't get on the field.
no. Because Austin McCaskill played a couple games too
Okay.
before Smoke played.
Well, the end of the day is what you're saying will be dramatically better. So let me also, just so I can gauge where we are in this.
Facts.
How many wins do you think Colorado has next year?
7+. Barring
Okay.
injury, 7+.
But you don't have no depth, so you can't say barring injury.
Why you keep saying we don't have no depth? What did we lose?
Okay, well, then my bad. You're right.
What
You
did
didn't
we
lose
lose?
nothing. You didn't lose nothing. You didn't
What
lose
did we
nothing.
lose? We lost a bunch
Okay.
of players who basically didn't play last year
Got it.
or didn't produce.
Hey,
We didn't
I
lose
see your
nothing.
data is look. This is a
Can I
data
say
channel.
something?
You are incorrect. You are 1,000% wrong. You're 1,000% wrong. You don't have the data, man, to back. When you come to this show, bro, and I know you're new.
What we lost?
But
Tell me
when you
what we
come to
lost,
this show,
Harry.
you're going to have to bring some data, bro. You're not bringing no
What
data.
did we lose, Harry?
You're generalizing, man.
What we lose?
Bro,
you
you're
tell me what we
generalizing.
lose, and I'm gonna tell you what we added.
Sylvian Washington. Tell me about him. He's a bum.
Ohio State running back. Who's better?
I
Who's
just asked you a
better?
question,
Him
bro.
or the
Don't
Ohio State
ignore
running
me.
back?
Don't ignore
That's a
me.
No,
lineman.
answer me. You say data. Who's better? We seen what the Ohio State running back.
No,
can do
but
with
I'm
Ohio
talking.
State.
You said
No,
who we
no,
losing,
no,
so
no,
I'm.
no.
I'm
You pushing
you
the
Savion
said who we
Washington is a
losing. I
lineman.
don't have nothing on this guy. You said
What you
I'm running
mean?
the show, bro.
He
I'm
got
running
tape
the
from
show.
Ohio State. He got tape
I'm
from
running the
Ohio
show.
State.
Let me run the show. Listen to me. If you're gonna say who we losing, let's deal with that for a second, right? We got data, right? You said you said all of the guys that they barely played last year. Savion Washington, how many games did he play last year?
Probably all of them, but he didn't produce. Is my
He
point.
played 10 games. He played 10 games and he was a starter.
He didn't
He was
produce.
300. He was 320 pounds. He was 6'8". That's Savion Washington. He got hurt last year.
That's
But
one
he was
offensive
he was
lineman.
one of the biggest prospects that we had last year. We lost him.
Okay.
Why did
And
we
what we
lose
bring
him?
in?
Who do we bring in?
How many
Bro,
offensive linemen
are
did
we
we
dealing
bring
with
in?
this, or we're not gonna deal with it? Because if
We're
you're
not
gonna
gonna
say,
deal with it. We're not gonna deal with that, bro. Where did he
okay,
go?
then you're not
Did he
speaking
go
no
to
data, then we
Oregon
gotta
or
move on
Texas
from you.
A&M? Where
All
did
right,
he
let
go?
me move on from you. Let me move on from you because you're not bringing no
Okay.
data. And this is a data
Okay.
show,
No,
unfortunately.
I
Where
said
did he
why.
go
I said
though?
why did we
You're
lose
not
him?
adding
How
nothing.
big he is? What college he went to?
Why did we
All right,
lose
hold up,
him?
man. Hold up. We
Okay.
gotta
You
move on.
pushing the narrative. I understand it's your room, but you pushing the narrative, brother.
I'm
Hey,
just
Him,
asking
let
No,
me
why did we
ask you a
lose him?
I'm
question,
dealing
man.
with facts, and you're
What's
not
your
bringing no
squad?
facts. So I gotta move on. Hold on, Dre. Welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you. Thank you for calling in.
Hey, what's up, man?
What's going on with you?
Hey, man, I think you guys just missed the opportunity. I think Harry, I think you had it right, man. Go down the line, like what him was saying. Tell me who did you bring in, who left,
No,
and
but
then
he
who
don't want
brought
to
in.
deal with it. And at that point,
Yeah,
I gotta stop because he doesn't want to
no,
deal with it. So
it
I
was
got
good.
data
So
for days.
yeah, so Savion Washington came in. Who did they get over there? They got Khalil Benson. He played in the Big Ten, more experience.
Thank
So
you. Keep going.
was it an upgrade or
Upgrade, definitely.
okay? Let's go left tackle. Big Tank left. Who came in?
The best. We got the best high school recruit at
Jordan
left tackle
Seaton.
probably in the past 10 years.
This
Hold
is
up,
data.
hold up,
This
hold
is
up.
this.
What was
Hold
your
on,
Benson is a
statement?
conversion.
bro.
Hey,
Hold on.
pump the
Benson is
brakes
a
on
conversion
that one,
from
bro.
guard to tackle. Let's keep that noted. Benson is a conversion from guard to tackle.
Who?
Khalil
Who?
Benson.
Bro,
Mm-hmm.
I live in Bloomington, guy. I'm from Indiana. I live in Bloomington. Khalil played all over the place. He played left guard. He played tackle. So you can't use that narrative. I'm in Bloomington.
Is he
So
good or is he not good?
he can play.
Oh,
He started.
Okay. Is he
No,
better than the dude he was just talking about?
no one told Savion Washington to leave. He
Is he
left.
better than Washington though?
He left. Savion just left on his own
It's
accord.
the reason why he left.
That's fine.
Hold
But
on,
I'm
hold on.
saying
Time
let's
out.
just keep
Hey
going.
guys, time out for 1 second.
Yeah.
Him. What was your original thing? We lost a bunch of guys that never played last year. Now we're telling you the guys that were there on the team that played, and we got to deal with that. But you don't want to acknowledge the fact that these guys did play.
Harry,
So
you misunderstanding me. I'm not saying
okay,
they didn't plan. I'm saying what they
but you
produced.
said those words.
Okay, what I first misworded. What I'm saying is that it got you 4-8. That means it wasn't good. Rebuild. That's what I'm saying, brother.
No,
Okay,
I
No
thought.
matter how much you like him, it got
No,
you 4-8.
No, I thought I heard him say, "Tell me who left, and I'll tell you who we brought in."
Okay, so you
I
just
thought
said
that's what he said.
Indiana. Now keep going because we
Yeah,
got
let's
linebackers.
go left guard. Left guard. That's who was that? Justin Mayers. Who was over there? Jack Bailey. That upgrade?
Definitely upgrade.
Okay. Right guard. We got two. We got our guy back. We got Rock back, and then we also got Tyler Johnson. Is that an upgrade or a downgrade?
Double upgrade.
That's his data. Like me, Dylan.
Tyler Johnson is down.
No, wait. No, keep
Hold
going.
on.
Keep
Hold
going.
on.
You got linebackers, cornerbacks,
I'm just
running
saying,
backs.
but
Keep going.
I think
Keep
we
going.
I think
Don't
the
just
data.
stop.
The data is proven. I mean, like the data is proven. So what I'm saying is, like, Dylan, I thought Dylan was great. Him is right. You can't think of anything else Dylan did after that TCU game. But I think it's a big loss just because of who Dylan is. He's a great teammate, and he
There
was
you
going to
go.
get some playing time. It's
There
a
you
big
go.
loss for me.
They did
That's
not
the
run
same.
the ball, bro. They did not
Bro.
want to run
But
the
that's
They
ball.
you gotta
couldn't run
lose
the
that. That's a
ball.
loss.
Y'all making it
Okay.
sound
We don't want to deal with that part.
They did
Well,
not want
I'm
to
not-
run the ball, bro.
I'm
Like,
not
what do
saying
you
Dylan.
want?
I
Why?
said Dylan
Why
is
didn't they
great.
want to
I
run
don't
the
think Dylan
ball?
should have left.
Why?
because they
You
had
think
the
they
worst
just wanted to
offensive
throw?
line in college.
They
Because they were
wanted to
pass
throw
heavy.
the ball, man.
You
So
think that's
wait,
all they
Harry,
wanted to do?
basically what y'all did. So nobody going. Everybody
This is
disagree with me, but y'all agree
this.
with Harry saying that they had an offensive
Listen,
line they can run the ball with. Y'all agree
question.
Man,
with
let
that?
Listen,
me
Nobody
tell
agrees
you.
with me on
Hey,
that.
you must
I'm
don't
staying
watch
alone. I'm on
football,
the
bro.
island on
question.
that one. I'm
Oh,
on the
okay.
island on that. Everybody here,
I have a
everybody
question.
says that it's a trash. Everybody here has already said it's a trash O line.
The
I'm
worst.
the only one. I'm the only one on the island saying that they were not trash, and I did bring information that tells you what the average percentage of the run was.
Right.
Yeah.
But nobody
Okay.
wants to deal with that.
But the
I have a
run is
question
one
whenever
part,
y'all
right? But what
could
about
give
the
me an
54?
opportunity.
What about the 54 plus sacks? Does that not count?
Talk about it.
So
But
run is one part.
it counts. But
It's
then
data.
we got to use the other argument and say, well, okay, if you are a football player or you are a lineman, tell me
Yeah.
what's better for blocking? Is it easier to block for the pass or is it easier to block for the run?
I know. Okay, so I mean that's
Does
not
that
data
matter?
though. That's not
Does
data to
that,
say if it's.
oh, that's
I
not
think
data?
I'm
It's
saying
not
we have
data?
data.
Oh, if it's not data to tell you that when a lineman says, when a lineman does interviews on NFL
Yeah.
networks and says, and when they're critiquing Coach Prom's situation, they said that it's
Yeah.
better for the linemen to be the aggressors. That means you have to establish the run in the beginning to make the linemen the aggressors.
Harry.
It makes it easier for them to run for them to be able to pass. You're saying
got
that that's not data?
No. I'm saying that's subjective. Some linemen like passing.
Subjective.
Yeah,
But that's
some.
all NFL linemen that have been
Hold on.
interviewed. So how is that subjective? They play the game.
Okay, how many NFL linemen do we have in the league, man? Some may like pass blocking,
Ask
some
any
may like
NFL
run blocking.
linemen.
I'm saying some may like pass blocking more, some may like run blocking. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything controversial. That's just like a preference, I feel. But data would be 54 sacks. Like, how do we get around that?
Thank you. You're not
who is
talking
that on?
about that. Why are you not talking about that?
He's right, Harry
Listen,
B. He's
there
right.
are statistics. Let me tell you about data. Let me
That's data.
explain something. Let me explain something. There are the numbers that comes from the game, and then the data of you understanding the dynamics of the game, right?
Yeah.
You
Who's
say
the star running back for the Patriots when Tom Brady won?
Hold on now, don't cut me off. If
Yeah.
you say if it's not data that you have to establish a run, it has to be a healthy dose of running to establish a pass. That's information that is pertinent to a conversation because people have to understand. Well, what didn't work? It's because they were one dimensional.
Yeah.
What does one dimensional mean to the ears of somebody who doesn't know football? One dimensional means that they didn't have a heavy dose of running to be able to throw the other team off. That's data.
No,
So statistics is one thing. So statistics is one thing, but the data in how football works is something to understand so that people can understand what are the dynamics of the things that's causing these things to happen. That's data. That's what I mean by
disagree.
data. I don't mean just statistics.
I disagree. Push back.
Okay.
Bro.
Okay.
All these
Push
players
back,
you
I'm
talking about they had all this data with, these players that left this offensive line, I'll give you $100 for every player that went to an SEC or starting position that left this offensive line. Tell me where they went. If they that good as you say they were, they would be going to a Power 5 school. Where did they go?
One
Okay.
went to a Power 5.
What school?
Hold on.
Northwestern.
I got information. I got information. I can back myself up.
We will cover the where they know.
Where did Florida? Hold on, I got data. Where did Florida State end up in the season?
Huh?
How many games did they win?
They was like the Final Four.
Yeah.
13.
No. Yeah, they win. Yeah.
Florida State 13. And one of the not so Louis luggage guys played on that team. Starter.
Who?
I don't. He was on the line. He was a lineman. I don't remember his name.
Who?
From Florida State? Nah.
From Florida State.
On
we need
Colorado
the data you talking about. Tell us.
Colorado when Coach Prime came into I've already done the video. I don't my brain is I don't have the guy's name. I'll find it for you. But guess what? The pre Louis luggage, that conversation that he had in there, the guys that jumped into that transfer portal that said, I'm out of here.
The one in video.
Harry, are you talking about David Connor?
David Connor?
Yep.
I don't remember the name, but
I don't think we had any. He went to Florida. I don't think we had anyone from Florida State.
Oh no, we did.
Who?
We did.
Who?
We did. Okay, you want me to find it? Y'all go ahead.
I just don't.
What happens if I find it though? What happens if I find it? Because when you're asking who, does that mean that if it's true? Does that mean that if it's true, then that's legit?
No.
If he started, he's legit. If you correct about somebody leaving and going start at Florida State, he's very legit. So I want to know his name though.
All right, cool.
Harry, are you saying he's starting at Florida State now, or he came from Florida State?
Pre-Louis luggage.
He left Colorado
luggage. The
and
conversation.
Went to he left Colorado.
Pre-Louis luggage. The conversation that Coach Prime had in that Louis luggage room.
The 111 team.
The first guys that jumped into that transfer portal. Some of them went to different teams. I've done a whole video about that, and I do videos where I track the guys. Where are they now? Okay.
Oh yeah, I'm not talking. I'm talking about the people who played on the line this year. I'm not. Yeah, I don't know anyone from that 111 team.
Yeah, you talking about somebody Coach Prime? You talking about somebody who was on the 111 team? That's not data, bro.
Yeah, I thought you went to Oregon State.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, they were there, right? They were
but
Colorado.
They was 1 and 11. So how good was they?
Well, hold on one second. That kind of counters your argument, because you're saying, well, we're getting people from places that they couldn't get on the field, so how good they were. But then all of a sudden, when they come over here, they're good. That's a contradictory point to a certain degree. And the other thing I'm going to say is that those sacks, I'm willing to bet cash money that if that ball was thrown away versus held a lot more, you probably would have won a game or two.
I disagree with that.
But see, the point is, what I'm saying is, those are things that I get it. The haters will sit back and point all the things out that says, well, Colorado's bad, which is why I'm not a hater. But one thing I see about the very staunch fan, which I get, I understand, but you're only looking at stuff, or I'm sure you see other things, but you're sitting up here saying stuff is that, all right, well, they couldn't do this and they couldn't do that. And at the end of the day is, if you still got to sit back and say, just like I said just a moment ago, that means you probably had a talent analysis problem. And then who says that you have corrected that? We're going to find out.
Let me finish. I'm saying that's why you got to name the players that left, and like Kermani, and nobody brought him up because I was going to say, you know, they had a cornerback from Liberty, one of the best teams in college football last year that came, right? But you're not going to talk about that. You're going to make it seem like he just losing players that really matter. Or you're not going to talk about the cornerback from Oklahoma State that's a starter that's ready to play right now.
Yeah,
so you're not bringing up the good players that's coming in. You're talking about the 4 and 8 players that left.
Right, but you'll take a 3-9 Pittsburgh team, take players from there that was a team that sucked, but then all of a sudden they're going to make Colorado great.
No. You took 2 of the leading tacklers off of that team. That's what you're not saying.
But
you're not saying that.
No, that's data. It means it's data.
But it also may mean is that team was so bad teams could just run over them. That's why they had more tackles. That's kind of the point I'm trying to say.
They're only good on their team, and their team suck, right? But it's like it can't go both ways. It's like, oh no, they were the best on their team, so we got them. They're good. But on Colorado, it's like, oh no, nobody was good here. Like, come on, bro. Like, what are you doing, bro?
Xavier Weaver. Y'all didn't know who he was before he went to Colorado. No, I'm pretty sure nobody knew who he was before he went to Colorado, unless you lived in Florida. You didn't know who this guy was. Correct or wrong? He came to Colorado. Now, most likely, he would be in the NFL next year. With the worst offensive line probably in a long time, Shedeur getting sacked all those times, still having over 3,000 passing yards. missing 2 games, 3 or 4 interceptions. Like, what am I seeing that y'all not seeing, bro?
You're not allowing the information to go both ways. That's what it is.
What
You're only allowing
information?
the information that is pertinent to your argument to feel like you won the argument. That's the only information that is good for you. And that's the problem that I have, because I don't deal like that. I deal with the entire thing. All right. Whether I'm wrong or right,
And I'm glad you said that, whether you're wrong or right. So you pushing the
Well,
narrative.
that's what I'm doing on this show. Welcome to my show. That's
You
what I
pushing
do
the narrative
here.
that you believe. I understand where you're coming from.
No. I want you to understand that I'm okay to be wrong. You're not. You have to understand that.
I'm just laying out the
don't like to
fact.
be wrong.
I'm not trying to be
Because
right or
whenever
wrong.
somebody brings up information that is contrary to what you believe, you say that's irrelevant, and that's not how we do. Because
But
I'd rather be wrong. I'd rather lay it out, whether I'm wrong or right. I'd rather just lay it all out so everybody can see that there is that. You just said that it's not data, right? You said it's not data for you to consider run pass percentage. That's not data to you. It has to be statistics, right? That's not data for somebody to say, why did it not run the ball? And it has to be considered. Well, let me finish. What has to be considered in why he didn't get 1,000 yards is the fact that they could not run the ball, regardless of the reason. Whether it's the O-line or they refuse to run the ball, you got to consider the fact that they did not run the ball enough for any back to be able to get over 500 or even 1,000 yards. You don't want to consider that. And that's disingenuous. That is like,
yeah, because you turning around saying that they
suicide.
had a
Like, you
good
can't
O-line.
do that. What?
But you're pushing the narrative they had a good enough O-line to run the ball, and that's completely false. You have to talk about talent when you talking about this. You're not bringing up
I'm
talent.
just trying to make you aware of the different nuances that makes things happen, and you have to be willing to consider that aspect of the equation. You don't want to consider that aspect of the equation. You're just saying a general in generosities. You're just saying, oh, he didn't get 1,000 yards. He sucks. Let's get him up out of here and bring in a better back that's coming from somewhere.
No. What I said was he's too small. He can't run between the tackles, and he can't block in the backfield. That's what I said. Get somebody else in.
That makes him suck. So
that makes him not good enough to start on this team, dude. You're missing the point.
Okay.
That's why
Let's discount the fact that let's discount the fact that Coach Hart, right? Was it Coach Hart? Let's discount the fact that his position coach said that they were going to use him a whole lot more this year. That he was going to be primary guy. Let's discount all of that. Let's not even pay attention to nothing that the coaches said, right? Let's say Dylan Edwards was not being looked upon, not being written up in the press, all right, as the guy that they were going to use a lot more. He was an intricate part of this offense. We're going to discount all of that, and now because he's leaving, he wasn't good enough.
No, we discounted that because better players have entered the portal. Not all that.
They're better because you see them somewhere else.
No, they're better because they went to better programs.
When they get ready to leave, we're gonna say he sucks.
Hey Harry, let me ask him a question real quick.
Go ahead.
All right. If you got 4 yards or 4.3 yards attempt, yes, it may not be a big breakout, but you show glimpses that you can run the ball. That's what makes the defense honest, or try to attempt to run the ball to keep the defense guessing. That's just football 101.
That's true.
But listen, hold on, bro. Hold on. Hey,
right.
hold on. Just hold on for a second, man.
I'm telling you, you're right.
Hold on for a second. Because I'm gonna get to my question. This season coming up, if they go 4-8 with all those guys that you are talking about bringing in, what are you going to say the following year? And they start leaving. Are you going to say that they're not good enough as well?
No, because
why? Hold on. Why is that? Why is it different?
Let me know you want me to answer, bro.
Okay, I will. Let me know what's the difference between this running back coming from Ohio State and he doesn't get the attempts that he may want it like Dylan Edwards did, and he decides to leave in 2025. You saying
Yo, I'm
that
hearing some noises in the background. Can y'all mute your microphone, guys? Somebody's having a conversation in the back.
you're saying that you're not gonna feel the same way as you would for Dylan Edwards. Am I right or wrong?
You're right and you're wrong. You're
Okay,
right.
I'm gonna
You're
let you
right
speak.
because if the stats say that, I can't argue that. But you're
Right.
wrong in the sense to where what y'all not really drilling in y'all head is the team that Coach Prime had last year was basically no one knew if you was being real with yourself, you knew that team wasn't winning no more than 5 games, bro.
I get what you're saying, but think about this. All right.
But
So
You
but no,
missed the
wait, let me finish.
question.
Let me finish. What y'all leaving out is the talent that he had to deal with, which wasn't that much. The players that he brought was all the impact players. Shador, the D-back from Jackson State caught all the interceptions. Travis, Miller. Those are players that he brought. Besides those players that he brought, tell me somebody else who's impactful on that Colorado team.
Miller was a freshman, bro. He from Shreveport. He from the
Okay.
same part of town I'm from. So Miller was a freshman. Miller haven't showcased nothing that he could do on the college level. But you still haven't answered my question. With the squad that they're bringing in right now, what you see with your eyes, that you say is top-notch talent. I'm a bandwagon Buff fan, but I'm an LSU fan to heart. I'm an SEC man. But with the talent that Colorado has right now, if they go 4-8 again this season, how are you going to feel the following season?
I don't think they're going 4-8, so I
I
can't
didn't
answer
ask
that.
you that. How are you going to feel if it plays out that way?
Okay. If it plays out that way, I mean,
You making
maybe
excuses, bro.
maybe the Big 12 have better
You
competition.
making
Like,
excuses, bro.
but you speaking a hyperbole question because I can flip that question on you and say if they
I
win
asked
9
you the
games.
question, not you asked me.
Wait. I can flip it on you and say if they win 9 games, what would you say? You gonna have to say, well, Dylan Edwards and them probably wasn't that good.
I got them at 10-2, bro, for the
But
season.
exactly.
So what I'm saying is,
Exactly.
with the squad, you
Well,
saying the squad last year was
Hey,
trash.
Tim, 1 second. Tim,
Horrible.
1 second. I think what he's mixing. I think. Look, him. What you're missing is, I think you think that we don't think that the talent that's coming in is good enough. We don't do that here. We take
No.
the
I'm
information and
talking
we
about the talent that
decipher.
left.
No, but that's what I'm saying. What Tim is asking you is based in because what you just said. If I flip it on you, then what would you say? But we're already on record for saying that we are trusting the process. All we're doing is just looking at the information that's available to us, and we're deciding based on that information. It's not that we are against or for. We're not playing that game. So we're not saying, oh no, the talent we're losing is the best talent, and we're not getting anybody that's good. We're already on record. Our record, I'm 8-4. You see what I'm saying? So we know that we're going to be good. So we're not going to change our tone. But it seems like you are because you're not for anything. You're not
No,
standing on anything.
I'm going against the 4-8 stats that you keep bringing up.
Right,
The
but
players,
that's not anything to stand on.
but
You're not
that's
standing on
fact though.
anything.
That's
You're on shadow.
factual
You're on
information.
sand. You're standing on sand because your argument can change from year to year. Is what Tim is trying to point out. It's because you're not
the
standing on
talent
anything concrete. You're
changed.
standing on the record.
Well, I'm
The
saying this.
talent is changing though, brother. You misunderstanding.
I'm
The
saying
talent
this.
also changed last year.
I'm
The
saying
talent
this.
changed from the 1-11 team to the 4-8, and it's going to change again.
Well,
The talent going to keep changing.
Okay.
I'm saying this, him. I'm saying this, and then I'm sitting up on this one. Is that this DC? I'm saying is that you're sitting here saying that what was left was not good, but versus and then thanks to D squared, Dallin Hayden can't transfer. He only had 12 carries, 110 yards, 1 TD with an average of 5.8 yards, and we can maybe say those are garbage times against Miami of Ohio or something like that. So my thing is this: you can't validate that this person will be the dog. Number one.
But you ain't bring up his other stats neither.
Well, let
from
me
2022.
well, and I got
Sure did
I'm not
not.
trying, and I'm what I'm not trying to again. I'm not.
No. But if you're gonna bring that up,
you're
you gotta
right.
bring
Well, I
up what
was.
else he did.
You're exactly right. My thing is this though. What I'm saying to you because I ain't hiding who I am. I like Colorado, and I'm bandwagon Buck to a certain degree. But I'm still at 5 and 7 because I'm not trusting the process. The process has to be. I'm not invalidating it, but it has to validate itself. I'm not one of them people that's just going to be there. But that's me. What I am saying is that how can you say these people? If you say the O-line was bad and the team was not good, then how can you say these people were bad? If you had a better line, could it not be said that they might be better players?
No, because
Okay.
most of the we based on the quarterback and the talent that we had at receivers, we was producing yards. Because Shador it's the defense that was making us so horrible. So it's like we was giving up almost 30 points a game, bro.
So let's touch that one real quick. So if you had a proven SEC in FSU, Florida State experienced DC, and then he leaves, and though you get better players allegedly, you also get a DC that has no experience calling a game, none whatsoever.
He had NFL experience, bro.
Calling a game and coaching a position and calling a game is when you are making them split-second decisions right there on the spot.
Yeah, but he got 3 Pro Bowl defensive players coaching with him too, though. You got to leave. You can't leave that out.
You had that last year.
No, you didn't. Warren Sapp wasn't there.
Warren, you think that you got less than 30 seconds to make a call. Do you think they got enough time to talk to Livingston, Sapp, and who is a grad assistant, not a coach, as far as necessarily in that, and Prime to have all them discussions going, though Prime was there last year, within 20-something seconds? No. That man has to get used to, but you know what? You're right. If you're saying
it goes back to the talent, though. It goes back to
then you got a better DC. Then guess what? That means you feel you got a better upgrade.
You got a better everything. That's what I'm saying. When y'all was naming the players, y'all stopped naming the players.
Okay.
You got them winning the Natty? You got them winning the Natty?
No.
You don't?
Dude.
Why?
No. Because there's other teams with more talent. Let's be real. Ohio State, Florida State, Alabama, Michigan. All those teams have better talent. Coach Prime is dealing with players that's not getting PT.
Let me just ask a question. Let me just ask a quick question. What year is this for Prime? Right, second year, right? Second year, right? Nick Saban, Dabo Swinney, all those guys who have winning programs right now. How long did it take them to build their program?
Hey,
what you not saying is wait.
I'm just asking the question. Can you just answer the question first, and then I can.
Okay,
you leaving out too for information that we need to know, and that is wait.
I asked a simple question. How long did it take?
You're leaving out that they're getting some of the best players in the country.
I'm just asking a question. I'm asking a question.
I got your answer right here.
3 years.
The turnaround
about 3 years. Okay.
Okay. Is quick because they getting better top recruits. Duh.
Okay, 3 years. All right. This is not even like an argumentation. It takes about 3 years. Coach Prime has been there year 2. Then you're gonna go into year 3. Started a program from what? 1 and
11.
Right. Dabo, all them guys, their programs didn't start from 1 and 11.
Thank you.
Down the transport portal gives you an opportunity to get all those goals out and get you some more players in. So now, when you went out there and you played, you seen what you had and you seen what you didn't have, right? So now this is year 2. So now it's called plug and play. So now we plugging in some players. So as you plug in some players now we'll see what happens afterwards. Everybody think it's going to be a quick fix. I haven't seen anyone do a quick fix unless they took over a program that was already elite.
Blame your coach. Blame your coach. Blame your coach.
And what you're leaving out in that argument, bro.
Blame your coach, though. Don't blame us.
Some of the best high school players to come to his school.
Blame your coach, though. Your coach was the one, according to real life. Coach Prime came in and said we're winning right now. We've been saying it takes time. DC's been saying it takes time. Let's give Coach Prime some grace. Let's give Coach Prime time to build this team the right way. The fan base is the one that's trying to keep us away from having these conversations. We're saying, look, let's give him the grace to grow. We've been saying that on this show. All right. But now you want to say, you want to compare him to all these people. you're saying what we've been saying for many shows, and we're not against Coach Prime. We're saying exactly we're agreeing with you, but it's your coach that said he wants to win right now, so you got to hold him accountable for that.
But Harry,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying y'all disagree or agree. I'm just laying out scenarios so we can look at everything. Deion Sanders is a different coach because he's not only a coach, he's also advertising. He's got to push the program. He's trying to bring money. So yes, what coach is going to come in and say, "Oh, I want to lose now"? Nobody.
Yeah, nobody. Yeah, but to be fair, he did say he want to win now. I mean, I don't know who don't want to win.
Yes, everybody wants to win now.
He
but he
got
also
4
said
wins last year with a horrible team, bro.
Yeah,
Give
but he
him
also
credit.
but he also said, like, coaches don't have a long time. Coaches get fired in 2-3 years if they don't win now. I mean, so that's not a controversial statement to say.
USC had the #1 pick and they only had 7 wins. Like, come on, man.
If we're honest, if we're keeping things honest, right? If we're keeping things honest, you got the 40-40-20 pack plan, and that's specifically because you want to win right now. You want to get, like some people say, mercenaries. You want to get NFL ready guys, right? So that's going to come at the cost of development. It's going to come at the cost of family. It's going to come at the cost of synergy. Something's going to take the hit. You got to consider these things. I know you're talking generosities, but these nuances are what makes winning programs. These nuances,
but it's the portal now. Things are different. College ain't the same anymore.
Why I can't finish my thought.
Okay.
I'm just saying, y'all want to discount everything that makes a winning program. You just listed all of these coaches, and they were considering all of those things. They went to high schools. They didn't come out and say, I don't go to nobody's house because they got roaches. They didn't say none of that. All right.
They also left.
All of these coaches go into homes, they recruit, they built their programs from the traditional way. We're doing it different. And we have come to the point where we say, okay, coach, we with you. We riding. We BWBs, we're here because of you. We riding. But on the flip side now, we're saying, well, no, it takes time. No, you got to build synergy. No, you got to do this. So it's like, what do you want from us, bro?
I'm just saying you got to do it differently now because the college is not the same. You have the portal. You have kids that's going to come for 1 year and take off no matter what. So things are going to change. Why you think Nick Saban left? And I am a Bama fan, and my brother played at Bama. He was one of the top backs on the cover of Sports Illustrated. So I understand what you're saying. Yeah. I'm just quiet and I'm listening.
Are you agree that it takes time? And
yes.
Coach Prime needs to change his narrative? Because, okay, let me ask you this. Let me just put this down, and then I'll let y'all have it. Do you agree that some coaches need to come in and be diplomatic and say, listen, I know we got to win right now because we're in a situation, all right? We're coming from a situation where we were 1-11, and we got to win right now, all right? But this is going to take some time. Let me let the fan base know that we are here to win, right? But if you are saying you are mandating, we have the team and we're going to dominate now, that's a different tune. So people are going to run with that. They're going to go say, okay, it's different when you tell a fan base, we got work to do. And we know that everybody wants to win, but we got a lot of work to do. We are at a disadvantage. I'm coming in here late. You know what I'm saying? Like, you say certain things to ensure the fan base that everything's going to be all right. We're bringing a winning culture. We're going to win, but we got work to do. And to say, I'm going to win right now. That's the difference. We got to consider that.
But he came in winning.
No, I agree.
He came in dominating. The only
then
two
when you got us
he
now,
had, Wait.
You got us now coming in and saying, oh, yeah, we on the bandwagon. We ready to win right now. Now you're saying, well, no, it's going to take time. I'm like, well, yeah, we agree with you. So why?
Well, that's what I'm saying. It takes time. Deion is saying different. I'm saying it takes time.
I'm saying different because if you look at the first 5 games last year,
what do we want to be on? How's the boat?
What do you mean? What you mean? What? Why I got to be on a boat?
Saying, I'm saying it takes time. The message that Coach Prime should send to the fan base is going to take some time, but we're going to win. And then some people saying and then you got the guys that saying we're going to dominate right now. what side of the field are we playing on?
Both of them, because
Coach
like
is
I was
going to
gonna
say
say,
he's going to
hold
say
on.
he
We
wants to
want to
dominate
Hold on.
right
we
now.
want to eat it right now.
Every
So
coach wants to dominate right now.
Before we went up against 2 top 10 teams last year, we were dominating with a new team. We're basically players from Jackson State. We were dominating. We went against Oregon, top 10 team, USC, a top 10 team when we went against them. So, and then after that, we won the next game. So stop acting like we just was losing at first to teams that wasn't that good. We was beating
what
who
do you
we
mean?
were
What do you mean
supposed
I'm
to beat.
acting like? What do you mean I'm acting like?
Y'all
No,
did lose
you're
a
saying
team
that
that
he
wasn't that
didn't
good.
come in there and dominating. He did.
Didn't come in there
He
dominating. No,
he
he
he,
did
went
not.
he went from a 1-11 team to be ranked number 17 by week 4. That's
No, you can't.
dominating.
No, that's not dominating. What that is that y'all are using this 1-11 from that one year when it was pretty much the same year the previous one. Colorado had historically been in 4-8, so y'all keep using that data point. But at the end of the day, is dominating is you beating teams by multiple touchdowns. It's not we winning 4 games and we still sitting out behind at home.
Hold on,
and
wait.
And we're at the bottom of the Pac-12. And when you came up against top 10 talent, you got whooped by one of the top teams in the conference, and then one of the bottom ones,
Without
Washington
our best
State,
player,
when
don't leave that out.
Prime said he wants to dominate,
but it
and
didn't.
he
We didn't
wants to
dominate
dominate
this year.
now.
We
Hold on
won
one second.
games.
But hold
We
on
He
won
one
games.
didn't,
We didn't
but he wants
dominate.
to.
But the point is, what I'm saying is to my other fellow Bama fan on there is that remember when the Mike eras where Alabama, they didn't suck, but they just were not what they were. And then Mal Moore basically had to tell all the boosters, the Rabbit fans, because Bama has Rabbit fans, as well as he had to tell the just basically the thing is y'all need to chill out and let Saban cook. So we all chilled out, let Saban cook. Saban came in not saying I'm here to dominate. He said I'm trying to get back to a winning tradition. So there's a difference between coming in and saying I want to get Colorado back to the winning tradition of the 90s versus saying I'm coming in here and I'm trying to dominate.
I didn't disagree with any of that. I don't.
Right, I agree with you. I was agreeing with you, and that's what Harry is saying is that because words mean something. If he had came in and said championship football, and I believe Coach Prime can get to championship football regardless of what folks think about me. But I think to a point where championship football and a program that's championship, that takes time. And I think there's a certain section of the fan that's ready to pop off right now.
And that's my only pushback. My only pushback is it's not going to be conventional anymore. So it's going to be like Portal. It's probably going to be 40-40-20 because things are drastically different. It's not old school anymore. That's why Nick left. It's totally different. Watch. Give it 4 or 5 years. It's totally different.
He's not going to be there for that long.
Wait, you just said 4 or 5 years.
He ain't going to be there for that long.
I mean, even now. I'm just saying, even now. But as like those other programs who had all those guys that were behind them. Yes.
Now we're on the same page. That's what we've been saying. Like DC has come in. When DC first came here, we were about to say he was a hater because he's been preaching this from day one. I'm telling you right now. All right. He's like, no, this is going to take time, guys. He's a military guy. And he's giving us all these military things. And we're like, DC, you're crazy. You're crazy. Until now, everybody else is now saying, now everybody's late to this train. Everybody's late to this bandwagon. Yeah. We've been pushing this bandwagon, and after the season was over, I said I'm changing my mind. I'm not gonna be the hype train guy who just everything is great anymore. I gotta now be objective, and I gotta start asking some questions.
Listen,
we've been listing a lot of the things that you're saying, so we're not against. We're not against the 40-40-20. We're for it. We know it's gonna work. But
okay, so listen what I'm saying. I'm saying before it took a long time. You had those players in there and they stayed. And even you got some teams now, there's going to be a little drop off now. But as things go now with this portal, things are going to change. And it could be possible that you can win quick because everything is changing. They're not just staying to build a program. Kids now, once they see it and they say, I ain't starting, or I ain't getting enough playing time, I'm out of here. They're not waiting. So it's going to be very hard to build a strong culture. You're going to have 4 or 5 different winners every single year.
Well, let me say this real quick. First, I like how you stand on your belief for your team. Do not ever change that. because that's what you do. Don't
keep that
ever
energy.
change that, please. You know,
Bro,
you gonna
bro.
take some real bros, but I like how you do it. The second
But
thing,
what y'all not stating is that Coach Prime has been dealt a hand that's impossible basically to fix. That's what y'all not stating.
Well, he can fix it.
I agree.
And what I'm saying is, hold on, let me finish. If you go back to the team last year, most of the impact players were Jackson State players. They didn't really bring, like Colorado didn't leave no good players, and really no top-notch talent came in but Weaver and Horn. Everybody else was from Jackson State. From the defense, Hunter, Shador, Shiloh, number 7 who catching all the picks. That's Jackson State. That's what he brought in. So for you to want him to make this team that has no number 1 recruits, no talent when he got there, turn them around in 2 to 3 years, that's impossible.
I don't expect
No, that's not what they're saying. They're just saying that Deion said he's going to dominate and he's going to win now. So that's what they're pushing back against.
I'm going to get to that part.
Right.
I'm going to get to that part.
Kwamani was number 1. What are you talking about? Kwamani was number 1.
Let me just drop one more thing, and then I'm shutting up on that.
But DC, let him know that Kwamani was number 1, though.
Okay, wait.
But I just want to say this, though. I just want to say this, though. I just want to say this. Let me just say this real quick. I agree that hold on, let me just say this real quick. I do agree that the portal is the way we're going. But I am going to also sit here and say is y'all better pony up that money, because if you don't pony up that money, Colorado, though I know a lot of money was generated, a lot of money ain't in that collective. If you don't pony up the money, you're not going to win the portal.
Thank you. I've been saying it all the time.
Okay.
Now it's money. It's about the money.
Back to what I was saying. So last year they was built a hand to where they had to go up against 2 of the best teams in college football in back-to-back weeks, coming off a 3-0 from a team that nobody knew how Shador was going to play in FBS. Nobody knew how none of this was going to look. So if you was to give us Arizona State instead of Oregon, we 4-0. We ranked number 15. But they gave them Oregon and USC back-to-back.
Can I
2 of the best teams in college football. And they was picked to lose those games.
Hey, Harry B.
Mind you, wait. Mind you, we lost to USC by 1, and our best player wasn't even playing.
But hold on, him. I'm just gonna say this one thing.
Harry B.
I'm gonna say this to you is that I do agree. Whoever's doing Colorado's schedule is not doing y'all no favor, because
they won't prime the field.
All right, guys, let's get somebody else in here, guys. We got 2 guys dominating the conversation. Go ahead, Wild Dog.
Hey, Harry B., I just wanted to segue on the money. Another part of the problem is the information was leaked about how much Kamani McLean was getting per month, $25K. Let's talk about that and how that affects everybody that was outperforming him and even starting.
Thank you. He wasn't worth the money. He wasn't worth it. And we finna see that when he leaves. He's not worth it, bro. We saw it against USC. He made 1 good play against Rice, but against Oregon, he was getting burnt. He's not worth the money.
Arizona State, he was getting burnt.
He was getting burnt against Arizona State.
Man, that one, no back-to-back cross was nasty.
Like, come on, man.
Didn't Deion say big bank take little bank? Didn't Deion say big bank take little bank?
Yards of separation. That stuff was crazy.
But
I was like, bro, that's
let's not trash talk a true freshman. Come on, now.
I'm not trash talking him. I said, didn't Deion say big bank take little bank?
The man has 4 years to get himself together to make it to the league. But anyway, again, the question was about money. Hearing about that money, if you were a player, how would that affect you?
Did Deion say big bank take little bank?
If you're a current starter, you hear about Kamani getting $25K a month, and you weren't getting $25K. What does that do to you? What does it do to our current starters? How is it?
But your starters are not number 1 cornerbacks in the nation, though. That's why he was getting that money. He was projected to be the number 1 cornerback.
That's like expecting money that Jordan Seaton is going to get.
How does that affect you? Because
it don't matter. You have to understand, like y'all talking about with the money. If you're a number 1 recruit, no matter where you go, you're gonna get $25K a month. That's how it goes.
Check the ego.
That's how it goes.
But now we got the fallout. That's what I'm asking about. Now we got the fallout.
But
I agree with you. Number 1 recruit or not, if you see a number 1 recruit come in and he getting $25K and you outplaying him, you feel some kind of way.
The guy smoking weed, not showing up to practice. That's not a fallout. That's on him.
And he got kicked off the team.
That's not a fall line. You got. I just told you a dude from Jackson State, number 7, led the Pac-12 in interceptions at one time.
So who else
Like-
do you think is asking for more money? Who else do you think is asking for a bigger bag?
Jordan Seaton, the only one that can ask for
Hey,
anything.
let's put a time. Let's put a timeline on the league. When did the league come out?
Yeah, when did that come out?
All I know is confirmed today.
I saw it
Oh,
yesterday.
no. I don't believe it.
Somebody confirmed there was a leak, and this was the players were aware of this leak.
I saw it today.
Yeah, there's a lot of that are when especially when players hit the portal or players leave, then information there's no hold on inside information like it would be if their status is 100%. So
Okay, so
That's a
you're
fact.
suggesting that the players internally knew that Komani was getting $25K a month, and that could have stirred up some things. Is that what you're saying?
so like the rumors is being and the players are like asking and getting confirmation on, is that true? Because I'm over here getting a housing stipend of $2,000 a month or whatever they're getting, and it's called. I'm sure it's causing a rift.
I don't believe that.
Or the players are saying they know that the number one guy they come in and they're getting 25 and he ain't producing, he ain't doing nothing, so now they feel some kind of way.
But let's even
just like
consider
with-
that,
just like
right?
with-
Let's
just-
even
just like-
consider if that was true. If that was
Just-
true, they
just
need
like
to
when you
check
work a
their own
job-
ego about what
Just like
they
when you work
actually
a
do.
job, just like when you work a job, HR is very protective about how much you make, and you're not supposed to talk about how much you make compared to your colleagues.
Yeah, but
Because-
That depends on who you work for. I work for New York State Corrections, and that's public knowledge. You can go right online and see how much we made a year.
But
that's
you got to
different.
remember.
They tell you not
your
to
raise-
release
rules.
this
You're
to-
not
but your
supposed to
raise
discuss
is the
your.
same
You're
as
not
your
supposed to discuss
colleague.
your.
Yeah, your starting pay, your starting base salary might be one thing, but your raise is not going to be the same as your colleague's raise. After
Bro,
10
that-
years,
that-
after 10 years of working there, you're not going to be making the exact same money.
That's true, but you got to understand when you are that's like being a top 10 pick. When you are ranked number 1 at your position, like the offensive tackle we got, Oregon was offering him money. Tennessee was offering. Everybody going to offer you money. You made that money in high school. Can no player on the college team be mad at that because that guy can get that money anywhere?
Facts.
Right.
Anywhere. So let's stop with the money talk. Like these players, Dylan Elwood coming out of high school didn't have an NIL bag like Kamani had, bro. Y'all got to stop it with that. These players know.
I just asked
naturally.
a question because we're talking about 18, 19, 20-year-olds.
No, I'm talking about ranked player who can ask for that type of money. If you're not ranked, you're not getting that bag. It's just that simple.
All right, guys, just hold on 1 second. Let me bring Phil So right on this channel. Hey, Phil, man, what's got you? What's pricked your ear that makes you want to come onto this crazy talk right now? What's up, man?
What's up, everybody? Listen, I just got in from work. I was trying to listen as I could. It's a lot going on. So if you want to just ask me a question or just kind of fill me in
Thank
on
God.
what exactly y'all talking about,
Thank God.
I can jump in.
Well-
But I do want to say this real quick. I did hear a portion where you were talking about it's going to take time to build a program. And I think we all know that's true. I think the issue is some of the fans in the fan base have some really high expectations. And so now you have other fans trying to explain to those fans that, hey, it's going to take a little bit longer than 2 or 3 years to be able to say, hey, we're going to go out there and dominate and win a national championship. So I think we just have to kind of level set our expectations with how quick you can truly build a team with the transfer portal.
Yeah, I don't think that's anything, man. Like with any fan base, it's going to be that way. Like I say, I live in Indiana. I'm an IU fan. I went to school there. We have some crazy fans who think we're going to win Big Ten. It's not going to happen. It's just a part of how fans act. It's not a big deal.
Thank you. You said the main thing is how it's like the Lakers fans. Lakers fans still think the Lakers gonna beat Denver. Get it through your head. Your team is not good enough.
But
like people gotta be realistic with what they say sometimes.
Can we point out this though? If you are going to be transfer portal heavy, you have to make sure your talent evaluation is on point. Because I think we can agree that if you bring in the guy thinking they're gonna quote unquote be a dog, and they come in and you find out they're a cat, then next year they're gonna get in the portal.
Well,
So
I mean, but even with that, like, let's say you say you got a high school player who you think is a dog and come in and be a cat. It's the same thing. He can transfer, the unlimited transfer rule. So it's not just limited to transfer portal player. It's across the board. So it really doesn't matter. Like Prime held a point. You know, if we're going to develop all these high school players and they can just leave after 1 year and they can just go wherever they want to go, that's wasted resources. The same as wasted resources when you bring a dog, supposed dog from the transfer portal, and he's a cat. It's the same thing. Like,
Right. So
So then
you
let me say
understand
this
why he's
though.
going out and grabbing the portal players who got a year or so under their belt under a program.
So then let's not watch these videos and everybody across the nation or across the Colorado fan base. Let's not start saying, "Oh my gosh, we're getting a dog."
Yeah.
Let's wait then.
We don't have many
Let's
dogs.
not get no breaking news on nobody else.
Yeah.
Let's never break any more news.
If he's
I agree.
coming from the top program,
I agree with
he's
you,
a
Eric.
dog.
Hey, that makes money and keeps them relevant.
If
It's
he's
about
coming
the
from a
bag.
top program, he's a dog.
Not everyone is a
Let me say
dog.
this. Let me say this because everybody's a dog that comes to Colorado. Okay,
In
I'm
fact.
a YouTuber, so I know what other YouTubers are doing. All
Yeah.
right, so if let's just kill the whole. Oh my gosh, we're getting breaking news. We're getting a dog, right? People breaking down the plays.
Let Dion call him a dog.
Listen,
Hey, I agree with you,
Coach
Harry.
Prime is on record saying we got him now. He said, get me. Last year he said, get me while you can. And then he just went on the record saying we got it in the house now. Okay, so if we got it in the house now, then that means that the guys that have left were not the part of him saying we got it in the house now, because now we're getting some more dogs. It's always moving.
But he didn't call them dogs, though. He didn't call them dogs yet.
Harry, I see what y'all problem is. I'm from
pushback.
Let me say this, y'all. I'm from Texas. When he say dog, he means
from New York,
getting
so
a
what
player
wait,
out of
what-
high school
when you say
that could
I'm
have been
from Texas,
recruited
what does
to
that
any
mean?
college. That's what he mean when he say a dog. So when you got somebody who's coming from Ohio State, that's a dog, because if most likely if he went to Ohio State, he could have went to Michigan, he could have went to Auburn, he could have went. He was that good. You don't go to
I got
places like
pushback.
Ohio State.
Yeah,
and
I
not
got
a dog.
pushback too. Yeah, nah.
So-
You can't bring in Louis luggage and say it's Louis luggage. It turns out to be a Walmart bag, and then it's all of a sudden now it's not Louis luggage no more. Stop playing with me, man. Y'all gassing. I'm from New York. Y'all been saying where you're from all this time. I'm from New York, and we the hardest
Yeah,
state
I'm from
in the
New York
freaking
too, bro.
country.
And
So
y'all
what is
college
it
and y'all high
gonna
school
be?
basketball
What
is
is
trash
the
in New York.
saying I'm from Texas, I'm from this place. A dog is a dog. So don't tell me you're bringing your Louis luggage. Okay, don't. Oh no, I'm high right now. Sorry.
I'm talking
Don't
about
tell
high
me
school
you got Louis
football
luggage,
talent. That's
and
what
then
I'm
the
talking
Louis
about.
luggage is not. It's a Walmart plastic bag.
Yo, Harry,
And
you
we don't even
missing
use
the sales part of it.
You missing the point, bro.
But
If it
listen,
You're missing
though,
the sales part of it. You got to sell, baby. You got to still sell.
Every word anybody says, I'll pay attention to the letters you're using, how you're breathing when you talk. I'll pay attention to body language. Ain't nobody missing anything from Deion Sanders. So stop playing with me, man.
Stop
But
playing.
listen,
Now you just talking,
we
bro.
can't
I know
we
I'm
can't
talking.
say that just because somebody comes from a top program, they're a dog, right? Because
No, you're wrong.
I don't.
Yeah, you can, because everybody don't get those
Can I finish?
opportunities.
May
You're
I
wrong.
finish my point though? I
But
just
you're
want
wrong,
to
though.
give you
You're
some
spreading
examples really
fake
quick.
information when you say stuff
Two
like
people
this.
cannot talk at the same time, bro. You gotta let somebody finish talking, and then you can get in your
Go
pushback.
ahead, bro. But that's wrong.
So
Well, that's fine. Just wait until he finishes, and then you can push back.
So I don't know who was speaking early before I came on, and they were saying that they were a Bama fan and their brother was on the cover of Sports Illustrated, right? So if you look at the three guys that came from Alabama last year, you had Demore Kennedy, you had Jacquez Robinson that came from Alabama, and then this year you got I can't remember the guy's name, but he's playing defensive line.
And Quinn
Demore
Barnes.
Kennedy and Robinson, and Quinn Barnes, thank you. Robinson and Kennedy have left the program at Colorado because they couldn't get. Well, Robinson did get on the field a little bit. He got an interception against Oregon, I think. Demore Kennedy didn't get a chance to see the field. So you can't say that but even when he was there, you didn't hear him in the rumblings of being able to say.
But he was coming off
hey,
an ACL injury, though, bro.
But when he left Bama, he was fine. So all I'm saying is just because they come from a bigger program doesn't always mean they're going to be successful. We know of plenty of guys that leave bigger programs, go to smaller programs, and still can't even make a name for themselves.
Facts. That's what
if you look
right.
And look at and think about it like this. I'm gonna use Bama specifically because that's the team that I follow. If you look at Alabama, the only transfer that left Alabama that actually has had some success after leaving Bama and going into the league, Alvin Kamara. Name another Bama transfer. Okay, Jalen Hurts. I'm
I
sorry.
Jalen
was
Hurts.
just gonna say Jalen
Two.
Hurts.
Okay, cool. Okay. Hey, but I caught myself. I
Like,
gotta
bro,
try to
that's
have
Oh,
some
wait,
integrity.
I got you.
I try to have some
Justin gonna get
integrity.
you.
But my point. But okay. Let's see the forest for the trees. My point is,
Okay.
those are two guys that left Bama out of, let's say, 100 guys that have made it. That's only 2% that you can actually say were some dogs and went on to be successful at other programs. You can't say that just because they went to SEC, ACC, Big Ten school that they automatically gonna come in and start at Colorado. It doesn't always work that way.
Okay, but you know Michael Penix Jr. He didn't start off at Washington. He went to another school.
He started at IU,
Correct.
Indiana
He started
University.
at
Thank
Iowa.
you. Okay, so that's my point. When most of the times when players go to good D1 schools, it's called recruitment. I don't know if any one of y'all have family members or ever been recruited. There are certain Power 5 schools that recruit you, and there's some players who don't get recruited by those players. Most likely, if you get recruited by those players, you're a dog. You got some kind of dog in you. Alabama don't offer scholarships to players that's not that good in high school football. Ohio State don't do that neither. You can't go walk on and be like the running back Charlie Yo at Ohio State. They got 4 players that's probably in middle school right now committed already.
False.
False,
Okay.
right?
So
Because how
False
Alabama?
so
information.
what does that say about the
Yeah.
development at CU then?
That's
If
false
they're bringing in those
information.
guys,
Tim said that's false. Let
That's
Tim cook.
false.
Let
It
let
is
Tim cook
false.
a little bit. Go ahead, Tim. Cook a little bit.
And the reason why I say that's false, because if it was that case, then everybody on their starting squad, offense and defensive side, would be in the league. It's only a
No, see,
small.
you misunderstanding what I'm
No, I
saying. I'm
did
not
not.
saying
You
I'm not
saying
saying I'm
dog,
not
bro.
saying listen. I'm not
Listen what
saying the jump from college to the NFL. I'm saying the jump from high school to college.
Well,
That's
a
hey,
what
dog
I
I'm
is a
got hey
dog, right?
listen.
A
I
dog is
got
not
I
a
got
dog.
I got
No.
recruited by LSU, bro, for track.
It's
I
only a
got
small
recruited.
percentage of dogs that make it to the NFL.
Hey,
Everybody don't make it there.
So a dog
well
is
you
not a dog then.
I mean
Everybody is not good enough for the NFL, bro. I can name you a bunch of Alabama running
everybody
backs.
ain't good enough for college either.
No, but I'm saying we can name a lot of running backs and receivers from Alabama that's not doing really shit in the league right now.
Well, can I tell you this? Here's
Quarterbacks too.
here's something to
No
consider.
foul
All right.
language, or you're gonna have to put
Yeah,
put
you
money
got
in
to
the
put some
square
money in the
jar.
square jar. So here's the thing about it is that Alabama, like LSU, like Georgia, all of them, they recruit you off of measurables, kind of like a combine. And then what generally washes most people out is their dedication to the game, as well as film study, all that kind of stuff, those things that allegedly Cormani didn't do. So when they leave, even though they may have had the measurables to go to Alabama or the LSU or the Georgia, they left because, put it like this, Alabama had a kid who had great measurables, and you know why he's not on the team? Because he got arrested for spreading STDs, which means you were spreading a lot. So you also have to understand that this portal has problems too. So you might find somebody that came out there was phenomenal, but that doesn't mean that there were some internal things going on. So what we're trying to, somebody like a fan like me is saying is, well, you can't say just because somebody went to one of those schools that they were a dog, like we do see some fans say. And we can't say, and I hate to say that, this probably is going to be a dig in Colorado, depends on how you say it, but you also have to consider that maybe if Coach Prime has a strategy of recruiting people that are already there, if you're not developed when you get to Colorado, you shouldn't expect to be developed when you get to Colorado. You should expect to play or jump in the portal. Because that's kind of what y'all are saying.
Yeah, you're right. But most of what you're saying are wrong too, because if you go to every player that commits to
What percentage of
Alabama,
what he said was wrong and he's right? Like I need to know. Let me push back on you a little
if
bit.
you go to most of these players that you're saying that's committed to Alabama in these schools, if you go look at their high school ranking, they probably 1, 2, or 3 in the state. You understand what I'm saying? So it's like go to these Under Armour camps and all these high school camps. Most of those players that's at these camps are ranked players in their state, and most of them are going to Power 5 schools. You understand what I'm saying?
So with your cake and eat it too,
so
because I
what
got
you
Cormani on
saying?
the screen. So Cormani, what is Cormani to you then? Like, come on, bro. You
Okay. Now look. Check it out.
You are a walking contradiction, bro.
You got Kermani on the screen, right? Those
Yeah.
three, that's on 3. You see those 3 schools that on 3 got him projected to go to? Which one of those schools are top 25?
What do you mean?
UCF.
What I'm
UCF.
saying is that
UCF.
what I'm saying is that
UCF.
those schools are just paying him for the name. They're not paying him to win.
No, but forget about all of that. I'm saying you can't have it both ways, bro.
But you said
You're
commodity
kind of
on the
like
screen.
talking on both sides. It's like, oh, they got the number one. Colorado had this number one. He didn't work out. A dog is a dog. A dog is not, bro.
He probably he wasn't ready for. You can be a dog in Florida, but when it comes to playing against USC and Oregon and Arizona State and all them twos, you're not a dog.
And where do you
So
guys see
it sounds like
Florida
basically what you're saying is
Overrated.
Bama, Georgia, LSU, all those schools, right? They're not gonna waste their time on kids that are not already talented. Is that
Thank you.
like
Thank
as simply put as you're trying to make it?
They recruiting high school kids that's already known for
They
making
not
noise in the state.
That's false.
they
That
not they
is
not trying to
false.
find that diamond in the rough. Is that what you're saying?
No,
Like they
they
gonna go
not.
ahead and kind of look for more of the proven
No, they
commodity?
not.
Phil is
No,
setting
they
you
not.
up. Phil is setting you up.
I'm not
Tell
trying
me
to
a
set him up. I
player.
promise I'm not.
Tell me a player that Alabama's have
He lining
produced
you
that
up.
wasn't ranked in their state in high school. I'm waiting.
The only person that I can tell you came up from like a 3-star to actually being halfway decent is Seth McLaughlin, and now he's over at Ohio State because he couldn't snap the ball in the
Thank you.
semifinals against Michigan.
Thank you.
But that is
And
probably like the first person that comes to mind saying they were a 3-star. Oh, Eddie Jackson, he was a 3-star. Coming out, he moved from wide receiver to safety. So there are
exactly.
situations where you
But the
can,
team that Eddie
train
Jackson
up a
played
guy.
with, how many of those players in the league right now in that defense from Eddie Jackson team?
Hey man, at least
All of them.
9, at least
Exactly.
9 got
So what I'm
drafted.
saying is that if you play with talent, if you're as a 3-star, you're gonna look like a 4-star because you're playing with nothing but 4 stars.
I mean, you still got to go make the play though, especially if you play in the secondary.
Nah,
I
you
get your
gotta make the
point.
play,
I
but
get
you
your
got
point,
better
but you
players
still have
surrounding
to.
you.
You're not gonna look good on paper just because of osmosis. You still got to go out there and do the work. But I get
That's
your
a
point
fact.
though. It does.
That's a fact.
It makes life a lot easier.
When you
Let's
playing
say,
with
for
great
example,
players.
allow
Warren Sapp was a 2-star, 3-star coming out of high school.
who?
Who?
I didn't hear the name. I'm sorry.
Who's the name?
Warren Sapp.
Warren Sapp. Okay, and he went to what school? The University of Miami.
I
A
don't even.
powerhouse school known for putting NFL talent out, correct?
Did they have stars back then, though, man?
Did they have
I
stars
don't
back
know.
then? Go
Back
look.
then,
They got an
That's
E60
why I
of
said
Paris of Miami.
the
They got an
equivalent rating.
E60.
The equivalent rating would have been a borderline 2, 3-star for Warren
Bro, did
Sapp.
you know that was Michael Irvin them school
He
before
was
Sapp
not.
got there?
He was not highly recruited. Yet he's a Hall
Ray
of Famer.
Lewis, Michael Irvin them, all them studs came out of Miami. Are you serious?
So let me ask you this, him.
That's the problem. You don't want to hear the truth. Warren
Him.
Sapp was not highly recruited coming out of high school.
But he went to
He ended up
Miami.
at Miami.
Let me ask you this, him. So so do you think that, let's say Colorado, because we want them to get good talent, let's say they get 4 or 5 stars. Do you think you have the coaching staff right there to develop people to maximize their potential and put them in the NFL, or is there still some work to do?
Yeah, we got the coaching now, and we getting the players with the skills. We getting them now. At first, we didn't have that, and I don't know why people don't want to call a spade. But the team was horrible before Coach Prime got there, and it was still bad last year. We just had a few good players here and now, but it was still bad last year. They lost like 8 games in a row.
It's not actually a spade, it's a club, because Colorado only got 1 5-star and Jordan Seaton. We didn't already touched up on this subject a couple of shows ago. If Ohio State got how many 5-stars this past cycle out of high school?
They got a couple.
What's a couple?
I mean, I don't have the data in front of me, but I
Okay,
know
let me help you out.
I know it's more than 5.
Yeah, it's more than 7 too, and 8.
Exactly.
So Colorado is not bringing in that type of talent. And then I want to say this right here. And I don't like to use the word, oh yeah, he's a dog. Because 9 times out of 10, like DC Carson always say, 9 times out of 10, he a poodle. So what I'm saying is, if you go Colorado, these guys that transferring over into the portal that we getting, yes, some of them got good mechanics, but we're not getting number 1 starters from each school
We're
jumping in that
not.
portal.
It's a fact.
Hold on, we not. So therefore,
We're debating tools.
we just wishing up on the star, hoping that
He
they
really
they
did
pan
call
out
them
this
poodles.
season.
Yeah, we are.
We're not getting number one starters, but we're getting backups from powerhouses teams.
Well,
That's what you
let me
need
ask you
now.
this then. But hold
Pump
on,
the
because
school, bro.
I got a question for you though in that, because I was cooking in there. Is that okay? So you say you have the coaches now to do it.
Yeah.
So let me ask you this: last year, we know the talent wasn't there. Would you say that was a very disciplined team?
No, they had more penalties than I think than anybody in the Pac-12.
Okay, so you're basically saying you had not good players and undisciplined players. That it wasn't a coaching issue.
We had an NFL ready receiver and quarterback, and that was about it. A good receiving core. That's all we had last year.
Right. So, but what it's saying is that. So I get it. So what you're saying is him, which I'm loving him. I really am, because I like how you stand on it. You do not back down.
I'm staying back.
Travis Hunter was also a receiver and a cornerback too.
Yeah,
Right.
but I'm saying he made more impact on the receiving side. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but so at the end of the day, what you're saying is that Colorado now has, even with 17, 18 people leaving because they didn't need to be there, because y'all already got enough dogs and them hamsters needed to leave.
You left something out right there though.
What's that?
It's like 12 or 15 coming in though.
Okay, yeah, you're right.
If more players come in, yeah.
Y'all feeling it, you filling it up. That's right. That's what I'm talking about. You.
But wait. With players that have played and started, leading tackles, rushing, Liberty cornerback, Ohio State cornerback.
Oh yeah.
With players that played last year, not with third strings that we don't know. We filling it up with players that got college.
DC, you gotta
Hey,
stop it.
DC, I got some pushback on you,
Hey,
DC.
Man,
I got some pushback on DC though.
Well, hold on. Let me
Yeah,
finish,
real
because
uncomfortable.
the ingredients is in the pan. The pan is in the oven. Feels so real. So let me just smell this great cake that's cooking in this oven. All right.
Yo, you are wrong, DC. You are
Breakfast.
no good.
So now we got everything that's cooked in
Extremely
there. So let me
reckless.
ask you something right now. Who is a better coach, Mike Gundy or Coach Prime?
Mike Gundy.
Gundy got the track record.
He got more experience at the college level, dude. That's
Okay, let's ask that question. So do you think that Oklahoma State has better, comparable, or worse players? And
better.
the cake is smelling good. Okay.
They got way better players.
All right.
Okay.
So let's step
Obi, are
further.
you breaking news again?
Bro, I'm sorry. I was watching
Oh.
the new well-off video, and they've
boy.
been running a lot of empty sets, and I didn't see Makar Welch. Like, I seen like number 48, and then they had like a guy in a blue penny as running back. Like, I didn't see Makar Welch.
They're just trying to get ready for the they're just trying to get ready for the spring game. They don't have no running back,
nothing,
so
dude. Come
it's
on,
gonna
man.
look like Washington State when Mike Leach was there.
Man, you know what? Phil,
Okay.
be quiet.
Okay.
Phil, be
All right.
quiet, you non-believer. The bottom line is, this is the set designed to set because the O-line is so good. You won't even be able to stick your hand between the guard and the tackle, let alone don't touch two. Understand that. I don't know what's wrong with you. Go back to work. Next. But
I got something for you later, DC.
I know. Bring it. I got one more question for you, Kim, before I go and let Phil cook me. So,
hey, yo, him, they're lining you up. These dudes know what they're doing.
I
They're
know.
lining
Hey,
you
him,
up,
stand
bro.
on business, bro.
hold
Stand
on.
on business, him.
the last thing I'm going to ask you is this.
They're
So
setting you up for the end of the season. I just wanted to let you know. They're setting you up for the end of the season.
Yes, UCF. Do you think that they have comparable, better, or worse talent than Colorado?
Last year, better. This year,
No. Where we come? Okay, so they got a better QB1 that definitely beat the crap out of Alabama with his ability to run and throw. But I get what you're saying. So, who do you think is the better coach, Coach Malzahn or Coach Prime?
I'll say Coach Prime in that one.
So, a national championship coordinating as well as a winning coach that and
national
one that
championship
Coach
where?
Cam Newton.
Wait. Where's your national championship at?
He was
Auburn.
Well, where?
Yeah.
Auburn.
When was that?
Okay, that answered my question. Him. Go ahead, Phil. Cook me.
No, when was
Auburn.
that? Did they not have the Heisman #1 pick when they won that?
So
But he also was a JUCO transfer.
It
And he
don't
knows how
matter.
to
When he
develop
left
people.
there, when he left there, what did they do?
They lost that next year.
Next question.
Oh,
I do this for real. I'm in Texas, the heart of football. I do this for real.
Hey Harry, who is this big joker on the screen?
Oh, this is one of the this is Him's guy.
That's a lot of beef right there. That's a big boy.
This is one of Him's guys that's coming in. All of the Super Bowl champions that's coming in. This is one of them.
What do his calves look like? If he got fat ankles, he got to lose some weight. I need to see his ankles. And I'm being so serious.
Okay, now y'all being silly.
Hey,
no, I'm being serious. I'm being serious.
Y'all being silly. No, don't play me. Hold up. All right, let's do this. All right, guys, let's do this. Let's do this, and then we can end this. I know it's been a great conversation, guys. Thank you, Him, for coming in and keeping us honest and really challenging a lot of us. But let's do this. We're going down the line, guys. North Dakota State. Obi, are you there? Are we winning this game or are we losing this game?
What game?
We're winning.
We're taking North Dakota State. We're going down the schedule.
Win.
Wild Dog. Is everybody on for win on North Dakota State?
Yeah.
Win.
Yes.
That should be a win. It won't be pretty, but it'll be a win.
All right. And I don't know if you guys saw the Notre Dame, not the Notre Dame, but the Nebraska video that I put out about their defense being ranked. Right now, preseason is being ranked as number 15 or the number 8 defense in the nation coming up in 2024. Are we beating Nebraska with that defense and with the Ravioli kid at the helm? Is that a win or a loss?
That's a win.
That's a tough win. That's 50-50 right there, man.
That's a win.
It's a way too.
That's a
who's on here as 50-50?
I'm 50-50.
Me? That's an away rivalry game. I'm 50-50.
That's a win.
It's a lot of history. It's a lot of history with Nebraska. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not concerned about their defense. Yeah, I'm not concerned about their defense.
The lower rank.
I see the game last year.
Yeah, I'm not concerned about their defense. Their defense was
I saw the game last year. I'll take the win for Colorado.
Are you serious?
It is not unusual in this rivalry for the lower ranked or unranked team to beat the better team. That's their history. That's facts. So
who got the better
that's where I'm at with the 50-50.
Well, let's just put this on the record. Shador's going to be one of the best quarterbacks. So Shador's going to be one of the best quarterbacks in the nation.
We don't know how Colorado defense look though. Y'all can't say that.
This is what I'm trying to express to you. Better players, better rankings in this rivalry has not mattered. I've been following since 1989.
Let me put this on the record that 247 Sports ranked the top defenses coming into 2024. Colorado is nowhere near the rankings. So
they don't have anybody that they can use.
Yeah,
to say,
and then you got people leaving like that. It's hard to rank. All right, so anyways, Colorado is nowhere near that record. So let's just put that on the record. So we're going.
Nebraska had a good defense last year, and they got smacked. So that don't mean anything. They got smacked. They had a really good defense.
They went 5-7. We went 4-8. Next, we got.
They also played Ball State. They played Ball State. Like they didn't play anybody for those wins.
And we couldn't play ball. And we couldn't play ball for.
And Washington State will smack Ball State. Washington State will kill Ball State. Stop it.
But that's not
Last
here or there.
Over it, though.
That's not here or there. They went 5-7. We went 4-8. All right. Okay.
But we beat them. We beat them. So you got to put that in there too.
Thank you.
Yes, but are we going to beat them again this year? I'm talking about this year now. We did beat them last year.
No.
But now they're coming in. We're dealing with facts, right?
Yeah,
they're coming in, and 247 Sports is ranking them as the number 8 defense coming into the country.
But they had a really good defense last year. That's what I'm saying.
And what they ranking
our offense? Harry, with all this nonsense, I'm gonna go ahead and say no.
You talking about what they ranking them, but what they ranking Colorado offense?
I'm gonna go ahead and say no because
it's hard to rank your offense when everybody's leaving.
There's no respect for Nebraska's. There's no respect for Nebraska's defense, or no respect for Nebraska's punch you in the mouth running game. in
This
this
dude said
rivalry.
everybody.
Nobody
They
has
got
respect in
Will
this rivalry.
Shepard coming, one of the best receivers in the SEC. Who's leaving?
Nobody.
They
Nobody. You're right.
so Colorado
You're
does
right.
have an
Colorado's not
entirely new
losing
offensive
anybody.
line, right?
They
I just
got
want
the
to
whole
make sure.
team, defense and offense. The whole team
So
All right,
leaving.
so
guys.
they're not a
Listen,
proven commodity.
listen. It's hard. You gotta consider the variables. The variables have to be considered because you're getting good guys or backups or whatever. Everything has to be considered. It's a football team. Can you trust the guy that's sitting that's lining up next to you? Is he a good teammate in the locker room? How are they going to gel? If you had situations where guys were feeling some kind of way, pocket watching, all of these things have to be considered. Even though they're new and they may be good, you got to consider the synergy. You got to consider what they're bringing to the table. If you don't want to consider it, it's fine. If you're just saying because they're good, they're going to come in, they're going to know the playbook already, they're going to be able to learn the playbook in a short period of time, and they're going to be ready to go, then that's fine. It's yet to be seen. But you got to consider the other variables as well. If you don't want to consider it, then that's fine. But we don't do that around here. So let's go to September 14th. We got Colorado State. Do we win that game or we lose that game? Who has us losing? The quiet means we win. Everybody has us winning. All right, we're going to what is that?
Baylor.
We're going to
Texas
Baylor
School.
September 21st. Who has us losing Baylor?
That might be the first loss of the season.
Who's that?
That Baylor game is at
Oh
home.
my
to be
gosh!
It's
Oh
here.
my gosh!
I say that because Baylor.
Oh my gosh!
Baylor is a school that get good players in Texas. So don't be surprised if Baylor have a good season. And I'm gonna leave it at that.
I'm in Texas. I go to Baylor games. They're still in their turn in their rotation, their cycle of rebuilding and being competitive, right? They're off from that still. They're off from that. So, and then CU at home against Baylor. Okay.
Well,
I got
if you
CU
say
winning
it,
that
Waco,
one.
I can't argue with you. But I'm just saying,
just a little bit of data. Baylor was the I believe did they win their conference or they won what was it 2021? They either won their conference.
Yeah, they're like 10-2.
Right. So Baylor is not a pushover team, but recently in the recent times, they have been the writers, and I depend on the writers a lot for my information. The writers have been saying that they are the worst team in the Big 12. So if they're the worst team in the Big 12, and we're coming in with the number one player in Travis Hunter in college football, the number one quarterback in Shador, and we're adding some beef, I would say we win this game based on that information. All right, so we're going
I'm
to
more concerned about North Dakota than I am Baylor.
Okay, so we're going to September the 28th. UCF, that's the team that Cormani may end up at. Who has us losing to UCF?
I do.
Phil.
DC.
Phil.
You want to qualify your loss? What are the data points that you see us losing for?
Go ahead.
Well, personally, I think UCF is just a better team all around right now. I think UCF, if I'm not mistaken, last year they had 2 1,000-yard receivers. Both of those guys are returning. I think they're returning their starting quarterback from last year as well. So there's going to be a lot of cohesiveness on the offense. I can't speak to their defense, but what I can say is they will win. It will be a shootout. I think both teams could easily score 35 and up in this game. But I think the coach is going to come down to coaching in this game, and I don't know if I trust Mr. Sanders just yet in a close game.
I think it's going to come down to discipline. I think it's going to come down to discipline.
Mr. Sanders now, not Prime no more.
I never call him Prime.
Times are rough around here.
But see, and I agree with Wild Dog. I think that you see, I think that KJ Jefferson is going to shred y'all like cheese on the taco. Because
and I want y'all to remember what he's saying.
I'm saying it. Yeah,
that ain't Cremani over there now. They got different cornerbacks.
Cremani over there. Yeah,
they are going to, that KJ Jefferson is going to run over Travis Hunter. Like he is basically
no, he gonna run over Trevor Woods because Trevor Woods gonna still be the linebacker. Because at the end of the day,
and then keep in mind all the Florida players that's at CU. There's going to be a lot of distractions, and not the normal, Coach Prime effect distractions. A lot of those young men, are going to be back home or near home, and the distractions and the lack of discipline, and then literally
The hood
we are
rats.
going to be banged up. We're going to be banged up after Nebraska and after CSU. We are simply going to
we
be
got
banged up. We'll be
two
licking our
rivalry games.
wounds against
That's
Baylor.
very
We'll be
general.
licking our wounds against Baylor, trying to recover, going away to UFC with the distractions, the lack of discipline, and the lack of player leadership.
Yes.
All right,
Yeah.
all right. So we go October 12th. We are going to Kansas State.
You gave a whole lot of lax, man, to not see the team play yet.
Man, bro, you.
I mean, but this is the data point. Rivalry games are very tough. Last year we lost Travis Hunter to Colorado State. So when you play two back-to-back games that are rivalry games, those are going to leave you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to get banged up. Like, you just got to be straight up with that.
I
But there's a
understand the
reason why
injuries. I just don't understand all the lax.
Yeah, maybe Baylor's playing a rivalry game before they play CU. Like that's very generalizations right there, man. Like,
so I got a question.
That's
We're
weird.
talking about ours though, so it's like we're going to be banged up by the time we get the UCF. So
No,
that's
that's
what
what, I think that's what Wild Dog said. Like every banged up, all these distractions. It's just we don't know that.
But why is it okay to be hopeful for Colorado but not be hopeful for another team to be successful? Like, I don't understand. Like, obviously we don't know what either team is going to look like because it ain't even fall camp yet. So it's like we can do this back and forward.
Okay,
We
no,
can do
it's
this
not
back
right
and
there.
forward.
You couldn't be hopeful. I said I didn't understand the lax. You said
We
you couldn't
do
be
know
hopeful.
what Colorado gonna look like because we seen what they look like without an offensive line. Now imagine if you put an offensive line in front of 3,000-yard pass.
That Porter is barking right now. Be careful. You don't know what Colorado's
We
going to
do
look
know
like.
what they
That
gonna
Porter
look like
is
because we
barking.
seen them last.
Hey, Harry B. After the CSU game, Shedeur was also banged up, and that's when Shiloh started pissing blood. Do I need to go any deeper? People saying I'm being vague.
Because the rest of the players around them was
People saying I'm being vague, like they didn't pay attention to 2023 last year.
Yeah, but you're not saying that the players that they was playing with was.
I know I've been watching the team a lot longer than most of the bandwagon busts, but if you just look at last year, come on now, it's a rivalry game. You don't have to believe in it, but just know and accept the facts. These are two rivalry games. If you look at 2023, we came out of those rivalry games banged up and injured.
And you're playing those rivalry games. And both games are not at CU. Both games are at their place.
And they're away. They're not at home. You won't have all those extra players.
I mean,
can I make a point about the away games real quick?
You got to consider that. I don't care who you are, Bear. I don't care.
It's going to be a red wave in Lincoln, Nebraska. It is not. It's going to be a hostile place at the hotel. Everything they drink better be out of a steel container. Everything they drink in Lincoln, Nebraska better be out of a steel container.
Yeah, that's why I have a 50-50 for Nebraska, simply because it's on the road. But as far as like being banged up, everyone's going to be banged up. Nebraska's going to play tough. It's football. Everyone's playing banged up. So I mean,
we're not talking about normal. When I say banged up, haven't been a lineman, I'm talking about extra. Then let's just call it injuries. Then let's just call it a big
you
injury.
Don't think Nebraska had injuries last year?
After CSU, there's going to be injury list. Let me go a step further then. Let me go a step further then with my terminology.
You don't know that.
You're right. If you're not a football player, if you're not banged up. But when we say banged up, we're not talking about normal situations. So let me say there's going to be an injury list.
Okay, that's for any football team,
after
right?
the CSU game.
Is that just for
they
Colorado,
go both
or
ways,
for
bro?
Football team.
They go both ways.
Both ways, man. Like, so I don't. I mean, you don't know that.
That's just like saying what a team brings. You don't know what.
But after those games, we don't care about those teams. We're talking about CU. CU injury list going into Baylor and UCF games. That's what we're talking about.
So we don't know.
Don't know. How would you know that? That's like me saying Shiloh will be injured for the Kansas game.
Yeah, we don't know this stuff. You can't say
it. Year after year and year after year.
Hold on, Waldo. We got to consider
the same thing.
We got to consider everybody's points. So listen, ain't nobody saying anything is set in stone or somebody's going to be injured. But we're just saying if you are evaluating wins and losses, then we got to consider the elements that are going to affect the team. Maybe whether they're going to win. We're just saying, just consider it. That's it. We're not saying it's already happened. Somebody's going to get injured. We're just saying it's going to affect the team. That's it.
Yeah, I'll
Let's move
consider
on.
this too, Harry. Last thing. I'll consider this too. I'll consider that Nebraska will fumble the ball 8 times and CU will get it every time and CU will win.
Good.
That's cool.
Then yeah, that has to be considered as well.
Well, I'll
All right,
consider
so-
a spaceship comes down and sucks Shador up. It takes him to planet Zarian, and then
It didn't happen last year, so you can't
Do you
consider
see
that.
how ridiculous
It didn't happen.
sounds?
That didn't
You see
happen.
how
That didn't-
ridiculous it sounds?
No,
Nope,
that's not ridiculous now. That's
Yeah,
not
it is.
ridiculous.
That didn't happen last year, so we can't consider that. No, you can't consider spaceships coming down because it didn't happen last year. That's going to be new data. I can't use spaceships.
Can we get to this 3-game losing streak though?
Let's move. Hold on, guys. Hold on.
Keep them straight, Harry. Keep them straight.
Let's go down this line. You guys are crazy. Let's go down this line. We got Kansas State. Who has us losing Kansas State?
DC,
Phil.
I do.
Where is that home or away?
That's
We are.
away.
That's home.
We are.
No, that's
away.
home. I'm sorry. That's home.
Oh
That's
no,
home.
No, it's away.
the gold is at home, and the clear is
Away.
away.
No.
Okay, so y'all don't hear me answering anything because Nate Lassick and my Bama fan, you heard that last name, so you know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
I think Colorado gonna run the table.
Okay,
Okay.
that's good. Okay, that's good. So that means that you already on wins. Okay.
Did you fall
All right,
out of your
so
chair?
we got two. We got two people saying we're
I just
losing
gave
that
you
game.
my opinion. You know what I mean? Maybe they will, maybe they won't, but I think they run the table.
I think that'll be their first loss.
Okay, so we got Tim on the board, but saying that's their first loss. All right, so Arizona beat us last year. Are we beating them this year, or we
We
losing?
gotta beat Arizona.
I think we can get there.
Yeah,
We're a
they
better
lost
team.
too
We
much when
beat
their coach
Arizona.
left.
They got a dog receiver doing quarterback. They got a dog receiver.
We got
Hey.
3 dog receivers.
Hey, if they still had Jed Fish from last year, I think this game would be a blowout. But because he up in Washington and they lost a lot of players, I don't think he's I don't think they're gonna be able to beat.
Why wasn't it a
Arizona.
blowout last year?
You don't
Because
think
I think
Lamanius
he
Craig
would-
is gonna get us?
No.
No, I don't. I don't. I think it would. It would have been a blowout this year because he would have only been able to build his program even better because he was a guy that, in my opinion, built the program the right way. He didn't try to go from 1-11 to 11-1. He had incremental growth over each year, and I thought that was going to continue at Arizona. But Washington called, bigger program, bigger conference. Why not take the chance?
Yeah.
That's as the key phrase for this segment is. That's just my opinion.
All right, so Cincy, that's October 26th. Are we winning? Who got us losing?
Oh, we winning that. They lost a lot. They're losing a lot of players too.
See, you're gonna win that thing by 20.
Okay. Oh, so this is so we're gonna get the bench players to come in on this game.
I heard
this is
Cincinnati
this is
got
our
it all
Stanford game.
on.
Who's saying this is our Stanford game?
Don't say that because Cincy gonna come back and win.
Okay, you're gonna make me throw up on screen. Don't let's not bring up Stanford in at this point, please.
But if we win by 20, according to Phil, were you being sarcastic?
No. I honestly think that Colorado is going to blow the doors off Cincinnati.
What's your data point?
Because I feel that way, and that's my opinion, Harry.
Oh man, you got the warm and fuzzies over there.
The warm and fuzzies already.
Yeah, yo, Phil, you give me warm and fuzzies? Okay.
I don't think it's a door. I don't
Harry,
think it's blowing the doors
Harry,
off.
let's push on to the Tech game. I'm gonna be at the Tech game. Hopefully, Lord willing, I'll be at the Tech game.
I just want to say this real quick about Cincinnati. I don't think it's blowing the doors off. It's blowing the gas cap off. That's it. I think it. Because I think they're going to be banged up.
So for the first 8 games, right? That's 8 games, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, for the first 8 games, which one of these games, the first 8 games, do you guys predict that we're going to get our secondary in, like our scrub players in?
I think it's
North Dakota State,
North
Colorado
Dakota State,
Baylor.
North Dakota State, Colorado State, and Cincinnati.
I'm on the record as DC for saying none of them.
Yeah, I'm
I would
DC,
say
man.
they have a
State was
chance.
a problem last year, bro.
They're going to
They have
blow
a
the
chance
doors
for
off of North Dakota State.
They have a chance for garbage time against Baylor and Cincinnati at home.
All right, so you on with 2. The first, okay. All right, so where we at? We at Texas Tech. Who got us losing Texas Tech?
I do.
Phil.
They better not. They better not embarrass me.
What's the data point?
Yeah, let me get your data points. Who got us losing? What's the data point?
Name names.
I'm gonna go back over with the incremental growth, like how we saw in Arizona over the past 2 years. If you look at Texas Tech,
I
they
agree.
finally they were able to improve their recruiting class year over year over the past 3 years. They were a team that was on the fringes of like being a really good team in the conference last year, and I think this is that year that they're going to kind of make that step. I think
Yeah.
Yo,
who they
Josh
are
Pate got some
this
good things to
year.
say about Texas Tech, though. Josh Pate is saying a lot of good things about Texas Tech.
Yeah,
He
and Texas
he
Whenever
was
Tech
we
should
high
talk,
have
on
I
them
beat
listen.
last year, though. He was
Texas
high on
Tech
them
should have
last
beat
year
Oregon. Texas Tech
for
should have
Tech
beat
real.
Tech
Oregon
is
last year.
Tech is different at home. Tech is different at
It's
home.
it is. It's hard to play down there in Lubbock in that smuggy environment.
Mm.
That's
Those are
what
some good
I
data
agree.
points, though. I don't know. This one might be a L. I don't know.
Yeah, they almost beat
So
Oregon last year.
so Tech
All right.
to Tech can go on the road and be trash and then come home and look like a whole different team.
That
That's
is
just who
facts.
they've been. That's just who they are. You know.
So Utah is actually being projected as the #1 team in the Big 12. So this one is going to be a really tough one. They did beat us last year, but we had a really good
They got a
opportunity to beat them. Go ahead.
they got an 8-year starter at quarterback. You know what I'm saying? Like at a certain point, you know what I'm saying? This dude can sign up for AARP at this point. Like they should
I
be
don't know if
good.
he's gonna make it that long. I don't think he's gonna make
That,
it to like
AARP,
that's
kind of
true
game.
too. That's true too.
college,
Like he had
college
And
had it.
Social
AARP.
Security,
Who
NIL.
got us losing? Let's get it on the record. Who got us losing?
At
I do.
Texas
That's a
Tech,
loss.
DC,
I
and
got
I
us.
think
I got us losing. I got us losing.
right,
I got us
The,
winning at home against
right.
Utah.
the time of possession is going to be so lopsided. That's my take.
So you think they're gonna have the ball more than us?
Oh yeah.
So
Yeah.
that's an
Man, that
indictment
coach can
against our
control
defense.
that.
That's an indictment against our defense.
Right.
You're not going to have the
No,
depth about that game.
that's an acknowledgement of Utah's balanced offense.
Yeah.
Well,
And
right.
the
So
coaching
two things,
staff.
They-
like
Running
Phil
offense.
always says, two things can be right at the same time.
Yeah, they're gonna
Thank
they're
you.
gonna keep the ball out of Shador's hands. If he doesn't have the ball, what can he do?
Yeah. And their
Right,
head
but
coach
our
is the one
defense.
that can do it too.
So that means that Chido is not that guy. You're telling me that that Livingston is not that guy. You're telling me that defense sucks.
Hey, no, Harry, no, Harry. Listen to me.
Harry,
Walking it down the
listen.
field, 2 to
Uh-huh.
3 yards at a time. You listen
Yeah.
to me. Walking it down the field, 2 to 3 yards at a time. That's no knock on anybody. That's just hard nose, punch you in the nose football.
control the clock.
And they're going to keep the ball out of Shador's hands, slowly but surely, walking the ball, inching the ball down the field. That's what it's going to look like, in my opinion.
Because
And you don't think that we're going to match their energy?
They know what
That's
Colorado's capable of doing. So if you can control the clock and kind of like get it down to fourth quarter where
Harry.
it comes down to a field goal.
This is how we lost the Celebration Bowls. This is exactly how we lost the Celebration Bowls. Keeping it out of
running the ball?
Shador's hands. Time of possession. That's how they beat
Okay,
Shador.
so that means that's also
Yes.
an indictment on Coach Prime. That means you're saying Coach Prime does not know how to make adjustments.
Well, it showed last season he didn't.
Right, but I'm saying, like, you don't think that he's going to make adjustments? He's not going to recognize the in-game
I
plan
hope.
and say, "Oh, this is going on. I need to switch up my plan." That's not an
If he was
indictment
on
on
the
Coach Prime?
field, it'd be different. But when somebody's able to strategically
He's on the field
and hard and
coaching. What do you mean if he was on the field? Like if he was
inching
playing?
it down, he can't execute.
What do you mean? He's a coach. He's executing his plan.
Players
Are
got
you
to
talking about him being a quarterback?
What he's saying is that he don't believe that Coach Prime was the greatest a player, but as far as the coaching, because he is going up against, folks don't like to hear this, but yes, that is a better coach that can incrementally go down the field. Like I would tell folks from last year.
Was that Whittingham?
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, it is. It's because like last year, folks would say, we almost beat Utah. You didn't pay attention to what was going on if that was the case. Because at the end of the day they had a whole lot. They were in a worse spot on injuries than Colorado was. And they played the game. That's what folks, Colorado fans aren't realizing is that if I can beat you, I'm not trying to, because understand this. Other coach ain't saying I'm going to dominate. They're trying to win. So 1 point or 8 points is a win to them. When you have a mindset, I'm trying to dominate, then you are out there slinging it around. If I know I can run over you in about a fourth quarter, you ain't got no gas. That's teams like Utah can dink and dunk, RPO, that kind of stuff down the field. So that's why you got to be careful how you assume that. Again, Shedeur is great, but Shedeur can't do nothing on the bench. And that's the way to beat Colorado. If you can run on them and keep Shedeur on the bench, you got a great chance to win.
Okay.
I mean,
Well,
it's
I
with
mean, I
any
do believe that Utah is definitely going to ball handle. They're going to handle that ball very well. But listen, man, I'm hopeful for Coach Prime. Right? I'm hopeful that Coach Prime is going to make some adjustments. He's already got some things that he's working on, and he's going to make some adjustments. I know we have the indictment last year and everything. We're just basing on what we saw last year. But we got to give Coach Prime room to growth that he grew this year. So if he didn't grow, then maybe I get that. But I think he grew this year. So
Hey,
let's
Harry
see.
B,
All right, so,
if it was early in the season, I would have a different viewpoint on it. Like CU and Coach Prime will be rolling. It's game 10, but Utah will be rolling along so much more.
Wild Dog, I got a question for you.
We don't know that though.
Wild Dog, I got a question for you though. If you're getting your dogs in near the end of the like in the fall, does that give you enough time to work with your team to be able to make those type of adjustments because you don't have the team synergy?
Yeah, so I mean, but it's going to be complicated because again, y'all don't like me saying it, but the injuries and the depth is going to come into play again.
You can't keep, but that's for every team.
So
though.
And every team gets losses. Not every team goes undefeated.
But when you speak injuries only for you,
but for
has
Baylor, but for Baylor and the UCF game, that would be a window for us to recover.
But
it's a blessing that the Baylor game is. It's a blessing that the Baylor game.
What if Baylor and UCF quarterbacks
is game 4 at home? It's a blessing that Baylor is game 4 at home. That would be the tell.
What if the team that you're saying that's better than us? What if they quarterback get hurt before we get to them? Like you can't say that. You don't know what's going to happen, bro.
Well, we
don't know.
Well, we played Utah without their quarterback last year and still lost.
That was last year. We had a horrible.
It was last year. Data, it's facts,
bro. This is a whole. This is a new team. Y'all gotta realize new D line, new O line.
I realize it's a new team.
It's a whole
new team.
Hey, I wonder what reality you living in, bro.
But let me state, since you give me pushback, my position is 6 wins to a bowl game.
Hold on.
My position is 6 wins to a bowl game.
Go ahead.
I'm letting you know. My position is 6 wins to a bowl game.
Why don't stop jumping?
My bad.
I wonder what reality you living in, bro. Because we specifically talking about Colorado, but we understand the other factors of the other teams that we're going up against. But to be honest, anything can happen at any given time, regardless of what happened last year or this year. Somebody can go out there tomorrow and practice and blow their knee and out for the whole season.
Exactly.
That could be reality.
Exactly. So why are you only saying what could happen to Colorado?
Because that's who we are talking about.
We're talking about.
That's hyperbole thinking because that can happen anywhere.
Come on, bro.
That can
But
happen.
we're critiquing Colorado.
It's April. My opinion, my viewpoint is based on April 2024, not September. It's April, dog.
So let me ask you something here.
What do we have right now? What do we have right now in April? And project that into the schedule.
We don't know.
But let me ask you this, Tim.
Hey, hold up. So what do you think Vegas does? What do you think what information does Vegas use to make their predictions for people to make money or lose money?
I'm glad you asked that question. You know, Vegas had TCU beating Colorado last year, right? But they didn't have the tape and knew how Colorado was coming. So that Vegas lost a lot of money.
Vegas says they were going to win like 3.5 games.
Yeah, but they had TCU. The team that was in the, no.
That's one element out of the entire thing. One element, but they got it right.
No,
I won a lot of money on Vegas from Colorado because they didn't get the point spread right.
Bro,
right.
Did nobody
that was
nobody expected Colorado to come in and be ranked number 17 by week 4. Vegas didn't expect that.
And
that
not
was
one
because of Coach
game
Prime.
either.
That ranking was because of Coach Prime. That
But
had
you know
nothing to do
what?
with. That had
What?
nothing to do with.
Did you
That
just
ranking
say
was because
that?
of Coach Prime.
It was because of Coach Prime. Come on now, let's look. 'Cause
Wait,
those teams you beat.
so wait. Coach Prime played against Colorado State and Nebraska.
No. I'm saying the fact that Colorado was ranked, and then so when they started losing, what happened? They dropped out of the
They
rankings
lost
so
the top
fast.
10 schools, dude. I just said
They
that.
dropped out of the rankings so fast, but
They
you
lost,
noticed that
bro.
Alabama took an L and
They
they
lost to
didn't
two
move not a
teams that
bit.
was ranked in the top 10. What do you expect?
The
Look.
point I'm saying to you, him, is this: if we had sat there and said, yeah, we believe Utah will win, that Colorado win, you wouldn't say nothing. But when we sit back and say we expect there to be, because again, in the day, I'm gonna stand on this, and I'm saying this out of love to my CU fan base. I don't see why y'all don't realize you don't have the depth of these 8, 9, 10, 11 wins. You got to look at these last 4 games. You are talking about teams that were freaking ranked.
Facts.
And you're
But what I'm
sitting here
saying is,
going, but what I'm saying is, and then shutting up, is that when you're saying it, and I love the zeal, but you're looking at it as, and I get that. You can't push really back what you're saying, but you got to understand, the ball ain't going to always go your way, and the breaks ain't going to always go your way. You can
that's
see
a
here.
fact. That's a
Go
fact.
ahead.
That's the realest thing you said. But what y'all not saying is, we don't know how this team can go 2-10. It can go 12-0. We don't know. So for you to sit
But
up here and
predictions
say
don't work that way. Predictions
no,
work where you're trying to take facts
but
from
you
last
can't
year
predict
and
on
facts
a
from.
team that you never seen, bro.
But
So why we
listen,
talking then?
let me get
Exactly,
right.
because y'all just
Let me
making
get
up
this in.
crazy shit.
Let me get this in. Don't cuss. If you cuss, you're gonna have to put money in the soy jar,
Okay,
bro. We
yeah,
don't
my
cuss on this
bad.
show. So listen, predictions work Vegas work in a specific way. We're taking what we're bringing in, we're looking at what happened last year, then we're making a prediction. This is what happens. This is what fan bases do. This is how sports talk work. ESPN would not have would not make no money. Stephen A. Smith, any of those guys, self and whatever, speak, would not be on a show. Skip Bayless would not have a show if they were not in the prediction game. They were not in the commentary game. So what happens when you're looking at last year's data and you're looking at what we acquired this year? You know that ESPN or 247 Sports puts out a list of the top teams based on who is returning. You understand that?
Yeah.
The reason why they do that is because they're taking the production that happened last year and say, okay, if they were this productive last year, then if they're returning that core, like if we look at Michigan, right? If they're returning the core defense from last year that won the Natty, then at a few depth pieces, we can predict that they're going to do X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, but you can't do that because Colorado basically washed the team. They got a whole new team. So the last year data that you're trying to go off of, you don't know because these players wasn't there last year.
But him, the thing I gotta push back on you hard on it is this one is that no Diddy. I'm sitting up here saying
Pause. I'm like, come on, Negro.
Right,
pause.
The thing I'm saying is that
push back hard on you.
I don't think y'all
No Diddy.
realize. Yeah, right. I don't think y'all realize is that you do realize some of these teams were better than you and got better. You're getting better, but they were better than you and got better.
Okay, so we're looking at the schedule. What team got better?
Let's see.
Oh,
Texas Tech.
slow down.
We didn't play
watching
Texas
our
Tech
videos,
last
bro.
year.
Hold on, Harry B. Let me speak for you.
No,
Harry B has already done the work.
No, wait. I'm talking about last
Harry B. No. Harry B has already done the work. You go watch the videos, bro. Harry B is already doing the work.
But this is my first video. I see, bro. I see Harry
game by game. The improvements that each team has made. Okay.
He pushing the narrative, bro. I disagree with everything he's saying.
I don't push
whatever
narrative here.
videos that he made, I disagree with.
So you saying
listen,
Nebraska didn't get better? Nebraska?
No, they did not. No, they did not.
didn't get better?
Okay, hold up. If Nebraska did not get better, then what data is
They didn't get better than what we got.
Stop playing with me. What data is 247 Sports using to rank them as the number 8 defense coming into 2024? What data are they using?
I don't know what data they're using, but I guarantee
No,
you,
but what data are
247.
you using
I no,
then, bro? Come
I
on now.
guarantee you, they didn't have Liberty going undefeated last year. They didn't know that. What data they
All right.
using for Liberty projections? Somebody go
So
look
I
up.
understand. You know what?
Somebody go look up
I get
Liberty
your
projections.
premise. I guess what you're arguing. You're arguing the general idea of as long as nobody's laced up the cleats and nobody's played, we don't know
Thank
nothing.
you, thank
But
you.
this is a show. the part of the show that you're
But
not
at the
getting,
same
and maybe you
time,
can leave the panel. Maybe you're ready to leave the panel because you're not ready to talk.
but
So I'm trying to tell you
this
that
though.
we're having a show where we are making predictions
Speaking
based
hyperbole,
on
yeah, this is
data.
hyperbole, sure. Harry the
All right,
hyperbole.
so they can have a nice day then. Because I mean, yeah. So have a nice day then.
Now, if you say
this,
that, I won't argue. If you say you're speaking
this part,
hyperbole,
this
I
part
won't
of
argue.
the conversation is not for you. You've helped us with the other part,
Yeah,
but now
y'all just
you're
speaking
not
hyperbole.
willing.
I get
You're
it.
not willing to have this other conversation.
I don't speak hyperbole, bro. I speak realistic
all right.
sports.
So
All right, Nate. Okay, all right, then you have
are
a nice
you a
day then.
Coach Prime fan or a Colorado fan? Is Colorado your team?
Bro, I'm a football fan from
No.
Texas.
What's your team?
I don't have a team.
So
I
you
don't
just
watch
like
sports. See,
everybody.
and that's the difference from me and y'all. Y'all are going off personal feelings. I'm going off what I see.
Personal
Bro, you
feelings.
capping, man. You capping, bro.
Personal
Bro,
These are
feelings.
nuts.
Colorado got a
Now
These are
we're in our
whole
nuts.
feelings.
You capping.
Colorado got a whole new team, and y'all sit
Someone
up
is
here
nuts.
saying
Someone is nuts.
UCF gonna beat them because based off last year they got a whole new team. How you
Hold
Bro,
on,
know
hold up.
UCF got?
you
Hold up.
should
Stop.
go on some other show, bro. Real talk.
You
That's
got to
just
Listen,
follow the
my
Big
opinion.
12. We're in the Big 12 now. You got to follow the Big 12. Harry
What was
B,
better
the
last year, the
bandwagon
Pac-12 or
Bucks
the Big 12?
have been following the Big 12.
The Pac-12
Harry
was
B
better
has
last
been
year.
breaking down each game, what players are coming back, returning from each team, and what they picked up in the transfer portal.
It's a different
April.
competition.
Now, when it comes to
bro.
September, we'll all be singing a different tune, but it's April.
So listen. If you're not going to help this part of the conversation, then we don't necessarily have to have a conversation with
Okay,
you.
let me say this, and you can move me down.
All
The
right.
Pac-12 last year was one of the strongest conferences in college football. This year, the Big 12 is not what y'all trying to make it seem. So
What are we trying to
don't
make it
be
seem?
surprised if
What are we trying to make
Colorado.
it seem?
Y'all trying to make it.
Articulate it. What are we
I'm
trying to
saying,
make it seem?
y'all, I heard a couple of y'all say Colorado State is going to be better. I don't see where. I heard a couple of y'all say Nebraska's going to be better because they got the 8th rank or
No,
whatever. I don't
we
know.
talked about the
15th.
rivalry.
Yeah, but this is a new team. You don't know what they're gonna look like.
And see him. I asked you this question earlier, and
The
I'm gonna
rivalry
ask you
hasn't changed
again.
for 30-something years.
Hey,
Oh, my
hold
God.
on 1 second. Hold on 1 second, Wild Dog. I asked you this question earlier in the show, and I'm gonna ask you this question again based off of the statement that you just made. So you got Colorado going to the national championship and winning it all.
No, I said we
Well,
don't
hold on.
know. We
So
don't know.
we can't talk about if we say this is your words. You just stated if Colorado, I hear people saying Colorado
UCF.
State. I see Colorado State got better.
Yeah.
Just because Colorado up they supposedly we're speculating that they are better than what they were last year. They still ain't played a single snap
Okay, so stop
or a
right there.
single
Stop right
down.
there. Stop right there. Listen
But
what you said.
but
So
look,
no, wait. How you know UCF got better? How you know Colorado State got better? How do you know
that's what
that?
we speculating about. But you just stated,
Okay.
I hear people saying, hey, Colorado State then got better. It's almost like we can't speak freely or have an opinion about who we think Colorado is going to win or lose against. If somebody say, oh, I think they're going to beat Colorado, you get defensive. But if they say, oh, I think Colorado's going to win, you don't say anything. So I'm asking you one more time, do you think Colorado is going to go 12-0 and win the national championship?
I don't know, brother. We don't know
Never
that.
mind, bro.
But
Never
what?
mind. I see where you at.
This is my question to you though. Watch this now. Watch how I flip this. So you telling me based on what you saying that all these ranked defenses and quarterback from Nebraska and all that,
Specifically Notre Dame.
whatever you're saying is, how do you know how are they gonna be? You don't know.
Okay,
So
let
for
me
you,
let me tell you.
for you to say, no, wait,
Mhm,
for you to say just because they are 8th ranked defense and the 5th, they
mhm.
never played against one of the
Just
best
a
receivers.
projection. It's just a projection.
Wait. Let me finish though. They don't know how Will Shepard gonna look with one of the best quarterbacks in college football. They don't know how this new D line gonna look. They don't know how these linebackers coming in gonna look. They don't know that. So what you're saying, what it sounds like what a lot of y'all saying was in August or September, we're gonna be right back on this page, and you're gonna have to say, man, we was wrong. We
Yeah, but
underestimated Colorado. We didn't
yeah,
know
but
what
I
they
think,
was
got
gonna
them,
get.
and
think
I
about
told
this.
you earlier, I got them at 10-2.
But him, you making
So
projections too,
and
him.
then
You're
Yeah,
what I'm
projecting.
him.
You're
saying,
my
projecting
God.
let me
Colorado's
ask you
gonna win.
this.
Projecting the players that we had last year is not better than the players that we getting. That's
And
what
you
So
I'm
that's
saying.
also
a
said that
prediction in
they're gonna
there.
win. You said they're going 7-5.
I said
So you
7+
projecting they're
wins,
gonna win 7 games. That's
7
a
games, 7+.
projection. How do you know they ain't played a game yet?
No, because I'm going based on the NFL projected talent that we have and other teams don't got. You got to put that in consideration
You
too.
still
NFL
doing a
projected
projection.
talent.
No,
You're still
Projection.
dude.
projecting.
I'm talking
But the
about
same
talent
transfer
players. I'm
portal
talking
works for
about
all
players.
teams.
I'm
When we
talking
look at the
about players.
transfer portal for Colorado, we see the transfers for all the other teams too.
No. What I'm saying is that
Everything's a projection, man. Come on.
we got NFL players that could have went in the draft this year. These teams y'all talking about don't have that. So how can you say how good they gonna be?
We got
No,
whoa,
don't
Hear me. No,
whoa,
no, 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 no. No.
whoa.
Bruh,
North
are you
Dakota State
serious?
University has 14 active NFL players. North
That's
Dakota
not
State
what you're
University right now,
misunderstanding.
April 2024, has 14
I'm talking
NFL
about
active
from
players.
bro. I'm
Man,
talking
go
about
sit
from
down somewhere, dog.
I'm talking about the roster
Why
last
dog
year
you
and
getting
this
personal?
year.
Why dog you getting too
I'm
personal?
saying Thursday. Okay, watch this.
Don't
Thursday.
get out of your
No.
feelings, Wild
Wait.
Dog. Get out of your feelings.
No. Wait. Wild Dog making a good point. Watch this.
Oh
Thursday,
God.
you can go on NFLnetwork.com. Tell me how many projected players from North Dakota State going to the league this year. I'll wait.
Well, I haven't done that video. I could do it for you.
They haven't
I,
played a single snap.
exactly, but I can also tell you that there's NFL teams that was ready to take Shador and Travis this year. Am I right or am I wrong?
Oh wait. Oh, you talking about? Oh wait.
I'm
Are you
talking
talking
about
about players?
NFL
No.
ready
There's a
players.
couple of players. There's a couple based on what I did, based on the North
Yeah.
Dakota State video that I did.
Look it up.
A
I'm talking
couple of
about.
their
I got another phone. I can look it up for you.
based on the video that I've already done, there's a couple of players on North Dakota's team that are projected for the NFL. So yes,
I'm looking at it right now. North Dakota State players projected draft players. Let's see.
there is. I mean,
I live by facts.
it's
I don't go by personal feelings, bro. We got Google for a reason.
yeah, but you go ahead and your
We
indictment
got
of
Google
we're
for
in
a
our feelings
reason,
and
bro.
you're dropping facts like that is so
Harry,
1000% not right. Like
Harry,
I'm going off it right
that
now.
data on NSU we confirmed on another show when I brought it up. There's
I'm
14
looking at
active
it
players.
right now.
He's talking about prospects, and I'm
I'm
talking
talking
about
about
real,
now.
active, current, real-time data.
I ain't
North
talking
Dakota
about players
State
that's
has
already in the
14
league.
active
I'm
players
talking
in
about
the
players.
NFL right now.
I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about
that's not
players.
what he's talking about. He's talking about players that are currently there and how that's going to affect Colorado playing them. I think
I'm
that's what he's
offended
trying to
because
say.
he's so dismissive of my
Thank
facts.
you.
He's talking
So
about
Jalen Daniels at
prospecting,
Kansas
but we
don't.
can't prospect about the win-loss record,
Right.
but he can prospect about
I'm
who's going
talking
into the
about
NFL
talent.
without
So
bringing
you
What
telling me
facts.
talented players? What
so
talented
Jalen
So
Daniels,
players do they have?
him, let me ask you a
Jalen
question.
Daniels at Kansas. Jalen
How can you? You
Daniels
know
at
what?
Kansas.
Hold on, guys.
Kansas got
Hold
talent
on.
players. Kansas got players that's NFL ready. You're right.
Okay.
I can't
Let's
argue with that.
so who has us losing? Let me bring on Willie. Hey Willie, welcome to the show. Sorry we kept you in the green room so long, but it's kind of hot in this room right now. So welcome to the show, brother.
I hear you. I know what's going on. What the heck's wrong with you guys over there?
All right, man, you
You're
gotta hang up and come back in. Your audio is terrible.
your speaker
Where you
messed
been?
up.
Your audio's been really bad recently, bro. I don't know what's going on, but fix that before you come back in.
But what I'm saying to y'all is the NFL type players that Colorado have right now. Other teams don't have that. So for you to
Listen.
say another team is better than them or going to beat them, you don't know that.
So then that means that based on your NFL ready team, then that means you should predict that what Tim is saying is right. That since we got all these NFL teams, all these NFL players, we should run the table in 2024. That's
just like
that
LSU
don't
had
make
to,
sense.
just
If
like
you're saying
LSU.
we got all these dogs,
LSU had one of the best quarterbacks and one of the best receivers in college football that's going top 10 this year, right? Then LSU in the season with like how many wins? Almost 11 wins.
Hey, bro, don't shy away from the question, man.
I'm telling you, I'm answering the
Based
question.
off of based
Two
off of
top
what you
10 players.
stating, based
Two
off of
top
what
10
you
players.
stating, based off of what you stating,
Facts.
that NFL ready players, the amount of NFL ready players on a squad. You stated Shador, you stated Travis, you
Yeah.
stated Shiloh,
Jimmy Horn.
Jimmy Horn Jr. Okay, anybody
we
else
should
you
run
want to
the
throw in the
board.
bag?
Huh?
Anybody else you want to throw in the bag? Who else you got?
No, but if you
You got
notice,
Khalil Benson?
wait.
Hold on.
If
You
you
got
notice,
Khalil Benson?
no.
Deontay Western.
I don't got nobody else. But you notice every player that you this name was
Yeah.
all Pac-12 and something last year.
But what I'm asking you,
You
I
got no
don't care
pushback to
about
that.
what they did last year, but what I'm asking you, based off of what you just stated, and me and you agreed upon, that they should go 12-0.
No, they shouldn't go 12-0. That's
So
just
what
that.
should they go?
I said 7+ wins, brother. 8 or 9, 7, 8 or 9
Okay,
wins.
but then while we're doing this, you're 7-5 or 8-9. You don't have any of these games we losing. So how does that make sense? Make sense to me.
Exactly.
No, wait. I wasn't here for the bottom part of the games. I can tell you, Texas. The last 4 games are all losable games.
Are they gonna lose or are they gonna win?
Based on, I can't speak to that because we don't know how this team
You
looks.
said
Yet,
you
bro.
said
You
we
don't
were
know
gonna
how
beat
many
Utah.
NFL. You don't know how
We
many
got it.
NFL players each team has on their team to make that type of prediction, right?
No,
How you gonna
what
say
I'm
that? Are
saying
you
is that
speaking of
I
how many
don't
wins they gonna
know.
get?
I don't know if our defense is going to be able to stop some of these teams. We only talking about
Because what
offensive
they got
players.
10 NFL
I got him. I
caliber
got him.
players that's going
No,
to the
Let
NFL.
Carry, we can
no,
move on,
dude.
bro.
Because
Hey,
based on
I'm
All
just
right.
last
going
year,
off of what you stating, bro. I'm going
but
off
you're
of
not
what you
speaking
stating.
facts. Based
Harry,
on
we can
last
move
year, we
on.
had one
Okay.
of the worst
So you
defenses.
got facts and we got nothing. So based
Y'all
on
not
your
speaking
facts,
facts.
right? Okay,
Got
based
it.
on your
Not
facts,
speaking
since
facts. Let's speak
we're not the
lies.
ones, you got facts, we got nothing, right? We're on feelings here.
Y'all got
Got it.
hyperbole
Based on,
thinking.
Let's go
fine, based
hyperbole.
on
Let's
our
keep on. Hyperbole. Let me hyperbole a
okay,
little more.
based on
So let's
our
go.
hyperbole and based on your facts, right? Do you have us winning or losing? What's that? Jayhawks,
That's a 50-50 game.
bruh. Let me just put this on the record. That you have us going
Sorry.
7. We got one more team left. That's OSU. We got one more team left, and everything that you said so far have us winning all the games.
I didn't hear you say nothing about Cincinnati, Texas Tech, or Utah. I was muted. All those
What do you
3
mean?
games are losable games.
I went down the list. We went from North
I
Dakota.
told you I was on mute. I'm telling you out my own mouth. The
You've been talking
last
this whole
game,
time.
no, I was muted, bro. That don't mean I was by the phone. Listen to what I'm saying. The last 6 games at the bottom of this schedule that you're showing, they could lose 4 or 5 of those games because those are programs who has ranked players in their state and they bringing in good. Those programs have good programs. Once again, Colorado is taking a 1-5 program a year ago and trying to make them compete with teams that already have skilled players. And what
Okay.
y'all are doing is basically
All right.
saying that, well, if Colorado don't get this and that, then it's something in the room because all the players are leaving. No, they leaving because they was 4-8 last year and they're not good enough and they see better players are coming in.
Okay.
That's
Are
why
we
they leave.
winning or losing Arizona?
We lost Arizona last year, so I can say lose.
Okay. Are we winning or losing Cincinnati?
We didn't. I can't tell you about Cincinnati, but I can tell you they got a program, so I can say that's 50-50.
That's 50-50. All right. Are we losing or winning Texas Tech?
I say lose.
We're losing Texas Tech.
I
Are
say
we winning
Texas
or
Tech.
losing Utah?
I say lose. We lost to them last year.
All right. So that's what? That's 1. That's 2. That's 3. All right. We got. Are we losing? Are we losing to the Kansas Jayhawks?
Yeah, I say most likely, yeah, but if unless something happened historically, no.
So that's a loss.
Yes, a loss, most likely, yeah.
Oklahoma State, is that a loss for you or win?
That's a loss.
All right, so that's what? That's Arizona, Texas Tech. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's your 7 and 5.
I just said that, bro.
All right, so that's your
I'm not
7
a
and 5. We got.
bandwagon buff. I'm a football fan.
That's fine, but if you're a football fan, then you know that football fans, they do this thing called predictions, and they go
Yeah.
wins and losses
But they
every
also
single year.
fans in sports do that, but they also a lot of times be wrong
But
because
no,
it's
you want
like
to throw shots at bandwagon buff? Let me
And
give
you're
you
gonna
some
be
game.
wrong too.
no. Just
Let me
like
give you some
Oklahoma
game.
City Thunder
Football
basketball team.
fans, listen.
Nobody
Let me
projected them
give
to
you
be
some.
#1 in the West. So
Hey,
projections
my guy,
always are wrong. You
my
don't
guy,
know.
listen. My guy, listen. You got to give me some speaking time. All right. So listen. Because you're trying to have an indictment on bandwagon buffs as if we're not football fans. So let me give you some game.
Realistic
What football
football
fans do,
fan.
right? That's fine. You're the realistic one, and we're out here. We're just bandwagons. We don't know anything about football. So what fan bases do, they get into these chat rooms and they have conversations based on the previous season and then what we're getting in, and then they talk about it. So that's what they do. So we're here doing exactly that. So your indictment for, oh, you guys are just some bandwagons, you don't know anything about football. But guess what they do? They take last year's data and then they take, oh man, that running back was X, Y, and Z. Quamani McLean stinks. So he stunk up the place. He ain't no good. That's what fans do. These fan bases are doing exactly that. But you're going to get in the comments and then you're going to use laughing emojis and saying, we're BWBs. We don't have conversations. We don't know about football. But now that you're on, I like getting people like you on the show because at least you can hear it in my voice and understand what fan bases do. They take information from previous season, they take that information and line it up with the information that is previous, that is currently available, and then they have a conversation and they drink beers and they do all of that stuff. That's real football. Tell me otherwise. Since I don't know anything about football, tell me otherwise.
Hey, well, I'm gonna be realistic with you, bro. Once you said that they had an offensive line to run the ball last year, anything you
you're
said,
ducking the question.
anything
like
you
the
said to
entire
me after
conversation.
that,
You're ducking the conversation. You're ducking the question.
Your basketball,
You're
your
ducking the
football
question.
knowledge. After you said that, your football knowledge to me, I don't listen to, bro.
Right, that's fine. You don't have to
You
listen to me,
said
but
that.
I asked you a question that you ducked again. You've been ducking every single question we've asked you
I just
today.
answered your question. You don't know nothing about football. I just said it. You don't
didn't
know
answer the
nothing.
question.
You said the
So what does
offensive
football
line was
fans
good enough
do?
to
I
run
asked
the
you a
ball.
specific question. You just said your football knowledge. I don't listen to you because of when you said I said we had a good O-line, and you said you don't listen to me because of my football knowledge. But that's not the question I asked you.
What's the question?
I should repeat it for you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Football fans that take data from the previous year, that's 2023, and then
Stop
they
right
take the
there.
information.
Stop right there. You can't do that. It's a new team. Keep going though. Keep going.
What? What are you talking about,
totally
man?
new
Harry,
team.
I wouldn't get this dude no energy, bro. He don't know nothing about
No,
football,
The
bro.
data from
He
last
don't know
year.
nothing
How
about
can
football,
you
bro.
say anything
He's
about
a
the data from
hypocrite.
last
He's
year?
a
You
hypocrite.
don't know
He's
nothing
gonna
about
say, "Oh,
football.
we're
You
gonna
don't know
lose
nothing
this
about
told me
team
that
football.
we're
How
because
can
we
bandwagon.
you
lost to
say
them last
anything
year."
about the data from last year when it's a totally new team?
Hey,
How
don't
can,
get this
But you
dude no
did it
energy,
though.
Harry.
It's okay when you
when
do
did I?
it,
When
He
did?
but
When
it's
don't
did
not
I?
know
Wait,
okay
nothing
wait,
when I
about
do it.
football, bro.
wait. When did I
It's
do
okay
that?
when you do it, but not when we do it.
When? Tell me when I do it. I'm gonna mute up. Tell me when
You
I do
just said I'm a real football fan. You guys are bandwagon buffs. You said that we don't know anything about football. You are a real
it.
football fan,
No. I'm
right?
talking about somebody said I used the data from last year. Tell me when I done that.
No, but you're ducking the questions.
Oh, I'm taking y'all one at a time.
Well, you
First,
are saying that the
No, I
somebody
team
want
got.
just
you to
You
blurted
answer
are
out
me
and
to the
said
saying
I
that the
question
just
team
done it.
got
because
better. You are saying that the team got better, which is an analysis. So at the end of the day, is you do have to sit back, and you would not be able. You use a number which is quantifying what from your analysis of what you see that will be better. So you can't sit back and say that other people speaking hyperbole when you've used a numerical assignment of success to what
No.
you believe they're going to do.
no. Stop. I got it right here. I got you. I'll answer your question. The guy that's coming from the other teams, I'll put up some pictures. These guys that are coming from other teams, there's no way you can have a correct assessment of them without considering the numbers that they put up with their other teams.
Okay. Not you put up an injured player. Put up the other running back from Miami.
No. Let's stay right here. You cannot consider
You don't want to do that.
this guy's performance or him a dog that we're getting without considering his data from his previous year.
He was injured. He was coming off an injury, bro.
Forget about him. Forget about him. Anybody coming to Colorado.
Okay, now
Anybody. I don't care.
go to the Miami running back. Put him up there. Put the
Why?
Miami.
Okay, I'm making a statement here. A general
put
statement.
the Miami up. Nah, you put one player
Forget
up there.
about Miami. I'm just making a general statement. You said we're getting dogs, right? How are we getting dogs when you can't consider their numbers from their team?
Put up the Miami running back and tell me
Who cares? You put it up. I don't care.
He had
How can you
1,000 yards.
consider the
He had
Miami?
1,000 yards and 13 rushing touchdowns.
Harry,
You're not gonna put that up
I
there.
wouldn't give this dude no energy, bro.
You're not gonna
Like,
put
real
that up
talk,
there, though.
we
Put that up
on
there.
here we on here talking about
Y'all speaking
predictions
hyperbole.
and what the team gonna look
You're
like
speaking
going
hyperbole
forward.
too, man.
Y'all
Stop
speaking
it, man.
hyperbole.
You're doing the same
right
thing.
there,
But see, you see what you just did, Harry? You put one
You
running
just
back
said the
up.
guy was going to be good. You said we're getting dogs. How can you correctly say we're getting dogs and you're not considering their production from the previous year?
that's somebody who don't know football.
Come on, hyperbole.
Come on, like
That's somebody
you
who
gotta
don't know
consider their
football.
numbers from the other team. You just said put up the other running back. He had 1,000 yards. He had 1,000 yards from his previous year. That's what you got to consider. You got to consider that information, and then he's bringing that to Colorado. If he brings that to Colorado, is the information going to translate? Who was his coach? Who were his teammates? What was the culture there? What were the things that he had to go through? What was in the building? How did the building smell? How did his teammates smell? You got to consider everything that makes up the reason why he got those 1,000 yards. That's data. If you say we can't consider it, then you cannot use that 1,000 yards in your argument. It's that simple. You can't. Alfaru, welcome to the show, brother. Thank you for calling. I appreciate
That's
you.
why I say he needs to get off, bro. He don't know what he's talking about. Because if you got a 1,000-yard rusher come over here and he blow a knee, he got 0 yards starting off the beginning of the season.
Alfaru, are you there?
Yeah, I'm right here. What's up, y'all? What y'all cooking? I see y'all cooking in the pot today, boy. What y'all got going on, man?
No, because it's like, okay, we're being indicted as we're bandwagon buffs that don't know anything about football, but we're using information to say, well, this is what people talk about. Fan bases use information from last year, and then they take information that's coming in, and we say, okay, let's argue this information and how this is going to affect our team. That's what fan bases do, but we don't know anything, and we're just speaking hyperbole. But I'm like, okay, if we don't know anything about football, then how is it that we're bringing up all this information and we're saying this is how you analyze a team or how you evaluate your team and how they're going to do? Every fan base in sports does this. So how are we being indicted as non-football players, even though we call ourselves bandwagon buffs? How are we speaking hyperbole, but you're saying that we're getting a dog in the portal? How you know that?
No, you're completely right. I've heard fan bases boo quarterbacks in the draft. Come to find out, they end up becoming a Hall of Famer for that team. I've also heard them cheer for quarterbacks or running backs in the draft, and the running back was trash. So fan bases have different variables of how they decide on who's going to be good and who's not. At the end of the day, even if that person has the skills to be good, you also got to trust your development process, because a person could literally be a dog coming to your team, but if they're not coached up right, they might turn into a puppy. Or somebody can be a puppy. They might be a 2-star, 3-star. If they're coached up right, example, Utah, you might mess around and get a draft pick out of that kid. So there's a lot of factors that decide on what the final result's going to be. So I totally agree with you guys.
So we have to discuss it. That's what a show that does analyzing, that's what a show does. So you want to indict us, or we're bandwagon busts, we don't know anything about football, and you're the one that has all the knowledge, but it's like these are the points that people talk about. So if it's not the points, then educate me. Then let me know. Like if these are not the points that every team or every fan base hits, then I want to learn. Because I don't claim to be the best football knowledgeable, the best knowledgeable football person in the room. I've always opened myself up to learn, but you're not going to indict me and say that I don't know anything about football. And you're the man, but you don't want to agree on the elements that we're debating.
Can
If
we
we
just
can't
go
agree
straight on
on the
to it?
elements that we're going to debate, then what conversation can we have with you?
Harry, let's
No,
cut straight to the chase. It's easy to sit back and go, because notice this. I'm saying, when it comes to Colorado, if you don't say something that's complimentary or flattering, then it's hate, it's her hyperbole, it's all this other crap. Even though, again, you're using the same, because you use the numeric value, but say we can't do that. Well, 7 and 5 is based off of something you saw, which is improvement of that you looked at the past behavior and believe that the new inputs will get you a better output. I don't get how we even sit here
That's
and do
called
it.
hyperbole.
I mean, at the end of the day, is
Hey guys, I gotta go, man. You know, roll tide. I'll catch
yes,
y'all again, man. I think this is pointless arguing with him though.
right.
All right, have a good day, man. Thanks for coming in.
Right.
All right,
So
brother.
that's my thing that I'm saying, is that I can't. That's my issue. You hear with the frustration of me, and I'm ready to cook some cupcakes, because then that's the section that I'm getting a little agitated with. Is that we all over the place where we can't even have a conversation to a point. Is that Shador is great? We understand that, but at the end of the day, I mean, come on. That hurt my heart. To sit
Now
there
hold
and
on, hold
just
on,
go
hold on,
back
hold
and
on,
forth.
Prime. Let me answer Prime Effect 101. You gotta own that you wouldn't let him get his thoughts out. That is incorrect. He dominated the entire conversation ever since he came on. We've let him talk. He had his say. The reason why you're saying that is because when we start challenging him, and when we challenge him, he ducks the questions and then asks us a question. So it ain't that we didn't have him finish his thoughts or anything like that, because he spoke, I would say, at least 75% of the time. He led the conversation the whole time. So it's not that. We let him talk. But the thing about it is nobody else can be right. You see what I'm saying? Because go ahead.
My bad. So I have a question for you, because I think you do a good job of you are definitely a Prime fan, but you can kind of, when something don't feel right, you have no problem with explaining it. This just doesn't feel right. I don't know what it is. I might not be a football head, but it just doesn't feel right. So I want to hear you. What are your true thoughts on what's going out and what's coming in? And I mean, like, just general. We don't have to talk about any particular players, but in general, I know you say DEPTH, and you prided on Colorado on having that depth at the end of last year, and they started building it. Now that DEPTH, obvious, there's no way in hell you could say the depth is still there, because we don't even have the bodies that are still there. So obviously something's missing. What's your thoughts on the depth? Forget player for player, because I have an opinion on. I think Savion Washington is better than Benson. I think Van Wells was a better center than what they got now. I think a couple of players were better players than what they have, but I'm just talking about the depth of the program. How do you feel about just the general depth of the program?
Well, right now I would have to tell you that we don't know, because I don't know the new guys coming in. There's a lot of new guys that are coming in. The guys that are leaving were either going to be projected starters, or they were going to be number twos. Or
Right.
if we play packages, they were going to be rotated, because what you want to give your guys a break on their knees, on their ankles. You want to give those guys a break. So if you remember UCLA, they were rotating guys like almost every play. Like, you would see 5 guys coming in and leaving, right? So that right there lets me know that it really didn't matter about starters. What really mattered was that you have somebody fresh that and able to produce at the same level that the guy that was in the game. So that matters, right? So, but that's where I'm at. So I don't know these new guys coming in, and we're losing too many key pieces that nobody wants to acknowledge. You see what I'm saying? So it's like I'm acknowledging that we're losing key pieces, but I'm arguing with the fan base on just acknowledging the fact that we're losing some key pieces, but everybody is no good. As soon as they're ready to leave, I'm trying to get. This is what I was trying to do, because that's why I'm a little sneaky with it. But I admit, get you on the record, because what I have said on this show has almost been 99% right. Okay, so let me get you on the record saying what you're going to say, because I got receipts. You see what I'm saying? There's something going on in that building. Something's going on in the building, because. Oh, your audio's messing up.
I'm about to give you. Is this good?
Yeah.
My
Go
bad.
ahead.
Is this pretty
Better.
good? Or okay. The thing that nobody is talking about is this. Earlier in the year, Coach Livingston said, I'm going to build my defense according to the type of players that I have. So once I get that information, then I'll be able to know what kind of defense we're going to run. Okay, boom. That goes for offense and defense. You know kind of what you can do according to the players that you have. A lot of that stuff happens in the spring where you really get time to take your time and see what they can and what they can't do. The fact that they've lost so many people and brought so many people in, and some of the people they brought in December, they're not here yet. Colorado, the spring almost doesn't matter anymore. You're starting back over in August. You're literally starting all the way back over again, not just learning the scheme, but the new coaches learning the players. And that takes time. But the difference is you got a game coming up in August. It doesn't matter in spring, you got time to take because we don't have a game until the fall. But now if you got what's that 25, 30% of your team and they gotta play, you're trying to learn what they know. They trying to know what they need to know, and then you're trying to learn exactly what type of player they are and how you're gonna fit in the system. And I think that can be, I want to use the word detrimental. It just puts you back. Do you agree with that that time was almost wasted since all of these running backs were there? Now they left. Now the new guys got to learn that whole system again and be able to play.
Well,
I don't mind learning it if I'm a freshman because I got a senior and a junior that already knows the game plan. So I got time to kind of figure it out. Everybody new that comes into that school is almost like a freshman again because they got to learn the playbook. They got to learn how to coach what the coach wants. Everything from the technique at the DB, from the running back, the blocking schemes on which linebacker to pick up, what blitz to pick up. So I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on that aspect of bringing in so many people that aren't even here.
I'm gonna let some of the other guys speak too because I don't want to dominate the conversation. But this is my thought on it. This is what the questions that you're asking is the general conversation that I'm trying to have with the fan base. Like when somebody like him comes on and they're saying X, Y, and Z, these are the questions that I want to say, hey, consider this. Consider synergy. Consider the fact that the playbook is there and they got to learn the playbook. They got to learn their teammates. The questions that you're asking is the conversation that I want to have. So, but when people like him comes on and they say, because the fan base, okay, I'll give you this analogy and then I'll let somebody else talk. You have Killmonger and you have the Black Panther. The Killmonger fans want to stay angry. They want to fight. And then you have the Black Panther that said, hey man, we got to consider that things have changed and fight is not conducive. We have to accept the fact that either we were done wrong, and then now we have to move on and we have to adjust and forgive and move on for the sake of survival. You got Coach Brown fans, and then you got a section of Coach Brown fans that want to say, we're going to be fine, all is well, nothing's wrong. All the people that are leaving are scrubs. We're not losing anybody. Don't worry about it. We're going to be good. Then you got some other Coach Brown fans like myself who are saying, well, let's time out. But let's put a pause on that. And then start saying, hey, man, let's look at these elements. The new guys that are coming in, they may be dogs, but they don't know each other. There is no family. There is no family environment. There is no synergy. They don't know the playbook. The coaches don't know them. All right. The players don't know how they're going to be. Do they steal? Is my stuff going to get missing out of my locker room? There are factors that goes into building a team that we're not considering. So when I come on here and I try to have that conversation, I'm speaking to two people, my panel, and I'm speaking also to the fan base and saying, let's consider everything. Switching all of these players is exactly what you're talking about, Alfaru. So that's your question. So I want to know, I want to hear what other people got to say also, but I'm there. I'm where you're at. I'm asking these questions. I'm the one that's considering all of the variables, but yet I'm always the one that people attack and say, I don't know anything about football. Okay, then why are all my predictions coming through? Why is it that every time I say something, it happens? If I know nothing about football, Why did I rightfully predict that we were going to win the first 3 games? Why did I say that there is problems going on in that locker room? The adults are not getting along. Why did I predict that all these guys were going to jump into the portal, that there was a spirit over the team and somebody's worried, and now everything is coming? Why is it that all of these things are happening if I don't have no idea what I'm talking about? Somewhere, somebody got to come to the point where it says, you know what, Harry B's right. That's just how that's
Hey,
how I look at it.
can I say something, guys? Go right ahead, Willie. Can I say something, please?
Well, your audio's coming in good now. Whatever you did, man, do that again.
I don't know what's going on with my computer. It's acting crazy. After listening, I've been listening at you guys for a long time. And one thing that, and Harry, you said this, you asked the question. And when you asked the question, you said something, or you said, made the statement, something's going on in that building. Okay? And it's really simple. At this particular time, it's really simple. And it started last year. And the thing is change. Change. Things are changing. We as human nature, we don't like change. We want things to stay the same old way all the time because it's comfortable. What's happening at CU, and it started with Coach Prime. When they brought Coach Prime in there, he changed everything. So the reason we're having this kind of show and you getting a lot of pushback, Harry, they jumping on you and saying what they're saying, because of change. It's not the same old thing anymore. But we want to hold on to it. People want to hold on to stuff that may work, even if it was working. So what? Even if it wasn't working, so what? It's changing. And so that's what I've learned to, after joining Colorado, being with Colorado, and being around Coach Prime, I've learned that things are changing. So all of our conversations, whether it's pro, whatever they say or whatever, we have to consider, like you were saying, Harry, about the environment. We have to consider what's happening over on that campus. You got to consider what's happening with Coach Prime. You got to consider change even when our top players seem to be leaving. Things are changing. And in most cases, change is not a bad thing. For Colorado, any change that they do now, it's going to be great. Listen, this is April. Just letting you know. Push back all you want. Is that CD? Is that DC?
It is. I got pushback too.
That's okay.
He's here for you today, Willie.
But this is what I'm saying. Listen to what I'm saying before you guys push back. The basic foundation. I'm not talking about all the other stuff you guys are talking about. The basic foundation. This is what's happening. Things are changing. So whatever you're going to say, they got to keep that word in mind.
My point is saying is that to believe that the change is for the better, we can't say that necessarily. When you start seeing when you have a turnover of people, especially if you have like a 15, 20% turnover, then that means that something in your process is wrong. Either your talent analysis is bad, or you're not developing people, or you're getting people that for some reason don't want to be there, whether it's financially or whatever it is. And what's happening is that some of the fans are seeing it, and a lot of Colorado fans are ready to pop off and be like the top and want to be the Bamas and the Georgias and are having to eat that crow. And that's the thing, when you're building your program, you're going to have to suck it up and eat it. They don't want to do it. And then they're saying they got good starters, which is true, but they don't have the depth. They're not looking at some of the things that they're not doing the full SWOT analysis. They're looking at all the strengths and that no weaknesses and all the opportunities and don't consider any threats. And I'd like to ask, so Willie, I believe in 90% of you saying it was just that thing of change. That change is kind of like the stock market. It's not a continual glide path going up. It's an up and down. And that's what I think so many fans are trying to expedite their way to we believe versus saying we need some time to get the greatness. Stop saying dominate.
But you're going to have those things when things are changing. Remember, before we knew what it was, everything's smooth. But when change is taking place, you're going to have the ups and the downs because things are changing.
But Willie, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to say this and be done. So if I come in and I take out the trash and I put in nice stuff, and then the next year, what I said was the nice stuff, it's now trash and I'm putting it out. then we got to sit back and say, now we got a pattern. And it's if we can't keep saying everything is great, I have no problem with saying that Colorado will be great. I think what's happened is that folks are sitting here using words that a 4-8 program shouldn't say we finna come in and dominate. It should be saying we want to play competitive, mistake-free football and win. And that's what's kind of why people are pushing back against you, and people are now starting to say, well, what the heck is going on with Colorado when you're having this level of turnover? And you're not even in the news, unfortunately, right now for a spring game, which I was hoping to be pretty good. You're in now, it's because you're having, like, when three running backs that can play, not saying they was going to dominate, but they can play. They were serviceable, and y'all got to stop saying they were garbage. They were serviceable players, at least one of them, and then you would say, well, we didn't need none of them, and we have all dogs coming in. That right there does not bode well for the conversation, because now you got people who are logical going, well, wait a minute, this ain't making no sense.
Because
change goes against logic.
We can't break news every player. Everybody's a dog coming in. Colorado's getting the dog. Like, have you seen some of these like pro like hype it up channels? Have you seen them? We're getting all dogs, right? Everybody's breaking news, and then when they leave, then they're not a dog no more.
Right.
So stop. You got to stop saying they're dogs. Okay, just say, oh, I'm glad we got another player. Let's see what he does, and that's it. Move on.
And you know what? He reminds me of a super fan. He's that typical super fan. And what you've been talking about on your show and how you've been reaching out to the fan base, Harry, just pretty much telling them to, like, hey, you know what? Let's not get all hyped up on every single individual that's coming through this door. Let's really have an understanding of how things work, so we can have a better understanding of the persons that's coming through this door. Because yes, tennis, everything is changing. We're dealing with a new age of the portal. But like I stated when we first came on the air with Harry, I'm starting to raise eyebrows at not only Coach Prime, but everybody else in the building. Because yes, the portal is here to stay, but other programs aren't losing a high percentage of players. You overhauled this team the first year you came in, and now you overhauling this team again. Okay, what is it now? It's starting to become a pattern to me, and that's not gonna get you to that 12 team playoff in my view, which that's where I want to see you guys at. But I'm not dumbfounded to know, okay, it works. Even with the portal, you still have to be able to keep your tools in house.
Tim, are you still 10-2?
I'm still 10-2, just based off of how I see that offense. I've been saying it from the beginning. They look like they look like they're going to be that St. Louis Rams when they had those receivers and they had a decent running back with a decent offensive line. Like, I'm not blinded to see that they did upgrade their offensive line and defensive line. I'm looking at the fact that the depth players that could come up when that one goes down and still be able to fulfill those shoes. I don't need somebody that's in development stage to have to fulfill those shoes third game in the season.
I know. I mean,
game in the season.
That's the conversation we're trying to have, but it's hard to have when you have certain fans that just don't want to accept all the elements. It's not just one part of the elements. Accept all of the elements. So let me bring on CU Buff Dynasty. CU Buff Dynasty, welcome to the show. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate you calling in.
What's up, guys?
Hey.
What up, man?
You know I'm here to cause a problem. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna cause a problem right quick. So I've been kind of listening in to the topic. Let me attack. I'm gonna attack three things real quickly. Let's attack depth. How many players have Colorado lost thus far? I don't care their caliber. Oh, I don't care where
That
they
was,
were on the
okay.
depth
Hold on.
chart.
So that was 15, 16, 17, 18. I think we had 19 or 20.
19 or 20, right?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody's trying about depth. How many have we replaced thus far in this
Maybe
portal
5.
section?
About 9 or
Could be.
10. About maybe not. I know
Four.
about 9 or 10. Almost 9 or
No,
10.
no, it's not 9 or 10. We don't have the
It's
data
4.
on 9 and 10 yet. I think it's like 4 or 5.
But keep in mind, we already have guys, recruits coming in the
Hold
summer.
on, Wild Dog, and we ain't gonna go there. I got something. I'm trying to pull the string right quick. So in this portal
Yes, sir.
session,
Yes, sir. Yes,
we
sir.
have replaced
Yes,
them
sir.
with what? We're gonna say what, 4 or 5? I think it's 5 so thus far, maybe 6. So you're looking at 20 minus 6 leaves you 14. What we and you got what, another, what is it? How many days left in the portal for kids to jump in the portal?
I think 3 days after 27th.
It closed on the 30th. Today is the I don't
So
even
yeah,
know
3 days.
what day.
3 days after the 27th. Today's the 23rd.
Okay, all right. Today's the 23rd. You got 7 more days for kids to jump in the portal. It closes on the 30th, but you have all the way up to whenever to bring a player on. So I just want to make sure we understand that even the portal closes on the 30th, you still can sign players on after the 30th.
What's the quality that's left in the portal?
There's a lot of solid players in the portal right now. We're not even gonna act like that. There's a lot of solid players in the portal.
That matters. I just want to make sure that we count for that too.
This spring portal window is different. The spring
There's
portal
a lot
window
of
is different.
You
Those
got
are all
about
the
you
coaching
got over 2,000 players in there.
Right. There's a lot of serviceable players.
You might not ever see you might not never see a spring portal window like this again.
Exactly.
It's that good.
This is awesome.
Nope.
This
You
is
know what? I'll push back on that and say it's going to get way better.
Wait a minute.
And because of the way that everything's going, the bags are getting bigger. The way that college football is going, this is nothing. I say in the future, you're going to see some starters jump into that portal.
Yeah, absolutely. So let me finish my point. So the point that I'm trying to make is we're in April. We're talking about depth. I'm not even adding in the players that we have coming in from high school and the players that were added before this portal session. Those numbers in itself will close out the depth part. So the depth will be replaced by August the 29th, I think we play. So it's not an issue. It's an issue right now because you're in the middle of it. So everybody's acting like it's an issue, but you're not at the closing or the end of it. When you come to the end, it won't be an issue. Now, the players that we are replacing, the ones that left with, can we all agree that in some instances or some areas they are better than the ones that left out? Not all of them, but most of them.
It's hard to tell. We can't say.
Okay, so take what left from CU and take what's coming in and match the productions from their 2023 season. My assumption is
good.
They are a little bit better.
We're good.
Right? We're good.
Okay.
We're good.
Okay. All right.
Fair to say. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So this is my last point on mate. This is what we're seeing. This is what I believe. This is just
land this plane because I want to know where you come in here, you ask me a bunch of questions. Land this plane. Let me see if you about to bring a jugular or you about to just say, no, we're gonna be all right. If that's what is that where you go?
Oh, you already know how I am. But the question that I just asked,
we're gonna be all right. Come on, man.
The questions that I just asked was to solidify. The questions that I just asked was to solidify that depth is not a problem. It's not a major concern right now because you're just in the beginning of it. We're acting like we're acting like wait a minute. We're acting like
spirit of the channel. You're leaving out the spirit of the channel. It's not that easy. Remember, when we got to do 360. See, you Buff Dynasty, you know that we're accustomed to do 360 here. You can't just say, oh, they're coming in. Oh, yeah, we're getting this. We're replacing God that produced over there. But why did he produce over there? He's coming into a whole new system, a whole new culture. He produced over there because the culture was inducive of his production. So you cannot consider his culture on why he produced over there. And now you're going to say, oh, Otto came in with 1,000 yards. He barely got 29 yards.
So that part,
Bro,
I'm not going all the way into
you
in
got
depth
to
in
consider it
that
360.
part.
That's what we do here.
Wait a minute. I'm giving you a baseline value of what I'm saying. Depth will be replaced. It will be fulfilled with what we consider, I would say, me and Wild Dog, with players that are just a tad bit better. But so, damn, you made me forget my doggone point. What was my second plane? Okay, what you see going on right now with the portal and the way that kids can leave and jump in and out. This is the new age of college football. And what I believe Coach Prime is right on the cusp of this new wave. Coach Prime is handling this as its free agency. I think he's in the right place at the right time, doing the right thing. When you're going to have guys leave, you're going to have guys run out, you're going to have guys run from competition, you're going to have XYZ. I was kind of hearing y'all saying there's something else going on in the building. I
Yes.
just don't believe that it's something else going on in the building like that, other than
Bro, I'm
it's
almost
competition.
100. I'm almost 100%.
Other than it's competition coming in, and it's something that's going to make you have to work for your spot and earn everything you have. That's the only thing I think that's coming in the building.
Hey, let me ask you a question. Do you think that this my first question, would you like to see CU win a national championship?
Yeah.
Okay. My second question is, do you think that they can win a national championship overhauling a roster each and every year?
So the amount of players that you have right now is not an overhaul. There's no overhauling going on. What you're doing,
front line, right?
What you're doing, you're trying to tap into the overhaul from last year, which was very
No, this is an
necessary.
overhaul, bro. This is an overhaul,
No,
bro.
20
This is an overhaul.
20 players is not an overhaul. 20 players is not an overhaul.
No. You gotta consider the key positions.
Not out of 100. Not out of 100 and something kids.
It's an overhaul.
Do they have?
This is not an overhaul.
Okay,
It's an overhaul.
the offensive line from last year, are they still here?
No, and let me give you an explanation for that. Wait a minute.
That's an overhaul right there.
Wait a minute. Let me answer that. No, the offensive line is not here, but do we know specifically if Prime wanted to get rid of that whole old entire line?
But that's not what an overhaul means. That's not what that means.
I'm trying
Overhaul's the wrong word.
Overhaul has nothing to do with Prime. It doesn't matter who it is.
I'm trying to land this plane real quick for y'all.
Overhaul is a necessity.
Let Tim land his plane.
Okay.
Yeah, Tim is a hater, I believe.
No, I'm not a hater.
He pretends to be a hater. Tim pretends to be a hater. He ain't no hater.
I'm just trying to help the fan base. I'm trying to help the fan base have an understanding and not be like a super fan. But what I'm saying is, okay, is the defensive line, are they still here?
Yes, we have a couple. Yes, we have a couple pieces left from last year.
Couple.
Okay.
That's an overhaul.
That's an overhaul.
Bro.
Wait a minute.
Hold on. If you got to have a whole overhaul an engine, I overhauled an engine. I replaced
man.
a whole new block. This is not an overhaul.
This is not an overhaul.
Let him land the plane. Let him land this plane.
Go ahead, Tim.
Okay, I'm gonna let you talk, bro. I'm trying to land it so I can shut up.
Go ahead.
So, with the whole offensive line gone, 80% of your defensive.
You was right. 90. You were right.
90% of your defensive line gone. Now you dependent on you're a coach, right?
Absolutely.
So, with that being said, so now I'm depending on my freshmen that I'm bringing in. Yes, I may be able to go get bits and pieces out of the portal if it's available. Now, in the next 5 years, I feel like that portal thing is gonna die down to a certain level.
Not gonna happen.
Where you're gonna have to depend on your developing guys to come and play come out of that second slot into that first slot in the middle of a season. But if I'm overhauling every year, That's not going to get me to that national championship that my heart desires.
Okay.
But Tim,
Can,
this
can,
is
I-
just
can
the
I say
Harry,
second
hey
year.
Harry,
This is
can I
just the
say
second
something
Harry,
real
year.
quick?
Harry, can you do all of us a favor right quick?
Uh,
Can you do
go
all
ahead.
of us a favor so we don't be misguided? Can you pull up the definition of overhaul first?
I'm looking it up
Okay.
right
Let's make
now.
sure
Can,
that it's matching the
I'm looking it
conversation.
up right
while
now.
he does that, I have one question, guys. I have one question. I can't be
Go
on here long. That's
go
why I
ahead.
came back on. You guys
Go ahead.
just said that the people that they lost compared to the people that they brought in are the ones that they brought in are better than what they lost. Is that what I heard you guys agree on?
That's what I said.
Okay. Let's put pen to paper.
Okay.
Savion Washington left.
Yeah.
He's better than the starter they have now, and he's better than the guy that they just brought in too.
Absolutely not. Where do you
No,
get that from?
Savion Washington.
Where do
Okay,
you get
we're
that
going
from?
off of data. Let's go data.
That's your
I can go with the eye test. I can go with the eye test. Hold up. I can go with the eye test. Savion Washington is better than Benson. I could just go off that eye test, or we can go off of what the data actually says.
Go
He's
to
a
the data.
higher ranked player than Benson. He's a higher ranked player.
I'm gonna dispel that right quick for you, Alpha. How
Okay,
many sacks?
do it. Go to the
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. No.
his professional football.
I got it in
grading.
my mind. I got it in my mind already.
Okay.
How many sacks did Savion give up last season, 2023?
7. No, I don't know how many sacks he gave. I'm talking about his ranking.
So if we're gonna bring up
No.
data,
Wait a minute. Are
we're
you
gonna bring up
telling me?
data. Let's make sure that we have data.
Hold up.
Let's
Wait a
make
minute.
sure we
Are you
got
gonna
data.
compare? Time out. No, bro. Don't change it. Are you gonna
Okay.
tell me the only way you compare a tackle is how many sacks they gave compared to the other one? Is that what we about to do?
Okay, so Alpha,
I'm telling you, his grade
That's
is
not
higher. His grade is higher.
Alpha.
What else do I need to tell you?
Wait a minute,
He has
Alpha.
a higher grade.
Alpha, so that you're not confused at what I'm saying. You started to speak about data. I just gave you one piece of data thus far.
Gave you the biggest data.
Right.
He has a higher grade.
Listen, I'm going to break it down for you.
Okay,
so
go ahead, my brother.
So
Go
you
ahead,
you said per the data, he's a better player.
Absolutely.
Wait a minute, and the eye test.
Absolutely.
So from my eye test, I seen Savion get dogged all season. That's just my eyes.
I seen Benson got dogged all season. I seen Benson get dogged this week.
I understand.
I seen him get dogged this week.
I understand, but that's practice. So when we understand in practice, you played in the NFL, correct?
Yeah, but I don't get dogged by walk on a freshman.
Wait a minute.
I never got dogged by freshmen. Never got dogged by freshmen.
Wait a minute. So you tell me you won every rep in practice?
Oh no, I didn't.
Practice?
I lost to Larry Allen. Yeah, I didn't lose to no scrub.
We're not talking about who. I'm just saying.
But that matters.
You didn't lose any reps in practice?
No, not against scrubs. No, never have. If I had to pass rush the walk on, I won every time. Every time.
You should be in the Hall of Fame then, bro.
No, I'm not telling you I should be in the Hall of Fame. There's levels to this. There's levels to this, bro. It's levels. You do not lose to the scrubs. You don't.
Listen.
Oh my God.
Listen.
You don't.
I understand reps. Listen, bro. My dad played in the NFL. Charles
I
Rome,
got you, but okay. Ask your daddy. Did he lose to a freshman? Ask him. Did he lose to a freshman?
I don't know who. When I was real young watching Buffalo practice and stuff like that, but I don't know what the classification of the people were. But I know my dad was an awesome cornerback. But I know that he got beat a couple times in practice. This is what practice is for.
Okay.
So everybody now.
Let's get back on topic.
No.
Let's get back
everybody
on topic.
now is judging Khalil Benson off a couple clips.
No, I saw his film breakdown. He is bad. Khalil Benson is not good. He's not good. He is a backup tackle. He's really a guard.
He's really a guard.
The type of tackle you took. Savion, I promise you.
He's really a guard.
I promise you, Savion Washington, from everything that I've seen and even the data, his professional grade is higher than Benson. So even if I'm wrong or I'm right,
PFF is not always exact though. They're a bunch of crap as well.
Hold up. Let me say this. But wait a minute. It wasn't just PFF.
Sir.
Every ranking, the rankings of offensive linemen, Savion Washington is above Benson in every single publication you can look at.
So why is he in the portal? Why is he in the portal and Benson not?
He just got in the portal, 3 days ago?
Nah, he's been in the portal longer than that.
But okay, wait a minute.
Don't shorten it up.
Time out. Everybody that Colorado just got has been in the portal longer than Savion Washington. I don't know why. Maybe he's visiting teams. We don't know what's going on. Everybody that Colorado got has been in there longer than Savion Washington.
So look, this is what I'm gonna say to that.
But we can stay on that. Let's go to the next one. Let's go to if we can disagree with that all we want.
Right.
I'm telling you, Savion Washington is a better tackle than Benson. Benson's not even a tackle.
Hey,
he's a guard.
Talking about,
he's a
so
guard.
Alpha, let me speak to that. So we're talking about a right tackle in college football who has a high PFF grade. You should not even be in the portal this long. What are we talking about?
No. That's not. Wait a minute. Time out. There's guys in the portal. Wait a minute. There's guys in the portal right now.
Hey guys,
There's guys in the portal right
Let me
now.
just thank my William Berry real quick. William Berry, thank you for the super chat. Somebody math is off. We have 7 new signees, and an overhaul is not 98% of roughly 20 players that hit the TP or the transfer portal is not an overhaul. I just wanted to get in that. Thank you, William Berry. I appreciate that.
Okay, so now let's go to the tight end. Even though y'all don't like him, the tight end from Cincinnati is better than the tight end you guys just got that didn't even play last year. So what are we talking about? The guy from Cincinnati is better than him?
So again, you're singling out that one tight end as far as
wait. You went player for player. I'm trying to go player for player.
Wait a minute. So when you speak of tight ends, don't just speak of that one. Do you understand that we have 4 more tight ends?
No,
we got
time out.
2.
That's not. What was your statement? What was your statement?
There's two tight ends that just played from UNLV.
That's not your statement. Your statement was the players that we brought in this spring portal is better than the players that left this spring portal. That's what you said.
Absolutely.
In the spring portal, the tight end that they brought in is not as good as Cincinnati. That's the fact. That's a fact.
Cincinnati was on 3rd string with us, bro. What are you talking about?
That's fine. He's not better than the guy they brought in.
Let's get that on the record that when people saying him was saying that the other players, and William Berry is also saying that 98% of the 20 players that hit the transfer portal are non-factors that can't help the team win. That's the same thing that him was saying, and I just want to get on the record that Alfaru is arguing against that. Just get that on the record.
No, this is what I'm arguing. What I'm arguing is you guys want to sugarcoat. I get it. I agree with you. Players go in, players come out. But if you say that the 20 players that they lost, the 6 or 7 players that they brought in are better, I'm telling you they're not. So even from the tight end to the offensive tackle, I promise you, Dylan Edwards, Savion Washington, and Alton McCaskill, those 3 running backs are better than the 1 running back they got from Ohio State. Those 3 together are better than him. They are. I'd rather have those 3 than one of him. That's a fact.
That's your fact.
Well, okay. You know,
that's your fact.
Alfaru, what is the data point? What?
Yeah,
are you
what's
saying
the data point?
Okay. Let me look. Okay, last year's production. The guy from Ohio State. Hold up. Last year's production, the guy from Ohio State ran for 130 yards. If we want to look at his best year, which was 2022, he ran for 500 yards, which McCaskill ran for 1,000 yards and 16 touchdowns. So, and we talk about injury, and then we talk about injury. He was injured last year as well. So we cannot keep moving the goalposts in every situation to fit the narrative. I'm telling you, if everybody's healthy and everybody who they are, Savion Washington is a 1,000-yard running back. Dylan Edwards was up for the Heisman Trophy in week 1. He won a game. Yeah, it might sound stupid, but I can say he never was up for the Heisman Trophy. Alton McCaskill was one of the best running backs in the country 2 years ago. So how are you telling me the kid from Ohio State is better than those 3 running backs? You got 2 people that were 1,000-yard running backs, and you got one that was a multi-year 1,000-yard running back, and you got one that was up for the Heisman Trophy.
All right.
So what the hell are we talking about?
So now,
we're talking about Dylan Hayden. He's on the screen right now.
Right. Yes, I'm talking about Dylan Hayden is not better than those 3 running backs combined.
Now,
He's not.
Can I say my piece?
Yeah, you can say my bad. We having a good
yes,
warm
sir.
conversation. I like this. I like this.
But I know who you are. And I know that y'all like to pick out 1 or 2 players to make your point.
No, I can go through the list. Let's keep going through the list. I'm going through the 20. You called out 20. I'm going through each 20 if we want to go through each 20.
Let's go back. So we lost. Let me see who we got. We got a running back. We got an edge. You got
an edge, right? You got an edge. You got a running back.
Correct. Mateo, our tight end left.
Yes.
Mateo left. He was third string. He was slow. He didn't produce that much at Cincinnati.
No. Well, technically, he was projected as a starter. Now, third string, maybe that's what I saw on Well Off Media, but I haven't heard anything like that. I'm telling you, when he came in, everybody and their mama said he's the starter. He's the game changer. That's all I heard.
That's what all the fans said. You know how we do.
That's what I heard from. Oh, that way. Hold on. Whoa.
That's not coming from.
That's
not
what I
coming
heard
from the program.
That's what I heard from vetted publications that Colorado uses, from the Well Off to Prime. They said we got a guy from Cincinnati. Hold up. They said we have a guy from Cincinnati that's a game changer. That's what I heard. And that's going to make our offense click.
I can't disagree with you that's where you heard it from. But vetted public. Wait a minute. Vetted publications.
Or do you not like publications? Because you don't like publications. You've already.
But listen, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. I don't disagree. That's where he heard it from. I don't disagree that that's what they said. But vetted publications do not determine the depth chart.
I get you, but this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. Now, keep in mind, I'm not arguing if Colorado is better or worse. What I'm arguing is the statement that you made that the 20 players that left are worse than the. You said 7. I don't see 7, but let's just say 7. The 7 players that they brought in is factually not correct. It's factually not correct. You got a 5-star in there. You got a safety that was a freshman that played a ton of snaps. You got, if you look at the portal right now, Colorado, hold up. Colorado got 4. Hold up. If you look at the portal right now, Colorado has 4 players that are at the top of their position. They got 4 players at the top of the damn portal. So how in the hell is somebody better than them when in the portal they rank below them? That doesn't make any sense to me. Am I saying something weird?
All right. No. I was trying to. I was making sure he finished his point. I was making sure he finished his point.
Alpha Rule gives to you Buff Dynasty at least 30 seconds. Let him get it all out before you interject.
So what I said was the 5 or so players that we acquired in the past week or 2 weeks are better than those same players in their position that left out in the past 1 or 2 weeks.
So tell me who. Name the one that stands out. I give you one.
Okay.
I give you one. I think the kid from Pitt is better than Hawkins. I definitely give you that.
So let's take the 4. What was it? 6 came up the weekend. We closed.
So who did you bring in? Tell me who you brought in.
We closed in 4. Was it Hayden?
Yep, that's the running back.
Buell.
Is that that's the Buell is the
Buell is the defensive
D tackle. Yeah, he's better. Yeah, the D tackle. I think he's better than Chase Wallace. I think
wait a minute.
I think him and Chase is similar.
Wait a minute. Don't wait a minute. Let me talk. Don't slight Buell. Buell.
I know he's a beast. I like him.
Wait a minute. Let me finish, bro. Just pipe down a little bit.
Let him cook. Alfred, will you be cooking? Let him cook.
Don't slight Buell. Wait a minute, because see, we like to do this when we're making a point. Don't slight Buell. Buell is a dog who came from one of the top defenses in college football from Ohio. Is that not a fact?
He's agreeing with you. Okay.
I like Buell. He's not a dog for Colorado, but he is a good player. I like him.
He's not a dog for Colorado.
No, he's not going to play for Colorado. He's not better than the D tackles they have.
He's not coming to be better. He's coming to be a great rotational piece.
I understand that, but what I'm saying is,
right.
Let's stick to the argument. I'm letting you have that because I
ain't got my 30 seconds yet. I ain't got my 30 seconds.
I think he's better than Chase Wallace. I think he's comparable to Chase Wallace.
I ain't got my 30 seconds.
Alfred,
go ahead.
30 seconds to cook without interruption. Let me see. Let me
go ahead.
Let him land the plane for a second.
You got Dan Hayes. You got Dallin, whatever his name is. You had the D-line Buell. Who else did we bring in? It's slipping my mind right now, but you could take those 4 and match them.
Peyton Kirkland from Texas.
Peyton Kirkland. He's a potential player. You got to work with him a little bit. You got to work with him. But you can take those 4 players and match them to the 4 players in their position, and their moon age is better than.
Okay,
those
so let's go with your 4 players. Let's go with your 4 players. Well, the ones we know, because I think they have 4. I think they brought 5. So we have the D lineman. The D lineman,
but we don't have them yet.
Okay. The D lineman Buell, he's comparable to Chase Wallace, but I'm actually going to lean toward Buell because he made third team. He made third team.
He's not comparable to Chase Wallace. Don't do that. Don't do that, Alpha. Don't do that.
Time out, brother. Time out. You got to understand, Chase Wallace did play Division I Power 5 football. You understand that, right?
He did. Yes, I do.
Okay. So I'm giving it to you, but I don't think it's that. Hold up. I'm giving it to you. I'm only going off of the running back situation. You're not telling me that the kid from Ohio State is better than the 3 running backs that just left. There's nothing. There's no data. His best season wasn't better than theirs. His worst season was worse than theirs. So I'm not going to give you that one. Now, the offensive lineman, Savion Washington, is definitely by far better than the tackle that they just brought in. Tight end situation, the tight end is definitely better than the tight end that they brought in. The DN, there's no comparables. I think he's much better than Hawkins, so I'm going to give you that one as well. So we going through the list. Everything that you're saying, the only one is that's a definite is the defensive end from Pitt. If you say that defensive end is not better than Hawkins,
you fooling the people because you're talking real heavy. But let me
I'm
slow
not
you down a little
talking
bit.
heavy.
Wait a minute.
I'm literally
the
telling
tight
you.
end. Wait a minute. The tight end from UNLV that we signed. He wasn't more productive than Mateo at Cincinnati.
He
what are you
wasn't
talking
more
about?
productive than you know what? You know how many yards he had last year?
How many you have?
0. He didn't even play. He couldn't even get on the field. He
We're
had
not
0 yards.
I'm not
0
talking about
catches.
Sam Hart. I'm not talking about Sam Hart.
I'm talking about the kid from UNLV, Williams, Charlie Williams. He didn't even play last year. He's just coming back home because he's from Colorado.
Bro. Oh, my God.
Okay, look it up. Oh, Harry got the computer. Harry, can you tell me the stats on Charlie Williams?
Yeah, look up the stat for Charlie Williams.
Charlie
from
Williams.
UNLV.
Y'all keep talking. I'll look it up.
Okay, so what I'm telling you is this, and I'm not even trying to argue the whole point.
No, we having a discourse.
This is what I'm saying. You cannot continue to shit on players, and I'll put my money. I'll donate. I don't care. I will donate. You cannot continue. I literally watch.
I don't care about the donation. Don't say it. Don't use foul language.
Okay, I literally watch. I ain't gonna lie. Even this spring, watching the well-offs or whatever practices, you know who stood the hell out to me? Arthur McCaskill looked like he's back.
Man, you wildin', bro.
Man, that brother was breaking 80-yard runs on the defense.
You wanted
He had about 4 of them.
You wildin'.
Arthur McCaskill, I saw him run the hell over one of the linebackers,
bro.
Bentley.
First of all,
smack over.
Wait a minute. First of all, if you go back through all the clips, Alton McCaskill didn't run the ball no more than 8. You don't have more than 8 clips.
Bro, and when he ran it, what did he average when he ran? What did he average?
Wait a minute.
What did he average?
Wait a minute. So listen, in his first couple runs, he did good. But if you look at his God dang, let me finish, bro. In his last couple carries, he got stopped behind the line.
Brother,
I don't know if we watching the same thing.
Hold on.
I don't know if we watching the same thing.
Hold up, time out. If he had 8 carries, let's say I'm gonna go with your number. He had 8 carries, and his last 3 was stopped behind the line of scrimmage. Okay,
I didn't say 3.
Running back. Okay,
I didn't say 3.
Hold. No, we going with your theory. I'm gonna ask you. In the 8 carries that you saw, how many yards did Arthur McCaskill have?
He broke 1.
No. He broke more than 1. How many yards did he have? Answer the question. How many yards? How many yards?
I went out there with a measuring stick. So
give me an estimate. Give me an estimate.
He broke one. It looked like about a 25-yard or whatnot.
Okay. Well, that was one of them. I'm talking about the big. You know, the big one was long. So tell me, how many yards did Alton McCaskill have in the 8 carries that you watched?
Bro, wait a minute, man. Listen, I seen no more than 8 clips of him running the ball. The first couple clips, he did good. The last couple clips, when he had his knee wrapped, he did terrible. He got stopped behind the line.
Let's talk about the ones he did good on. How many yards did he have on the?
I'm not going into the yards, Alpha. I'm not going into the yards.
But
don't take me into the yards.
Problem. This is the problem. If I'm a running back, and I carry the ball 8 times, and I have, let's say 120 yards, even if my last 4 was behind the line of scrimmage, I had a damn good day.
Then you're taking it to a whole nother area.
You got to stop using those language. I'm
sorry. I had a good day.
You're taking it to a whole nother area.
I'm not taking it to a level. And the reason why I'm tripping is
guys,
because
one
this
second.
argument.
We have no stats for 2023 for your Charlie Williams.
Yeah, he didn't even play.
Yeah, the white
he
boy.
Didn't play.
Yeah, we have no
played.
stats.
He just couldn't get on the field.
What was his 2022 stats? Since we used the Alton McCaskill 22 stats.
Okay, well, yeah. Look at Charles Wilson 2022.
Yeah, but Alpha
Wilson or Williams?
Alpha, I see what you're saying, but
Wait,
I
guys,
also see
we
what
said,
you're doing.
Wilson or Williams?
Williams, Charlie Williams from UNLV, the tight end.
Okay,
So
good.
Alpha, I see what you're saying, but I also see what you're doing. When I say I saw a minimum of 8 carries through all well off and reach the people media joints, his first couple carries, he did good. The back end of his carries, he did bad. You know that I'm correct. So what you're doing now, you're trying to bring in, well, how many yards did he get on his first couple carries?
No, I'm
That's
trying to tell you,
bull
if
crap.
you look at a game in any situation, I'm not trying to change anything. I'm trying to say, as much as you disregard the last couple of carries, you can't disregard his earlier carries. You can't do that. If you're a running back, you look at the game, and yeah, he might have got stopped behind the line of scrimmage. That's a running. That's what happens. They got some good footage. They said, "Ooh, the linebacker made a play. He got stopped behind the line of scrimmage." I also seen him run linebackers over. I also seen him take stuff to the house. I don't know why I'm saying something like I'm trying to change the narrative.
No. So why I spoke on his back end is because you alluded to ask if everything he done in the spring was extremely great. Like he didn't never get stopped behind the line. You made it seem like he was running over everybody.
Did I say that? I said I saw Alton McCaskill look like he's back because I saw him breaking long runs against the defense. That's literally what I said. Alton McCaskill got that speed back.
All right, guys, so
rolling.
listen, we got no stats. We got no stats on your boy. 2023. You see on the screen. This is 2023 and 2022. Nothing. So your boy got no stats. He didn't play.
Okay, so I take a strike on that one then.
No, but you know what? At the end of the day,
I give you that one.
No, so at the end of the day, I just want to help just the audience and the fan base understand that. To be real with you, anything you get out the portal, for the most part, there are special players like the Caleb Downs and things like that, and your boy that went to USC, Caleb Williams. You got special situations. Gabriel that went to Oregon, but for the most part, what you get out of portal is not going to compare to someone that you recruit that's a 5-star.
That's not a
so
fast
everybody that goes in the portal and comes out the portal for the most part is not that wide of a difference. And for the guys that just left compared to the guys that came in, my opinion, statistically from their data, from the eye test, those players are better than the ones
that's not fair. That's not
okay,
a fair.
Guys, hold on. Let me get this on tape.
Yeah.
This is the bio. Somebody asked me to click on it. A tight end who joins the program this fall after spending last year as part of the postgraduate program at IMG Academy, a well-traveled player who competed in 3 different states during his high school career, a former wide receiver, so he was not really a tight end, a former wide receiver who moved to tight end while at the nation's top prep program, which is located in Bradenton, Florida, a 2022 graduate, so he's new. This guy just started. A 2022 graduate of IMG Academy, previously played for the Governor's Academy High School in Byfield. How do you pronounce that? That's okay. After spending his first 3 seasons at his hometown Aspen High School, he got nothing. There's nothing here.
So CCU Buffs, I got a question for you. All right.
Come on, man. Here we go with another one.
No.
Look, hey, bro. Hey, listen. Hey, Harry. The haters and the doubters are coming out the woodwork so heavy today, boy. Don't make no sense.
Hey, before we get to that question, let me say this.
All they was waiting on was somebody good.
Let me just say this. Listen.
I don't hate you, bro.
Remember, I give you guys the Killmonger versus the Black Panther argument, right? Right now, you got CU Buff Dynasty, who is the Killmonger, right? And he's fighting hard for his team. All right, so you're gonna have people in the chat. We had a couple of people like, go get them, CU Buff Dynasty. You're trying to hold down CU while we're trying to do a 360.
No,
right?
because a lot of these guys, you just took an L on something you were trying to argue. Oh, I already stood on that. I stood on the tight end L. That ain't no problem.
That's what I'm saying. So we need to have a 360. We need to understand that. I know your position. I know what you're arguing for. You're arguing for the base that wants to hear that everything's going to be okay. All right? That's the base that you're arguing for. There's another argument that's going on where we're saying, look at it from a realistic standpoint.
Right.
That's 2 arguments that's going on. You're doing a good job trying to make sure that you hold down the base, and I wish you had him on here to help you out.
But this is what I'm saying.
Now I'm just trying to let you know you're getting cooked.
No, it don't matter. I stand in the fire.
Okay.
Because
All right,
I
cool,
understand.
cool.
I understand what's going on. You got these pundits that was waiting for any halfway decent player to jump in the portal so they can come online and be like, oh, this, you can't do that. You see this, you this, you this. But see, what happens is when you look up and come in August 29th when it's time to play, and we got a fairly loaded team and we're ready to rock and roll, their mouth gonna be shut. I'm standing on business right now. So when the time comes in August, when the time come in August, I'm gonna summon all these cats back to the platform and ask them what they talking about.
All right, cool. So I get your platform, but let me go ahead.
I stand with you, brother. I stand with you.
Let's get DC's question in here because you Buff Dynasty, I understand where you're at. I understand where you're arguing the affirmative.
I ain't messing with DC Carson.
Now I'm gonna tell you
you're
this.
arguing for Colorado, which is good. But I just want everybody to understand the dynamic of the argument going on. Alfaru is challenging us and saying, "Hey, let's look at everything from a 360 point of view," and then that's the argument. So DC, go ahead with your question.
So here's the thing. I'll say this is that I'm gonna keep it real with you, CU Buffs.
Come on, baby. Come on.
That I'll be more likely to come up and face my music than most of those CU fans that's been talking smack.
Right.
Because they like to talk little things. I'm not coming here to say that CU is gonna suck. Right. But I am gonna sit here and ask you this.
Let's get that on the record.
Right. At all. I'm not saying that. I just think people like to hear it, but I mean I don't operate that way. Hearing you and I talk, my whole career, most of it was to come up with a great plan and then poke holes into it until it was almost as foolproof, which nothing is ever foolproof. So that's what I do. But I'm gonna ask you, CU Buffs. All right. So I am not going to argue with you that what you lost, what your gains were better than your loss. What I am going to ask that you yourself said you want CU to win a championship, correct?
Absolutely. I didn't say this.
All right.
Yes.
Right. So if I want to have a championship team, that means I need to have very good twos, correct?
Absolutely.
And I need to have somewhat serviceable threes, right?
Absolutely.
Right. And if I have serviceable twos, but I don't have serviceable threes, that more likely is a 7-5, 8-4 team. Is that correct?
Not all the way, not 100% correct.
But more than likely, it's more true than not true, correct?
I would say it's middle of the road. I wouldn't give it one side or the other.
What's middle of the road? I mean, at the end of the day, you can get hit by both lanes. Which one we in?
Yeah. So when you talking about third team, I'm gonna leave that in the middle of the road.
Okay. So my question to you is, if I'm building the dynasty, CU Buffs Dynasty is ironic your name. Congratulations. My question be, if we're going to build the CU Buffs Dynasty, would not those players that left, not talking about who coming, because we know we got some better players, according to your assessment, your assumptions you use, which we know assumption is not a fact, it's just an assumption. But let's go with it being a fact. Would it not have been more advantageous to Colorado to keep those players and add on?
I would agree, only in the fact that if you don't replace them with something.
All right, so what it is of your belief that the new ones that are coming in will be better than what's left, and then is it also your belief that the gap that was the void that was filled, that you're going to get even better players?
Can you repeat that again? I'm in Walmart.
Okay. What I'm asking is that you're saying you're going to get better players to replace what's left. So that third string, do you believe that in the portal or better, let's go somewhere else and then I'll be done with it. It's that Colorado has a developmental program in there that will develop their third strings to be solid third string, if not the next second string.
One more time.
That's unrealistic. I don't. No. That's unrealistic, man.
Well, no.
How many
if you're building a CU Buffs dynasty,
how is it unrealistic when you're building a team?
It's applicable.
How the heck is it unrealistic? You're building
saying,
a football team.
Well, what you're saying that my third string is going to be just as strong as my second string.
He
No,
said
first
build
string.
them. He
That
said to
ain't
build
gonna be.
them.
That ain't true.
That's not
He
what
said
I
to
said.
build them. You missed that. You're missing pieces of the conversation. He said to build them to that.
Right.
How the third stringer gonna make a first stringer better?
Isn't it better for you to keep them and build them? That's the listen to the thread.
If my first string are super awesome, according to most Colorado fans, that by my third stringers, if I have coaches that are developing, should get better. Is that not right? And that's for Willie or to see you Bucks.
Oh
I
no,
think you
no, they're not. They're not. Listen, if you're playing third
you-
string, there's a reason why you're third string. You're not good enough to be second. You're not good enough to be first. So right
why
now
have
you're
them on
just
the
window
team?
dressing.
Why
You're
have
just
them on the
window
team if
dressing.
they're not going to get better? Then that means
So-
you're not developing them. Then why have
They-
them on your team?
Well, why have a third string then? Get rid of the third
Dylan
string. Just have
Edwards.
a first and a second string.
Dylan
that's what
Edwards
the
for
NFL
Dylan Edwards.
does.
Dylan
That's what
Edwards,
the NFL
true freshman, was on the scout team. He worked his way up to special teams, and then by the season started, he worked his way all the way up to running back one, all-purpose.
Is
back.
that not what
Get,
Wild Dog?
get
Is
rid of
that
your
not what you
walk-ons.
want?
Get rid of Charlie Offado. I mean, what are we saying?
But Wild Dog, isn't that what I want to have my new people, or let's say developmental, come in, get good on scout team / third string, get good enough that they are able to compete. So then I also push my first, or especially my second stringers, for them not to get comfortable. Is that not the environment I'd like to create?
100%. Even in human nature, iron sharpens iron. So when you bring
Okay.
in,
Right.
so walk-ons are recruited. If you're really trying to build a championship team, walk-ons are even recruited. Like Cash, who came in with Seton, he's a preferred walk-on because he was deliberately recruited and brought on.
And Alabama
It's
has
the game.
preferred walk-ons.
Yeah.
They do
It's
have
a huge
preferred
part of the
walk-ons.
process.
that they
I
do
mean,
that.
I don't know why that's a hard concept to understand. But give me a second. Let me get this on tape. Alton McCaskill the third. So he says, well. So ask yourself, why is this? Let me guess. He don't want to compete either. Question mark with a laughing emoji. But y'all think the parents be tripping. These kids got goals and dreams of their own. It's our job as parents to support them to reach these goals. These goals, by all means necessary. Be great. What are
He's
your
got
thoughts
a-
on that?
Harry B,
Now,
he's got a
hold
whole
on.
different. He's got a whole
Hey.
different tone. Monica must have talked to him after his
If
other
you-
book.
Monica's in the chat, y'all. Monica,
If
so let's
you
make
think
sure
that,
we
let me
respect
tell you,
her.
okay, I'm glad Monica's in the
Monica
chat.
helped him clean his language up.
If you think that these parents, even though a kid has his own, I'm a parent. If you think these kids don't have their own dreams and desire, and they don't depend on you for some kind of advice, then some of your parents are not paying attention. Your kids, yeah, they have their own dreams and desires and everything, but a lot of parents have a lot of weight on because they love you and they respect you. But their parents don't think these parents don't carry a lot of weight on the decisions that these kids have made. Because a lot of them don't want to make their kids, don't want to disappoint the parents.
Well, let me
That's
go
coming
ahead
from
and
experience.
right. Let me just close out where I was going with CU Bucks and you to a point where I was saying is
Hey, DC, go ahead, bro. I was in Walmart. I couldn't hear you. Go
that's
ahead.
all right. That's all right, fam.
Go ahead, brother.
The point the questions were not leading, but the questions were highlighting is that sooner or later we have to stop the number, to reduce the number as we increase the quality. Because if you don't have that, you're not going to get to what you're saying, dominating in the chip. Right now, you can get to a point where you win, but when you stay dominating, that requires a different level of input to get that output. And so that's why it's like, I have no problem with y'all saying. You can say all day, all the people that's coming in are better than the ones that leave. Do I believe that? Heck no, that's not the way life works. But I'm willing to go with that. But at the end of the day is you're eventually going to have a system where you are increasing quality, and you're not like, because think about it, having to replace 19 people is not easy, because let's say when you add in the people that left for graduation, that are not in the portal because they're not good students, and the people that jumped in the portal. That's the game that I'm pointing out, that Colorado is going to have to play that game and keep a significant amount of quality if they're going to be that dominant championship type of thing.
All right, so You want to answer See Above Dynasty? Was there a question, DC?
Yeah.
The end of the question was going to be, if you're not doing all those things that we were asking the questions about, then how do you expect to get to be a championship team?
Oh, okay. So if you're not building, basically, then how can you expect to have the next guy up? Is that kind of
yeah, you got to stockpile. Like they're saying, well, the twos and all that kind of stuff, we don't have the depth. You have the depth also includes the development. And that seems to be something that we're missing, but I don't want to hog up the line. So
Well, see, if we pay attention this year, what differs from last year with the portal guys is that he's bringing in a multitude of guys that have 2 to 3 years left to play. So that speaks to that stockpiling that you speaking of. I mean, you can't be there for 4 years. Other than this COVID thing gave people 5. So now, if you look at a lot of the players that's coming in, they got 2 to 3 years of eligibility left.
So what's your QB stockpile look like?
Man, you got what, 4 or 5 of them guys? And what does it look like as far as talent is concerned?
Mm-hmm.
And
you see where I'm going?
Wait. We need to go.
But that wasn't your point, though. That wasn't your point, though, DC.
Yeah.
Well, it's part of the point.
Yeah, but you're trying to steal points.
But see, that's what the pundits. That's what the pundits. Look, Harry. Hey, Harry. That's what the pundits do. They bring up a topic, and they bring up a topic as a whole, a broad topic, and then once you answer, they try to go into a singular form. And
No.
I got these guys down pat, man.
You said your overarching point was that you want to make sure that you keep the guys that were there and bring them up. You know what I'm saying? Bring the 3s up to 2s, the 2s to 1s once the 1s leave. So, and then now you're like, well, how good is he?
Well, no, the point I'm making with that grenade I threw in at the end.
You lost the point on that one, DC. I'm just trying to let you know you lost the point on that one.
Well,
I had my flap jacket on, DC.
The grenade I threw in at the end on there was to a point of, notice we talk about all those positions, but we got a huge gap. Is that when we go into that, because let me ask you this, see you, Buffs. Should 2024 be setting you up for 2025 to be even better?
It should.
But you're making the same point over and over again. You're just saying it in different ways.
It should, but
Kerry, do you know there's a reason that you do that? Do you ask it?
No, I know. You're trying to make sure he understands what you're trying to say.
Yes. Go ahead.
It does. I can agree.
You know what? I'm gonna sit back and just kind of reflect on the comments made. I do have
because you're one of those guys.
When did you not be able to land your plane? Because I don't know why you see your Buff is not even talking and he's killing you. What's going on?
Because DC Carson is one of those guys.
DC, are you tired or what? Like, what's going on?
I say put DC into the portal.
Oh,
He's been trying to head it that way anyway.
Look, DC,
portal, man.
DC Carson.
He's been on the chat way too long. he's been on the pen.
DC Carson is one of those guys that's stuck in the old way of doing things, and he don't believe that there can be a new way of things. You know, a new way that things can happen.
Incorrect statement.
That's all.
No,
he's stuck on Alabama. He's stuck on old Nick Saban and Alabama.
He has a crush for your argument. I'm just trying to make sure I keep y'all both honest. I don't agree that DC is stuck in the old way. I think what DC is trying to do is challenge our thinking as far as the fan base to try to keep us honest. If we're constantly disparaging the ones that are leaving and we keep bringing in new guys, when do we settle down and say, hey, let's build on what we already have in house and let's bring them up? That way we can have a championship dynasty, or at least something that looks like how dynasties are built. And where CU Buff Dynasty is coming in and saying is, that's a percentage of what he's saying is, don't worry about the old way of the dynasty being built. He said there's a new way, there's a new sheriff in town, and Coach Prime is the new sheriff. So Leave
But
the
Harry,
old stuff.
But I'm
Leave.
saying,
but
Let me
Harry,
finish.
what if?
Hey,
Let me
hey,
finish, Willie.
go
Leave
ahead,
the
Harry.
old way that the dynasty was built. Leave that alone and let Coach Prime cook in this new way of the dynasty
but
being
what
built. I had
and
to
what
clear
I'm
this up.
saying, Harry, and
Okay,
I had to clear this up.
what I'm
but what
saying,
if we?
Harry, is that that CU Buffs has a point. What I'm simply saying is that Coach Prime
Why
is
you
doing.
sound like you're in a tunnel now?
Hopefully it'll correct itself. I'm hoping that I'm saying that what Coach Prime is doing is unprecedented, but I'm also saying it's unproven. What some of the fans want you to sit back and say this will work. You cannot do that. Nobody goes and just throws money in the stock market hoping it makes it. You look at stuff. So I'm only saying that. And then the other thing I'm saying is that I'd like to see Colorado do things, but what I noticed that a lot of times when y'all talk about stuff, everything is going to work out and be better, and that's not the case. We've seen that. I'm
But
sitting up
what?
here saying,
But DC, what
uh-huh.
what if Coach Prime is? Because Harry said this earlier. What if we're not discouraging them? Because
Right.
somebody say, well, we got to stop doing this because with this, what is Coach do? What if we're not discouraging the players to get in the portal? What
Do
if
you
we're
realize?
not
Do
discouraging
you
people
do
to
you
go? Man,
realize?
come
Do you?
on.
There's a word that you're using, a very small word that you're using that should tell you something, and that means that there's an uncertainty, and it's the word if. Do you notice how often y'all use the word if?
Well, only reason I use if because to counterpoint what you're saying that this is what really happened. And we'll kind of indicate that you believe that maybe Coach Klein is doing something. My counterpart to that, well, what if, okay, and that's a hypothetical if, what if he's not doing anything and the
Right.
players are still leaving? Just to give you something else to think about also.
I
I
consider
got
that.
Like
something.
Harry would say, like
DC,
Harry
I
would
got
say,
something for you.
like Harry
DC, I
would
got
said earlier, two things can be right at the same time, right?
I
right.
consider both of
So
that.
DC,
But
I got something for you. I got
what?
something for you. I got to ask you a question.
Ask
You
me.
you recognize people like Elon Musk, and you recognize people that were trailblazers, people that have tried to find solutions for stuff that were not proven before and nobody knew, and they
Right.
were and
Right.
people were coming against them and saying, well, you're crazy because that's never worked before. And then they had to work hard to prove that yes, we can send regular people to space, right? You
And,
believe that aspect of life, right? DC?
yep.
You've
Yeah, he
never heard
does.
me. You've never heard me say that I don't
Stop it.
believe it will work.
Stop it.
You
Stop it,
never heard
DC.
me say that.
No, but that's what
Nobody.
I'm saying. But this goes along with what you've been like, what you're saying now. I just want to make it clear that even though what you're saying has like we got to take history into consideration, because essentially what you're saying is that okay, if history proves that this is how you build a legacy, then that means that what you guys are really harping on is not based in reality, based on history. So in turn, we're saying okay, fine. But you also got to consider that the transfer portal thing is new. NIL is new. So the person that's using those two avenues and they're trying to build a new system or a new legacy, do not say that we're crazy because you're still basing your argument on how championship teams are built. And in today's environment, the NIL is the new world order. So you got to consider
Watch.
that as well. So where you're 50% right, we can be 50% right too.
I'm sitting
Because
Watch
up here
we
this, Harry.
haven't
saying,
seen
Can I
it,
do this?
and we
Can I
can
do
beat
this?
the Elon Musk. We can
go ahead.
beat Isaac Newton. We can be the one that discovered peanut butter, and we tell you like, yo, this thing that you're holding, you're eating it, but guess what? We can mash it up and we can turn it into a paste, and you can spread it on some bread. And you're not gonna tell me that I'm crazy until I tell you that, until I show you that. Oh my gosh, we got peanut butter. Like, I think that's how.
Can I do something, Harry? Can I do something, Harry?
Go ahead. Go
This
ahead.
this is for the panel. All right, I'm gonna break it down to like flat layman's terms. This is what I think is going on with all this
You
portal.
weren't complicated for us, were you?
No, this is what I think is going on with the portal. This is what I
Okay.
think is going on with CU. Watch this right here.
Uh-huh.
DC Carson,
Yes,
what kind of phone do you have, brother?
I have an iPhone.
Uh-oh.
You have an
coming for you.
iPhone.
Yes.
What
He's lining you
model
up.
what model iPhone do you have?
I think it's 12, 14. I don't know.
All right,
Bro,
12
if you
or
got a
14.
12, you behind,
So
bro.
wait a minute. So 3 years ago, what model did you have?
Probably the one before the one I have now.
Wait a minute. I'm going somewhere.
Okay.
You probably had.
Yeah.
Let's say
He's like,
let's say you
yo,
had a 10.
Yeah.
Let's
I'm
say
a
you had a 10
businessman.
or
I
11,
don't
right?
follow trends.
Yeah.
I get what works.
So watch this right here. So watch this. When you went from the 10 to the 12, was there a lot of difference?
It wasn't a significant one.
It wasn't significant, but there were some small differences that made the 12 better than the 10, correct?
It was correct.
It depends.
All right.
It
So
depends
look,
on the user.
wait a
because
minute,
for
wait a minute,
filmmakers,
wait a minute,
the
wait a
new
minute.
one is very,
So
very
take
way
that.
different for
So take
filmmakers.
that, and that's what you have going on at CU. It's just an
Okay.
upgrade of the same phone with
Okay.
with a couple things that are a little bit better than before. That's all
Okay,
you got,
well,
bro.
then let me ask you
You
this.
almost
Which
had
goes
me.
back to my point was
You
change.
almost had me. You were on the
Which
right
goes
track.
back to what I was
but-
saying was change.
Hold up.
But the problem
Hold
is
up. We
everybody
gotta
else
put
is.
that into context. We gotta
You
put that
shoulda-
into context.
Go
The
ahead.
phone user is important. Also, we gotta make sure that we understand the user of the phone.
Oh, you
What
going
is
too deep
DC
now,
using
bro.
his
All
phone
right.
for?
You going too deep now, Harry.
Yeah.
No,
Come
because
on, man.
you're trying to use that and say, oh, that's what it's. No, but it can't be because DC uses his phone differently than I use my phone.
Yeah, if you want to go into all of that, okay, yeah, that's
You
fine.
should
I
have hit
understand
me.
what you're saying.
You should have hit me with that analogy.
I had a Samsung. I just got
Hey,
an
Willie
iPhone, and
Willie
it's like
still
a
got
whole new
flip
curve,
phone
brand new
from
learning curve.
Samsung, from Nokia.
Right, but
I'm
the
picking on you, Willie.
but
Okay,
the point I'm
hey, college bound CFL. I was wrong for calling you a troll. You did say Dylan Edwards was leaving. I give you that ups, brother.
Oh man, no, he's not, is he?
He said it. He said it.
Yes.
He said it.
Man, what's
yes.
I'm gonna get like Harry. What the hell is going on at CU?
Wait a minute. You didn't know Dylan Edwards was
I gotta go back because if Dylan is leaving,
Dylan been gone since early this morning.
I've been updating the chat like 12
Wait,
dozen
Willie,
times.
you don't know why
Oh my God.
why we're having this conversation?
Oh
Wait a
my
minute.
God.
No, but I was asleep, man. When I woke up, I done slept through the coming of Christ. Oh no.
Dylan been gone since this morning.
Wait,
Really?
Willie, are you not? Look, Savion Wilkinson is gone, and so is Dylan Edwards.
What the hell is going on?
Hey, stop using hell.
Exactly.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
Exactly.
Wow.
So you don't even know what we're talking about? So
Wow,
Willie, you don't even have a premise.
Hey, look. When I called you guys to get on, y'all were arguing about something else.
Time out. So now,
Y'all wasn't
Willie,
arguing about
everything
Dylan. Y'all
you said
arguing
from
about
now on
something
has
else.
to change.
Y'all
How you
arguing
feel now,
about
Willie?
something else, man. I wouldn't even get in until I kind of hear it. But y'all was going from one to the other. But then when I looked at my computer and I saw where Dylan and then Wilkins, I said, no, that ain't true. Hell, y'all just
Willie, look on your screen.
What?
Willie, please look on your screen, Willie.
I'm looking on my screen.
Yes. Look, I got it right up here.
Well, you put it up there now. That wasn't up there when I went through. Y'all were on the schedule.
Well, I mean, but
when I came
just
in,
had
y'all
it
were on
up
the schedule.
and I read this and I said, well. So ask yourself, why is this? Damn, Willie,
Okay.
where you been?
Okay, I thought I was here. Obviously, I wasn't.
Willie
I
still
did.
got
Y'all
an
need
iPod.
y'all need to put me in the
So
portal.
now we gotta ask you all that stuff that you were talking the way, because based on how you were answering the questions, now we gotta ask you in honest. Do you still feel the same way?
Hell yeah, that means I'm a smart brother, man. That means I can come in on a conversation and pick right in on it. Come right in on it. Be right
You're
on
not
time.
Willie,
Ain't that right, Wild Dog? I'm right on time.
Yeah,
Except
hey
for that
Willie.
last part.
Willie, let me hit you with one more piece of information, but I'm gonna call it a rumor, even though it seems like it's confirmed. But let me say it's rumored that Cormani McClain was getting $25,000 a month.
Oh my
From
gosh.
who? From who?
From NIL. NIL.
From the collective. Even Willie can't believe it. He said from who?
Willie, what?
His NIL was $25,000 a month. So that was about what? That's what? $300,000 a year.
But he
Willie.
wasn't on any kind of image or lightning thing, right?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure,
Image or
Harry.
He wasn't on
Image or
I'm not
lightning?
sure if
There was no. He
Harry.
Oh,
Harry.
so he was. Oh, he's with the collective. He got that through the
Yeah,
collective.
it kind of seemed like it was coming from. It sounded like it was like the collective, like his share was much more.
Okay, so that's not really not NIL though. If it came from the collective, it's not really
Willie right now, yo.
NIL.
So, and that's kind of the problem is that it was coming. He was getting a bigger piece of the pie from the collective than other players who actually had better on the field performance. But anyway,
Willie, why are you acting like you was at the 7 Montgomery March and somebody time traveled you and telling you what's going on? You go, Barack Obama, what?
You said wait. You said wait. Martin Luther King was shot. That's why we
Michael
here.
Jackson is wild.
All right, y'all.
All right. That's enough. I'm picking on Willie. That's enough.
No. I can take the smoke.
I know you can take it.
Matter of fact,
I know you can take this smoke. Yeah, Willie, you gotta eat that one.
Look,
So this whole
any
conversation,
attention.
this whole time we're
Harry,
talking, you're under the impression that you didn't even know that Dylan Edwards has left or Wilkinson had left.
Well, I saw it, but I wasn't really sure if it had really happened. Because remember, I told you I just got up, so I wasn't really sure if it had really happened. I
was asleep when I got the news. I was asleep, and then I came on I was like, oh no, I got to go live. That was like around 1 something or something. I don't know, maybe, but yeah. But
Prime had to ask those boys to leave.
5 hours. We're in 5 hours now. So anybody got news? Do we have any breaking news? We've been on here. I haven't had a chance to look on the wire. Is there any breaking news? Because we've been streaming for 5 hours, guys. Is there any breaking news?
Breaking news. Just hot off the press, hot off the wire. CU is gonna be just fine.
That ain't breaking news.
I'm the total optimistic person, but all I can say is I don't know.
It's fine.
You got Willie changing his mind now. So
I got to wait and see on this.
Hey, let me make this point though. Let me make this point.
Stand
alone. Now, think about being armed with information, and you're trying to argue in the affirmative. Think about not knowing now is almost like, okay, so you're telling me that affect the way that I answer questions? Absolutely, right?
Stand alone.
I don't know. I got to wait and see, man. I don't know.
So now Willie just got the shock of his life, and, and we're sitting here trying to bring. This is why we came online today to go ahead and talk about this. But I mean, I know we kind of I posted this and I wanted to talk about it, but the parents, they got what they're saying. They're saying that these kids have dreams of their own. And the parents want to make sure that these kids meet their dreams. So at the end of the day, we got Dylan Edwards and we got Savion, and those young men, they had a conversation or something transpired that made them say, all right, so if that's the case, then it's better for me to go ahead and jump into the transfer portal. Dylan has a relationship with Coach Prime. The fact that he jumped into that transfer portal, it leaves a lot more questions in our heads than what we can explain. Everybody has come on here and said, well, either he doesn't want to compete or he got a bigger bag. You know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of different things that people are saying.
I would say this is what I can say. I don't think Coach Prime, even though he's a relational type person, I don't think that has an effect on him putting people in the spots that he thinks they should be in, whether that be 1, 2, or 3. And I think what it is, a lot of these kids are not used to being recruited on. So say, for instance, you come in and you think you're number 1 and you're the 5-star, and a lot of these kids think that the program process, that position for the program supposed to stop right there. They take it as an insult if he comes and he try to get, let's say, take Cormani McClain at cornerback. He may feel insulted that Coach Prime or Colorado went out and got, let's say, 2. So he take that as an insult, not in the vernacular of the football game in itself at any and every level. That's what's going to happen. Whatever new school any of these players go to, you're going to be recruited they're going to recruit on top of you. When you go to the pros, you got to draft every year. They're going to recruit and draft on top of you. That's just the nature of the game.
Man, y'all
And I
about to
think
make me
I
go back to
don't
my
think
old
when
I
you
don't
say the
think that
nature
some
of the
of these
game,
kids.
we also
It's the nature of the game.
there's another element of the nature of the game that we have to consider. But if we consider that, then we have to also talk about the fact that this is a college. This is not the pros. You see what I'm saying? So we're expecting kids who are in college, because some of them are just coming from high school. We're expecting them to understand that let's say Saquon Barkley got a $27 million contract, and you're coming in as RB2, and you're expecting to have that same $27 million, right? The professionals can think that way because this is just how the draft works or how talent levels work. But when you're coming into college, or when you're in college coming from high school and all of these things, then we cannot expect the young men to have that same mentality, because this is not the pros. Okay, fine. So if you have somebody getting $300,000, if you do the math, is what, $300,000? If you have somebody that's getting $300,000 from this pot, and I'm only getting $1,200, but he's not even cooking. He's barely getting on the field. He's hiding in the bathroom. He's smoking weed. He's whatever the allegations are, right? And he's getting that kind of money, and he got the number 1 jersey, but he didn't earn it. So then how do you make that make sense to somebody in that locker room that's cooking more than him? Go ahead, push back.
You were getting $25,000. That's why. That's how you got the number.
You bumped out, you got to cook back. You got to push back.
My service went out for a little part of what you were saying. Repeat that again.
Oh, I'm saying like
my service
I'm
went,
saying
my service went out a little.
How do you make it make sense where you got a young man who gets more playing time, but he wasn't as highly recruited? He didn't get the number 1 jersey, but he's not getting 300,000. He's getting only 1,200, but he's getting more playing time. And this guy is hiding in the bathroom. He's throwing up. He's not even showing up. He's getting in trouble. How do you explain it how do you make it make sense to that young man who's putting in more work, but seeing this slouch get 300,000? How do you make it make sense to him?
It's hard to make it make sense, but what you got to do is get that one that's making that much money and not earning it. You got to get them out of there, man. You got to get them out. Let me ask the panel. Let me ask y'all a question. Take the blame away from Cormani, take the blame away from Coach Prime, take the blame away from whatever we think going on inside of the building, whatever spook or ghost is going on in there. If Cormani was doing what he's supposed to do, hitting everything on all cylinders, do you think we would actually be at this point right now?
That's not the point. We're here. we don't deal in that. We don't deal in that kind of business. We're here. We're here already.
Right, so then let me honestly speak. Hey, I liked the kid when he was there, but when I heard you getting 300,000, dude, you getting paid to do a job. You getting paid to be the meetings. You getting paid to play football. Hey, if you're not doing what you're supposed to do and you earning money, let's take that money back and let's get you up out of here and let's get somebody else in here who gonna earn that money and gonna do what he's supposed to do. I don't have no sorrow or no tears for that young man. I wish him the best, but if you was getting paid 300,000, bro, you should have been living up to the standard. And if you're not, get the boot, see you later down the road. That's just being honest. I didn't know he was getting 300,000. That changes the whole vernacular of the situation.
Who's getting 300,000?
They said Kamani was getting 300,000.
I thought it was 25,000.
But at the end of the
per month.
Yeah, per month. You know what I'm saying?
Per month.
Help me. Y'all help me out,
Hey,
brother.
Harry.
I'm like,
Hey, Harry.
help me out, brother. Please, help me out.
Harry, Peter and Bester kind of helped me think of something. I'm thinking like maybe his bag was like put on layaway, like a payment plan. You know, we didn't have the money, so his bag of 300,000 was broken down into payments. And then once he got all of his bag paid out to him, he's like, well, I have options. I'm free to go if I want to.
Yeah, see, that's where the problem come in. You know what I mean?
So that might have been a payment plan on his bag.
But here's the
Because
problem.
it's
But here's the
25,000 a
problem.
month. That's a crazy stipend. You know, it
I-
makes
I-
more sense that his bag was on a payment plan.
But you ain't lying. That what
Bro,
what is that?
25,000 is like it's like a teacher coming out of college
A teacher
per
don't make
year.
that much.
25,000 a year.
Oh yeah, they make
Oh, no.
about 25, 30. Yeah,
But here go the thing that you got to
A
consider
year, bro.
this. This is the like Texas players get like the line gets like 30,000, I think, or 40,000 or 50,000, something like that. So this
You
is
talking
the
about
thing.
each? 30,000
Yes,
each
per
month?
each. No, I won't say per. I don't know if it's per month, but I definitely know they get it back. So here's the thing. Y'all know why part of why I say some of the things I say about Colorado. It isn't the diss. I understand the game that Coach Prime is trying to play, and I do realize that it's really the only one he can play because he doesn't have the time to do it the old school way because he hadn't learned fully how to do the old school way, and he needs to win now. But I think what I'm watching from Colorado is that I know if we keep saying they got a bag, but in order for you to win in the portal, you got to pay. And I think there might be something going on behind the scenes that's saying we don't want to pay all that type of money. That sometimes happens. That's a fight. Because I mean, at the end of the day, let's keep it real. Ohio State spent around 20 million with their NIL stuff that they did with their collective, and they spread it. If you think that do you think Colorado, we will even be talking about this if Colorado had spent 20,000 buying players?
Absolutely not.
Okay, so how they gonna win if they ain't paying?
Good gracious. They got to get their money up, bro. They got to hustle, man. You know what I'm saying? They got to get right first.
That's how I feel about it. I think that's the thing that's going on right now is that if they want to win, they're going to have to put up a whole lot of money and steal stuff. Like next year.
There's a way to do it, DC. There's a way to do it because, I mean, just think about how college football has been built before. The guys that are coming in, the coaches that are coming in, they understood what they were walking into. You see what I'm saying? But then they had to use something else. They had to use their relationships and they had to use their leadership ability to acquire guys and then to keep guys on, and then they had to talk to them guys and to keep them and then build them up and say, all right, man, look, we know what we're dealing with, but if we lock in, guys, we can win together. If you look at Milwaukee, I mean, they had only Giannis, you know what I'm saying? But they believed in themselves. So, but that's up to leadership. My New York Giants, I mean, we got money for days. You see what I'm saying? My New York Knicks, we got money for days, bro. We can buy as many players, but we can't buy a win because leadership sucks, bro. So leadership got to do something and say, all right, this is what we got. This is the hand that we've been dealt. And leadership got to come in there and say, man, let's build something here. Let's get these guys in and let's give them an environment where they're going to feel welcome and just drill down in them and say, hey, man, I ain't got the money, but man, I promise you, if you put in the work together, we can do this. And then build that culture. Is that happening at CU? Maybe. I mean, Coach Brown is doing his best, but is that happening? I don't know because there's no redemption.
No. Them kids,
at the end of
them kids getting paid. Them kids getting paid. Prime just, I think
that means that they have a problem with trying to manage their employees. If they're getting paid, then that means that there's a problem with management of employee. And HR is doing a terrible job of making sure that the employees are happy with their salaries and with their position with their salaries. Because you can't tell me that if I'm getting $30,000 a month, if I'm not getting on the field, I'm leaving because I'm a $30,000 a month employee. If you don't want to give me what I'm asking for, then I'm out of here. Let me go get $30,000 with somebody who appreciate me getting $30,000. Where do we get that from? We're going somewhere where we appreciate it and not tolerate it. It's all starting to come 360. If you read between the lines, if we're treating these guys as employees, then HR got a problem.
But here go the thing that's why you can go back to that talent analysis market is that if I got limited money to spend,
then I got to be real smart about that money. Because even
Hey, y'all
Prime,
keep talking. Y'all keep talking. I'll be right back.
right there, because like, see you, Buff. Check this out. Didn't
sir.
Prime even sit back and talk about good quarterbacks cost? So he's already knowing next year he gonna have to come out with a bag. Well, dog, the same thing. You know, he gonna have to come out with a bag. How you gonna replace Shador? See, and I want to know that. See you, Buff. How are you gonna replace that dude?
He got to go spin.
But again, we keep saying Coach Prime because he's the face, but it's really the boosters, the collective. That's who's taking care of it. And so like Savion Washington is in the portal. He's pretty much guaranteed gone because he should be starting somewhere else. So, but he had from a dealership a brand new Ford Ranger.
Right.
But you got Shador, around in a new Cybertruck, Tesla Cybertruck, and then giving Bentleys and all that stuff to drive around. You just got to know your lane and know your role, and it can't be an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
You're an offensive lineman. This is a star quarterback. That's why I made the analogy from when I was in high school. Me and the quarterback needed transportation. I got a bike. He got a fully loaded Honda Civic with 12-inch woofers in the back that barely fit. You know what I'm saying? So that's just life.
Yeah. It's all about knowing your lane, like you said. And see,
because
then Shador.
So even with Colorado not having that much money or that many resources, these guys are being taken care of.
They are.
You understand? Maybe not as better as they could be taken care of somewhere else where the grass might be greener, but these guys are, I don't want to say the word spoiled. I want to say they're being taken care of. Whatever need they've got is being taken care of.
Because like Bijan Robinson had a Lamborghini. Isaiah Bond left Bama to go over there and get what? A freaking Lamborghini, and like maybe it was close to $1 million or something like that. So see you, Buff. Let me ask you this then. Why do you think that the alumni and the boosters at CU are not getting off that money?
Because everything that's going on right now is new, and they may be sitting back like you and feel so real and want to see if it really works before they dig in their pockets real heavy.
That's good. That's straight up.
Because if you're an investor,
show me that you can win, and I'll open up my pocketbook.
Right. If you're an investor, you're just not going to nilly-willy throw money. You're gonna, you're gonna analyze what's going on. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably what they're doing. But there is money in Colorado. I think Prime has access to some funds, and being the fact that the funds are limited, that he has access to, he's just being real strategic and frugal about who, what, when, and where he gives it to.
In my opinion, I think Prime is taking himself out of that equation. In my opinion,
you may be right.
I think he's excluded himself from the money side. I don't think he wants anything to do with it.
Let's get some of this stuff in, and then let's see. Maybe we can get a little bit of information from Uncle Neely, and because they're breaking down some things here. So let's see.
Prime is definitely an old school earn it. You play well, you perform well, then you'll get more than your normal stipend, because the collective is a normal stipend for each player for housing and whatnot. Excuse me.
Wow.
And if you as a fan, you can actually designate part of your donation to a specific player. So if you say I want 90% of this to go to this player, I believe they're obligated to give it to him.
Yeah.
All right, so let's listen in a little bit and see what they're saying here, and then we can take it from there. Can you hear it?
I will learn your word.
A little bit.
Day 13 here at the University of Colorado. Spring practices winding down. A lot of drama going on. We will get to that.
Drama? What drama? What's going on?
Well,
there you go. Back it up, Harry.
The Portland's Portland. Jake, how are you?
Day 13.
So y'all can hear this? Y'all good? Okay, everybody good, right? Okay.
Here at the University of Colorado, spring practices winding down. A lot of drama going on. We will get to that.
Drama? What drama? What's going on?
Well, the portal's doing Portland.
Oh, yeah, the portal is Portland.
Yeah.
Jake, how are you today?
I'm great, man.
What a beautiful day.
I mean, it's never a bad day to be in Boulder.
We'll be here Saturday for practice 15. But like you said, today is practice 13. In spite of, or maybe because of,
everything that's been going on out there on the internet. Great practice today.
Let's go.
You know, didn't miss a beat. Offense was humming, defense was humming, sap was being sap, prime was being prime. Beautiful day to be in Boulder.
Love it. We talked to Coach Livingston and Cam after practice. Coach Livingston, of course, trying to install that new defense. Of course, he said, though, it's going to be built around the players. It's not a scheme like Charles Kelly brought in that the players are going to have to adapt. How's that process gone so far?
I think it's going wonderfully. You know, you hear this catchphrase of a player's coach.
Yeah.
That's Coach Livingston. You know, he'll sit in the room, and you heard Cam bring this out in his portion of the press conference. He'll say, look, it's one of me. It's 15 of y'all. What do y'all want to call it? I will learn your word. I'm not coming in here with my playbook and just forcing it down your throat. I'm evaluating talent, what you can do well, and let's grow the defense around you and your abilities. And the guys are eating it up.
You have a player of the day today?
You know, today's Tuesday, right?
Yes, sir.
And we did a scrimmage Saturday.
Yeah.
Let me rewind first.
Yeah, let's go.
I want to go with Jeremiah Brown on defense.
Yeah.
You know, this past weekend. And you can close your eyes and reach in a barrel of name and pull out a receiver's name. They all had a great day.
Let's go with Jimmy Horn.
Great day. Let me tell you about the Jimmy Horn touchdown I just love. Protection broke down. Shador scrambled out to his right. Just as Shador is signaling what Jimmy should do, Jimmy was already giving him the signal. Broke open for a touchdown. I mean, their chemistry, their connectivity off the charts. You could easily pick Jimmy Horn for offensive player from the scrimmage.
Beautiful. Seems like Shador and these receivers, you know, what we saw last year on the field, it's just being built upon. They're getting even better and better. The chemistry is just getting better and better also.
Yeah, absolutely. And today, probably a tie of sorts. I saw the defense get the better of some things. I saw the offense get some better of some things. So I tell you who I will go with, and this is going to be the first time I'm going with this in now 13 practices in the book. Mark Fassett is punting the
Let's go
out of the ball. So you got right now, Jason Phillips is working with the punt returners, and there's a punt return by committee back there learning mechanics. So you got Travis Hunter back there, of course, Dylan, not Dylan Edwards, but Jimmy Horn Jr., some of the new receivers are back there, you know, learning the mechanics of it. But when you talk about the practice reps and the way Mark can sky that ball or kick it deep or angle it and make them do the things they have to do in the game, I'm going with Mark Fassett today, man. He performed.
Let's get down to business.
Let's get
talking about
down to business.
Savion Wilkerson into the portal.
Yep.
And then Dylan Edwards into the portal today. The running back room just seeing a lot of attrition. What's been going on? What can you tell the people?
I can tell you what you just said. They were not at practice today. They were not in the building today. I think that this is one of those things, man, that you just have to look at the chronological order of how things happen. And I think it's just a red flag to college football out there. There are some people that do not want to compete. You know, it is no coincidence to me that when Coach Prime announced that Charlie Offerdahl was going to be a number 2, and then we sign a running back from Ohio State, 2 guys leave.
Yeah.
This is not the environment where you're going to be guaranteed anything. You know, Alton McCaskill, his own statement when he left, he wants to be the one somewhere. And if he's not going to be the one, he's not going. We don't negotiate like that. The best players are going to see the field. If you don't feel you can compete and become the best player, we wish you well in your future opportunities. Dylan Edwards, great guy, you know, very talented, had much success week 1 last year at TCU. Wishing him the best wherever he lands. But it just seems chronological order-wise that he left camp because someone was coming in.
A lot of the questions are, you know, surrounding drama right now. Can you tell us or share any insight as to why Dylan entered the transfer portal?
I haven't spoken to Dylan, right? So these are, again, just assumptions on my part based on the timeline. I do know this internally. When you look at what Pat Shurmur was developing for this offense, you know, Dylan Edwards was part of it. You heard his press conferences, how he was now featured in the pass game and the run game. You know, for you to have all that going for you and want to transfer for a better opportunity, because let's just keep it 100. These guys transfer for a better opportunity. And I can't knock you wanting a better opportunity. But I don't know what better opportunity than you have than when you're on a team with Travis Hunter, Shador Sanders, and you're still getting featured in the playbook. Like, I can't make sense of it where you think you're going to go and you're going to get more than that. There were schemes based on him. There were play calls drawn up based on him.
I said that.
As he said in a press conference a couple of weeks ago, He was excited about being in the pass game. Just last week, he asked me to mic him up for practice.
Yeah.
I mean, just last week. So when I look at the chronological order, Charlie goes up to firm 2. We sign a running back. He leaves. It just sends a message to me, you don't want to compete. Same thing with Savion. You know, he came from Jackson State with us, got here late. His waiver was approved. A lot of things were done to help him be able to transition smoothly. Scored a touchdown at TCU.
Yep.
You know, Dylan had that big day at TCU, and Savion still scored as well. So this running back room is always operated by committee, and everybody eats. But they chose to leave.
A lot of people on the outside are going to see this as a surprise. Is this a surprise inside the building that Dylan Edwards entered the portal?
Let me tell you this, and I say this sincerely, Jay. Great question. I don't know a person on God's green earth that has been gifted with the level of discernment and forecasting that Coach Prime has.
And that Harry
None
B
of that
has.
stuff catches him off guard. He may not know that this guy was leaving on this day, but he's a great reader of body language and attitude, and and kind of seeing that a guy, is not really giving this all. Coach and I talked last night, and I tell you something I said to him, and he amened it. I'd rather find out mid-April
Yes.
than mid-September. Because a guy who will check out for an opportunity now will check out for an opportunity in October. So, as Coach Prime will put it, God shakes a tree, and the bad fruit will fall off. The fruit that's going to stay is going to be there. We're happy with what we got. There are going to be some more running backs coming in. We're going to have a fine run game, fine running back featured in the passing game. Of course, man, you cannot sugarcoat or try to diminish or water down the talent of Dylan Edwards. You can't even do that with Savion and his bowling ball style. We got to keep in mind, though, Micah's been running that ball.
Yep.
And so, again, it gets back to me. Some people don't want to compete anymore.
I mean, you mentioned Micah, you mentioned
Wow.
Charlie. I mean, this running back room is going to be a big part of this team for sure.
Absolutely.
But the story has always been Shador and these wide receivers, especially all of spring. Amari Miller's breakout.
Sure.
Micah Welsh has been one of the stories.
Sure.
You could even say Charlie. So
Sure.
while Dylan it's going to hurt. We're not going to sugarcoat it and say that this doesn't
No,
hurt because
not at
he's
all.
a very dynamic player. But the core pieces of the team are still in place.
This team is built around Shador Sanders. You have a once-in-a-generational quarterback. This team is built around Travis Hunter. You have a once-in-a-lifetime two-way player, right? I'm fortunate enough, I'm 53. I've seen 2 of them. I've seen Deion Sanders and now Travis Hunter. So I cheated. I got 2 in my lifetime. But most people out there only going to get to truly see this once in their lifetime. You have to predicate all you do around that talent. And how do you armor it and support it? It's much like the greatest show on turf, all right? You had those killer receivers out there, but look what Marshall Faulk was doing. Dylan could have been that, or whatever running back comes here is going to be that, because there's going to be run plays, and there's going to be situational runs where you have different backs. Man, I tell you who I think about. I think about Alton McCaskill in this.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, if you wait a week, look how the landscape changed in just 5 business days from when he transferred. He wants to be the one. He wants to be some of the one. Right after he did it, the one opened up here. So, and let me tell you, we can't leave out of this. We can't leave out of the Kamani McLean part of this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've seen statements from guys, and he's saying things like, he wanted to go to a program that wasn't click-based.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what I witnessed. I've witnessed a head coach who goes well out of his way to not tell what he could tell about these players. He leaves a lot of it up to interpretation. A lot of it is just like, no, I'm not going to do that. Let them fade, wish them well. But when you have somebody say things like that, and let me testify what I witnessed, right? I've been in a team meeting, Jake, and Coach Prime says, come on, you're going to start this weekend. But here's what I need for you to start. You got to be on time for meetings this week. You got to watch so many minutes of film, and you got to show up at practice. The guy hits a trifecta in doing none of them.
Wow.
You're told this like on a Monday, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you check every box of what not to do.
Wow.
It's crazy, man.
Wow.
But then you leave and say, well, I want to go to a program that's not about clicks. You got Kevin Mathis, Deion Sanders, now Robert Livingston. What cornerback would not want to thrive in that system?
It's a great question. And honestly, I think you just look at the offers that Cormani McLean's gotten so far. No real serious P5 offers. There was some interest, but it's all USF, UCF, who is Power 4 now, and Memphis. So I think the word is out there. What happened here with Cormani McLean and Coach Prime in this program, and I think teams are obviously very aware of it.
And I don't know his high school coach, God bless him, but I've even seen him make statements now affirming what we found out. Statements that weren't made beforehand. You know, and so I think people are going to see, and again, Cormani McLean, Dylan Edwards, Alto, McCaskill, Savion Wilkes, who I knew personally from Jackson State. I wish them all the best. But this coach here in Deion Sanders has an open door policy. You can go talk to him any time of the day. He eats lunch in the cafeteria, rides in the elevator. When they have weight room days, he's in the weight room with them, working out and talking to them. There's not a player in this organization that can say, well, I didn't get the chance to talk to him. And then they leave without talking to him. They leave and sometimes don't even talk to their position coach. That says so much about that player than it does this organization.
A lot going on right now. We'll be back here on Thursday.
We will. And then that's practice 14.
Yep.
Wow.
And I know 15 is a practice, but it's really for me like it's graduation day.
Yes, sir.
Jake, it's been a long April.
It has been. I'm excited for you to go home. I know you're very excited to go home.
Get a break, get to go play with the grandkid and, see the fam. But we'll be right back here.
Wow. Wow.
All right. That was a lot right there.
Did he say he told Cormani that he was going to start? Just do this and do this and do this, and he didn't do any of it? Oh my God. Oh my God.
What were the three things he said?
Watching film, going to practice, and being on time.
Wow.
That's it, man. Simple.
Why are we talking about this kid anymore?
Yeah.
Why are we discussing this kid anymore, man?
Because I need the view. Because I need the view.
This is crazy.
We need to click. We need to click.
Harry needs to click.
We need to click. We on here for clicks.
Hey, Harry B.
Hey, Harry.
You may not want to play for clicks, but I'm playing totally for clicks.
Harry B. Harry B.
Hey, we got 119 people in here. Click the like button, please. Click for me.
Harry B. Harry B. That's 10 times worse than what I heard.
Wow.
I'm shocked. That's 10 times worse than what I heard.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
So all he wanted was his check. Pay me my bag. You know what I'm saying? Make your payments on my bag, and then I'm out to go get another bag.
So Harry.
Yeah.
I know this is great for views, and I know it. But here it comes.
Come on with it, bro. Come on with
Here
it.
it comes. All right.
Oh my God.
So we just spent, how long was that? Almost 10 minutes? 10 minutes? 12 minutes talking about what is gone versus your spring practice. And that you put the blame all on the players who left, though you wish them well, wishing them well is just saying wishing them well and you move on. This is not good PR messaging. I'm just going to call it out for what it is. I know folks like this, but when you have people that leave on and you want to leave the mess because you have a major event coming up while you're recruiting, just like Cormani should have left it, it was probably better to leave this and go on and focus on your game. And
actually, I got pushed back on that.
Pay attention to who said it. It wasn't Coach Prime. It wasn't nobody from the CU staff. It was Neely. So
Neely is an associate. He's not actually a member of the program.
There you go. So he can say what he wants. And
yeah,
remember how he said. Yeah. Remember how he said it. In my opinion, and what I observed.
Right. Where is he standing at saying it? Where is he standing at saying it?
In Colorado.
Where is he standing at saying it?
No, but
hey, Harry, put Brian to Shine comment up there.
Colorado,
please.
Colorado
before we move on,
open campus.
Let me get this in. This is paying for the channel, so we got to get this in. Thank you, William Berry, for the super chat, $5. I appreciate you so very much. Monica, I see you are in the room, and I'm glad you're here. Can I ask you, why did your son leave? Is it because he was unsure he would get a lot of touches. I don't know that she should answer that question because he's looking for the next opportunity. And I don't want to mess up his opportunities any more than whatever is already going on. Leave that alone. Wait till I get the video where I do my where are they at now, and I will tell you that information. Like, let
You
me
get
just
a lot of
leave
clicks.
that alone.
If
Don't
you want
answer
some
that.
clicks, Harry.
If you want some clicks,
If
that's
you
a
want
click.
some
That's
clicks,
a lot of clicks there,
I
buddy.
don't want that.
Hey
click.
Harry, if you want some clicks, put grind to shine comment up there. Let's rock and roll, baby.
Grind
Let's
to
rock and
shine.
roll. Grind to shine.
Harry
Let's rock
B.
and roll.
I say let the
Auto is a
player
dog.
land.
Is that what it is? Auto is a dog. That one.
No,
No, it also is not a
Ed-
dog. No.
No, not that one. Ed Monica. Well, why are you so emotional? Put that one up there if you want some clicks. Let's rock and roll.
I mean, boy, you already said it. So what do you
It's
want me to do?
it's one. It's
Listen,
two down. It's
listen.
two down from the
trying to
$5
get
Listen,
William
hey,
Berry.
ho. You gotta listen.
I ain't trying to start
You
nothing.
can't do
I
that.
ain't trying
We're
to do
trying
that.
to get
I'm
some
not
clicks
playing
now.
that
You
kind
know,
of
hey,
game.
down
I'm
with
not
this.
playing that kind of game.
We want some
And
clicks,
I will,
baby.
Harry B.
I will answer
Harry
this.
B.
I will say, listen,
Harry
why are
B.
you so emotional? I don't know that it's emotion. I think if somebody's trying to correct the narrative, because Coach Prime got his cameras and he can set his own narrative, but a lot of these young men don't have the camera to write their own narrative. So I think it's honorable for the mom to try to make sure that she comes into these chat rooms to just set the record straight for her son's narrative, because we're going to be left to our own devices trying to make up the narrative. And I appreciate the fact that she's here at least doing something for her child. And if my wife was doing that for my son, I would be like behind her and say, man, thank you for holding out Elijah. Thank you for holding out Micah. Because I know you got to do something for your child, and let's get our stuff out of it and just. I need the clicks, but I commend her.
I disagree,
that's
man.
fine. That's fine. I commend her for at least trying to hold down her son.
See, y'all soften up. Y'all soften up when she comes
I've
in the
always
chat.
held this position.
No, y'all soften up when she come in the chat. But listen, what I feel like they should be doing is focusing on the next opportunity and not looking back. Close the door with Colorado if you're
tell her
going
what to do with
and
her
move
time.
forward. Move
Who you to
forward.
tell her what to do with her time?
There you go.
Move forward.
For her to take
But I'm saying, if maybe that's her process, because people process different ways. That's her process to make sure that she's holding down her son, and that's honorable. You can't tell somebody how to process. Coping is you cope in different ways. Maybe this is therapy for her. Maybe this is good for her. You don't know that. I'm just saying, listen, we're 360 here, right? We're 360. So you can look at it that way, right? And then I can say, well, let me look at it this way also. And that's the beauty of my show. That's why I like the way that this show has actually developed. We do it 360. We give everybody an opportunity to be right or to be wrong. That's it. It just gotta be that way.
She just said, don't soften up for me. She said, she's telling y'all, don't soften up.
I'm not
right. This is
Harry.
Yo, Harry,
keep it 100.
No. This is keep that 100 street stuff in the streets. This is BWB bandwagon buffs. We keep it positive. We keep it real. We don't drag young men through the mud. We keep it real, but family.
I've never dragged anybody in the mud.
Nobody dragging nobody through the mud.
Keep it real.
And what I'm telling you,
keep it
real. Keep it classy, guys.
Hold on. Whoa. See y'all trying to be champions. Miss Monica put in the chat, don't soften up for me. Keep it 100. So pipe down just a little bit. I was reading what she put in there.
Listen. Let me make this statement though.
This ain't her first time here, dog.
Right. I want you to understand the nature of this channel. I don't even let people cuss on this channel. You go to other channels, they're cussing. I want parents to be able to listen to this channel with their kids and not have to hear, challenging words that they're going to turn me off. So I want you to understand. And then every time a kid leaves, I'm always championing their time here and say, hey, let's respect these young men. These are young men trying to figure their life out. I've never, ever taken a position where I'm disparaging any child. So when you're saying I'm softening up because I'm changing my tone, it's not accurate, because you know how I am. So that's just how I flow on this channel. I let people have their say. Say what you want to say. I'm not cutting you off. You're the one that's saying whatever you want to say about what's the name. And I don't say, hey, don't say that. You say that, and I'll push back, because I am a fan of autos. So it's 360 here. So please understand and respect other people's opinions when they push back on you. We don't all have to be always right.
No, what I understand. I agree with you. I agree. What I'm saying is, a couple of your guys just jumped on me talking about don't keep that street stuff. Ain't no 100. I was reading what she posted. I was reading what she put in the chat. What are you talking about?
But you're saying let's keep it 100, like we're changing our tune once we see her. We're not changing our
But she
tune
been
once
here
we see
before.
her.
We've had lots of conversations with her.
I've
Yeah.
already
She's been
had
here.
discourse, I've had discourse with her numerous times, so that's not
Right,
new.
but we're
I know
not
she's been
changing. Don't accuse us as being soft when she comes in the chat, because we've always kept our energy. We're not changing nothing. So don't accuse me of, especially when him comes on and says, y'all not real football fans. All right, then how do you have discourse with football fans, with football communities? How do you have discourse with football communities? What energy am I changing that you're accusing me of changing? Keep it 100. Like I'm changing when she comes here. I'm not changing any energy at all. Hey, Coach McKinney, you've been waiting for my introduction. Thank you for coming on, man. Let me have you get your thoughts out in honest. Go ahead, brother.
From a coaching standpoint, I agree with some of the guys. At the end of the day, these guys, it's time to move on. I mean, we can keep talking about it till, why beat a dead cat is dead already. These young men have made their decisions. At the end of the day, they're still children. They're still learning. They got a lot of people in their ear trying to tell them what to do, how to do it, and they're trying to figure themselves out. Everybody wants to play. No one wants to sit the bench anymore, and we talked about this last time. These kids now want to come into a program where they can play and make a name for themselves and make this money, but yet still make it to the league. I don't know why Dylan left. That's on him. It could be because he left because he was scared of competition. And I'm gonna be honest, guys, being a high school coach, we see it a lot. If you talk to a lot of high school coaches nowadays, a lot of kids transfer schools in high school because they're scared of competition instead of fighting for that position. They're like, well, I can go over here and play now versus sit over here and have to wait a year or two behind this kid that's a junior or a senior already. And then you got kids that leave just because they want to go to a winning program. They're like, oh, this team ain't winning. Let me go over here where they're winning at. Even if they're not even get no playing time. So this generation is so different from our generation, guys. All of us that's on here are probably over the age of 35 at least. All of us came up in that tradition of you're gonna fight it out and try to win your position and earn your spot. And if you didn't, then you just wasn't good enough. At the end of the day, you just wasn't good enough. You either go back to the lab and figure it out, or you just be a
Coach,
backup.
based on that, let me throw a question in the mix. How many of us really believe like some of the stuff that we were hearing? Like how many of us really believe? What percentage of this is spin, and what percentage of this is real facts? Like, do we really believe that Dylan Edwards didn't want to compete?
Hey, I don't believe none of that.
Hear that he was hosting
He's an
the guy?
athlete. If he's an athlete,
Let me ask the question, guys. Stop. Golly, y'all ready to jump?
Yes.
Did we not hear that Dylan Edwards was actually hosting the guy that was recruited? So how do you host somebody? How do you champion them when you're saying, oh, as soon as they said Charlie was number 2, and then this guy was brought in, you jump, and are we supposed to really believe that?
I don't.
Yeah, I believe it because listen, you can't get into the mind of these kids, man. You don't know what these kids are thinking. I mean, particularly when it comes to an athlete, Eagles get in there. I mean, I love Dylan, man. But if maybe there was somewhere along the line he didn't want to compete.
Willie, something's off. You don't host. You don't host your replacement. You don't go to your replacement.
That don't mean nothing.
All right, guys, let's
Harry.
keep it 30
That
seconds.
don't
Go
mean
ahead.
nothing, man.
Let's keep it 30 seconds.
Okay.
Harry, could it be Harry? He felt unappreciated. The kid that came in from Ohio State, did they give him some money to the point where Dylan might have felt like he should have got it, or he didn't get as much? And then the other thing,
I can believe that.
And then the other thing is, you got to remember, and I keep telling y'all this, there's a lot of coaches out here that don't want to see Coach Prime succeed. Could somebody had dropped a big enough bag to make Dylan want to leave? Because all of us will sit here and say, yeah, I want to play. But if somebody come on to you and say, hey, I'll drop $1.5 million in your lap, I don't know, too many of y'all going to sit and say no to that. I don't care how much love you got for Coach Prime.
Yeah, that part I can't ride with you. I can't ride with you on that one.
Hey,
but let me
Harry,
get Tim. Go ahead, Tim.
I can agree with you on that one.
Go ahead, Tim. 30 seconds.
Okay. I just want to say, Miss Monica, hey, I thank you for coming on here uh standing up for your son and pretty much letting us know with this new portal cycle, which none of us even had the opportunity of going through, what really goes on in this new portal cycle, this new day and age. But everything that I feel like what Neely was saying was all cap. A lot of that is sales point. Talking points. Everything that he was talking about is a salesman and a loyalty to Deion Sanders. He in the midst of that statement, he's still recruiting. In the midst of everything that he's just stated, he's still recruiting. But he also stated, yes, we bringing in the kid from Ohio, but we also bringing in others. So how is that going to make that new freshman feel? The dude that they just promoted to number 2, which I think that Coach Prime just did that so he won't jump into the portal. I don't really feel like, okay, he's really my number 2, regardless of what he did last season in practice and what he's doing this season in practice, because I ain't never seen him play a down. So I feel like that was just trying to save face. But I will say this, these universities will promise kids any and everything. Tell them, yeah, you my guy, you gonna start day one. And when it comes down to it, you'll be riding the pine. And I bet Wild Dog can testify to exactly what I'm talking about. They'll promise the families and everything. You my number 1 guy, you my starter. But when it comes down to it, they'll push you down to second or third string.
Yo, let me tell you something. How white people think that all black people look the same. They said that this is Dylan Edwards. Oh, Colorado running back Dylan Edwards set to enter transfer portal. Isn't that Cooper?
Yeah, that's Amari Cooper. Hey, no, Harry. Hey, real talk. Hey, real talk, right quick. Hey, real talk, right quick.
Shame, yo.
Hey, real talk, right quick.
number three, Dylan Edwards.
Hey, Harry. Hey, Harry, real talk, right quick.
Oh my
hey, Harry.
gosh.
Hey, Harry.
Yeah.
Hey, bro,
Yeah.
I'm a little upset, man. Hey, listen, for real talk. I'm a little upset, man, the way, you know what I'm saying, the way some of your panel jumped on me as if I was bringing some street stuff in here. And I don't rock like that, bro.
All right, so go ahead.
Know what I mean?
Go ahead, state your grievance. Let's deal with it right now.
Yeah, bro, like I don't know who it was, but it was like 2 or 3 of them kind of jumped on me talking about we ain't gonna keep it 100 and this, that, we ain't bringing that street stuff in here.
That was Wild Dog.
Harry show.
We're gonna call names. That was Wild Dog. Wild Dog, you want to take it?
Like I've been on Harry's show. I've been on Harry's show numerous times. I know how I go down, bro. I don't bring no street stuff on here. I was just saying something.
Wild Dog, you gotta eat that, man. You gotta eat that.
Something. You know what I mean?
Go ahead, Wild Dog. You gotta eat that.
See you, Buffs. My apologies, brother. We straight.
Yeah.
We run the panel, and I apologize. It just been too many F-bombs and S-bombs today. The swear jar should be full, so I apologize for taking that out on you. All right?
Yeah, I don't.
It comes from a place, but I'm not taking it out on you. And then whatever happens on the show, if we make a good show and collaborate well together, I leave it once the show is over. Right?
But let me just put this in.
I apologize.
He's softening up or what?
See,
whatever goes down.
You're not getting off on us, are you? I mean,
are you not to take it personal because I never take anything personal.
Right now?
As soon as Harry ends the show.
Somebody's softening up. Are you guys in your feelings?
No. It's only right because every time something happens, we got to deal with it like men. All right? And this is how we deal with it.
Just blame the dog. I can handle it. Just blame the dog anyway. Whether it was my fault or not, just blame the dog.
Harry, you said I'm getting soft, man. That ain't right, bro.
I was just checking your temperature. I don't know because it's been a long day. We've been streaming for almost 6 hours. I don't know. Maybe you got soft a little bit on me.
I just wanted to make sure that the guys on the panel. I know Wild Dog voice, but I don't think with Wild Dog, maybe another guy that I hadn't been on the panel with before. But I just want you to understand that I don't bring street stuff in here on this panel. I'm hard on my facts, and I'm gonna play my side of the coin. Yeah. So you guys pull for Alton. I'm not saying I don't pull for Alton, but I see things how I see, so I'm gonna voice my point. And with his mom being in the chat, I want to discourse with her to try to get a better understanding. There's no street
Right.
stuff for me. I'm a grown man, 46 years old. I've been coaching kids 19 years, buddy.
Yes, sir.
You know what I'm saying?
Respect.
So how do you
Respect.
feel? How do you feel when Alfred would cook you? Like, did you feel like fighting? Because I know, I mean, I don't know how you feel. Anyway, you know
So
what?
the
Let's
thing
move on.
about the thing about it,
Hey,
pushing the buttons.
ACU Buffs. ACU Buffs.
Yes, sir.
ACU Buffs, because
Oh,
the way I'm
man.
working my screen, screens, right, I
Yes,
can't
sir.
see the name
Yes, sir.
on the video. So if
Yes,
I had see it where I can see it now, it's you, I wouldn't have said anything.
Yes, sir.
But you know what? But you know what it is.
But I heard it, and I'm
Yeah.
just tired of the swear jar is probably empty. But I'm just being honest with you, brother. It
Yes,
came from a place where it's like I'm tired of the F-bombs, the ninjas, and all that today. I don't know what's going on today.
All right, guys,
but
y'all don't made up enough. Let's get back to Neely.
You ain't lying,
Let's
but check this out. I'll say
get
this.
back to Neely,
I know.
please, guys.
Let's
We gotta
get back to Neely. Let's get back to
Yeah.
Neely, because we already see it's that Monica jumped off in the chat and said the boy is mine. So that's all right, Monica. You go ahead. We'll call see you Buffs Brandy. Keep I'm just playing around. Hey,
Guys, let's get back to Neely.
Okay.
Neely said let's unpack what Neely just kind of like uploaded here. Neely said a lot. You understand what I'm saying? Neely said that most of the guys that are leaving don't want to compete. Let's deal with that. Is that the case for everyone? Like, what is going on? What in the world? Why everybody's saying that they don't want to compete? Okay, I'll ask the question in a different way. Is there a different way to think about competition that I'm missing? Like what exactly are the fan base is saying and the coach is saying when they say a guy doesn't want to compete? What does that mean? Can somebody hear me? I mean, like, help me out.
When they say they don't want to compete, I think the way he's portraying it is they don't want to sit there and keep fighting for a position they feel like they've already earned and they deserve. So when you bring somebody else in, they feel like, oh, I've already been here doing the work for you. I'm showing you I'm trying to be the man. I'm putting in all this work on top of work, and you're still going to go out and get somebody else. But the way Coach Prime's running the program, and they're going to find out the hard way, that's how the NFL is. Every year, the NFL's trying to find the youngest guy to replace your butt so that they can pay less money but get the same productivity. So only thing Coach Prime is doing is what he's seen for years in the NFL, and he's trying to give these kids a taste of it on a small scale. But some of these kids can't take that. And then some kids, they know they're gonna get playing time, but they want the bulk of the plan. They want to be the main star because they come from. It's like the small fish in a big pond mentality. You were the big fish in a small pond when you was in high school. Now you're the small fish in a big pond. You're not going to get the same publicity and looks that you had got. Just because other people on the team may be getting it does not mean that you deserve it or that you want to get upset because you're not getting it. It may not be your time yet to shine. And right now for Dylan, you got Travis and Shador there. They're about to get their shine on. Why not sit tight, gobble up some of that shine underneath them? Because guess what everybody's going to talk about next year if he would have stayed? Dylan Nelson is going to be the man at CU. You're going to have to stop him now that Shador's gone, and then you bring in another quarterback, and then you still got the other kids that's coming in. He will literally been the focal point and the main star next year. Now you're going to a whole nother program where you may get lost in the sauce and not be heard from.
But let me ask you
get
this.
hurt a little bit.
So let me ask you this, then that means effectively maybe they need to reconsider that, because while I agree with you that is how the NFL does, should that be what college is? Because at the end of the day, now you're going to pretty much have your team where maybe your first 40, 45 people are going to have talent, and then the rest of them are just going to have people coming in and out, because you can't keep people if you make it an NFL pipeline. And at the end of the day, is college being a four-year institution, there's got to be some form of development. So that's what I'm asking. Is that a sustainable model to maintain? Is it a sustainable model for CU to become a championship team?
I think it's a sustainable model because of what Deion's background is and his connections. But the one thing I think Deion may have to adjust, and he did it last year when he got rid of certain coaches and brought in guys that he trusted more. it's still a learning process for Deion as a head coach in the Power 5. I think what Deion's going to have to do, he may have to soften it up a little bit and not go so hard on trying to find the next replacement. He may have to soften that part up a little bit. But at the end of the day, why are the kids playing college football? They ain't out there playing to get a YMCA medal. They playing because they want to go to the NFL. And the best way, and what does the NFL want? The NFL want guys that are ready to go day one. They don't want to have to sit and try to.
It's not
Yeah,
development
they don't
time.
want. Yeah, they don't want to sit and have to do all that development. That's wasting money. They want your butt to be able to walk in the door and play right now. Be able to play for us right now. Learn our system and be able to play. And if you got a coach like a Deion who is teaching these kids exactly how to do it, that's exactly what the NFL gonna start looking at more and more. That's why they love Nick Saban so much. Look at all the first 3 round guys that came out of Alabama. Them guys become
All right,
starters.
10 seconds.
Yeah,
You got 10 seconds left.
Okay, can I say something?
Go ahead, Willie.
Okay, I kind of was listening at what Neely was saying, and you got to remember, I'm sitting here, and you guys sitting where you're sitting. We're in our living room when these guys are practicing. Neely's out there with that camera. He's on the field. He's looking in the faces of these players. So, and if it's anything like me and Harry, we pick up attitudes. We can pick up things. When you see if a player, want to compete or not. What you don't see is when he goes to his dorm room. What is he thinking? What he think about that day? So I think I think it's some truth to some players. Just they don't like the smoke. And Deion tell you, hey, look, it's gonna come when it's good, and it's gonna come when it's bad. So that's pretty much hey, it's right on point, right on point. Surprised me to see them leave, but hey, they're leaving.
Let me ask you the question: Would y'all want some data on the Big 12? How many players are into the portal, and compared to Colorado, would that serve us any? Like if we compare, because I'm actually doing like who's coming in, who's leaving, and who's who got better, right? I got that series going on.
Hey Harry,
but would it help us to get some type of data on how many of the key players on our competition that's leaving and that's jumped into the transfer portal in comparison to Colorado?
The competition. Continue your series on our schedule. Just include that on the project you're already working on, game by game, doing your analysis.
Yeah.
Just include that in the project you already have. Don't create a new project. Just add a little extra to the project you've already been working on. You understand what I'm saying?
All right. So when I do a video,
because Problem Effect 101, put in the chat, Alabama's got 19 or so people in the transfer portal. So if it's not our competition, it's like it's a lot of huge numbers everywhere for a lot of teams, not just CU,
everywhere.
But it's Coach Prime, so it's much heightened news, and we're bandwagon buffs, so we're going to talk about our team. But I would just say, just add the spin to your existing project, going through the schedule, team by team, doing your analysis.
Hey, Wild Dog, is it fair to say that the reason that is 19 maybe plus at Alabama is because they have a new head coach, not Nick Saban?
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to say. Well, I mean, Harry B disagreed, but that's what I was trying to say. This spring portal is different.
Here's the thing,
now it could very well be a sign of what's more to come. But
Florida State.
Nick Saban,
Florida State guys. Florida State did the same thing.
Yeah, Nick Saban created magic. What's it called? Musical chairs. Just Nick Saban's move created how many different coaching moves? So each coaching move, right, gave a waiver for all those players, in the transfer portal, wide open, and then you had the normal people we expected to leave or to lose their jobs, so that created a huge opportunity, without any, much, backlash on players for leaving because of the player share, and including us. I mean, we had to switch up with the OC and the DC. That alone was going to mean guys in the portal, right?
True.
2 major coaches, the OC and the DC, left. So that alone was going to mean guys in the portal. And when it comes to Neely, look, he's speaking. He's not lying, but there's a great deal of omission. There's a whole bunch that he can't say or can't say yet, and then he's keeping it simple and simplifying it in his reply.
He's a pundit. He got
Neely's
a pundit.
Loyalty.
I'm just breaking it down so people can understand. Right?
But just to further break that down, Neely's a pundit. When you are
Neely's
a
not
figure,
Neely's not part of the actual CU program. He's an associate, right?
Loyalty.
Yeah.
He's a pundit.
Yeah.
When you have somebody running for president, you put out pundits, somebody who can go out there and be your bulldog. You need a bulldog.
And he's trustworthy.
Hold on, Wild Dog. Hold on. When you need a bulldog in where the bulldog can say certain things that the head coach or the main candidate cannot say. So the bulldog is going to go out there and say things in a different way, where Coach Prime has to kind of hold his tongue on certain things. So Neely is one of those pundits. He's got to be the bulldog, or somebody goes in there. Obviously, he has connections to the team and he's tied to the team. So it's not as if he's just some guy with a camera. No, he's very close to the team, but he still has to. When he speaks, he's sort of speaking for the team, but not on an official condition.
Trump playbook.
Let's say, for instance, what was it? Just a few days ago, Neely, or last week, Neely was on DNVR, and they were asking him more stuff about Cremani, but he was still holding his tongue, right? But then once Cremani entered the transfer portal, now in this interview, right, he's revealing details, right, that he already knew in the previous interview.
Well, yeah.
Yeah,
So
now he's giving more detail, yeah.
I just give you an example. It's like, this is what I know. It's really, I know this, but he knows more. He's not lying about what he knows, but he knows more. And this is what I can tell you. And you got to listen to how he says and because I'm kind of one of those people and how he says it. But, a week later, it's like, let me tell you something about Cremani, because conditions and the status has changed,
Trevor Woods was asked that same question about Kwamani McLean, and he specifically said, I can't speak on Kwamani McLean. So if you were one of those body language readers and you were, you pick up between the lines and read between the lines, you understood what he was saying. It was already understood that Kwamani was leaving. It was understood like weeks ago that Kwamani was leaving. That's why nobody could speak on him. So now they're coming out and they're putting out some statements, but you can't. If a guy is leaving, you can't. Drake, welcome to the show, man. What you hear? What you want to say?
Hey, man, I just want to put one perspective on there. Okay, so about like as far as like who leaving, the reason why they're leaving, I don't know. So like take it from this perspective. So when these kids enter the transfer portal, they don't have to inform the coaches. They're not speaking with the coaches. So they're, wake up one day.
There's an administrator that they have to go to at the school.
I know,
and
but
let them know, and then that administrator will let them know what's good.
Right. But I'm saying it has to be with it can't be with the coaches. So the coaches doesn't know. So the coaches don't know who's entering a portal. I mean, eventually they will find out. But when the kid enter, the coaches, there's no contact with the coaches. So they don't even speak to them.
Based on what Neely was saying, it'll behoove them to talk to the coaches. And they said that nobody talks to the coaches.
Exactly. So my point is that if Neely is making this statement, he see a guy jumping in the portal, like what other assumption can he have if they're not, their coaches have no reason as to why that kid jumped in a portal, that person is in a portal. So I guess he's saying like, hey, did they not want to compete or whatever? So what other assumption can Neely come from other than this person in the portal the next day? The whole Dylan thing, that was kind of weird too. So the running back commits, and then all of a sudden, Dylan's in the transfer portal. It's very, very strange to me.
So basically, Neely is doing what we're doing. You see what I'm saying? He's like, look, we did not have no communication with them.
Right.
But what I saw was that we got a tape on Charlie being promoted. Then we got a new running back coming in, and the timeline says Dylan jumped into the portal. So Tim, you can't really, you gotta take some of that back, bro. Nearly not necessarily lying, because that'll mean that we're lying. because he's basically just because he's basically just doing what we did, what we're doing.
Yeah.
He did exactly what we're doing. We're just speculating and saying, well, if you read the timeline, it kind of says that he probably jumped because he didn't want to compete because he didn't. Dylan did not tell him officially that this is what happened.
Let me say one more thing, Harry. And like for me, I don't think players leave because they don't want to compete. I just think like, if there's no reason given to the coaches, I mean, that's my only thing I can come down to is that, hey, you didn't want to compete. Well, what was coming in, I guess.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Hey, Harry, that's the easiest thing to say.
No, it's not.
He don't want to compete. So therefore, I ain't gotta say nothing else besides, hey, he don't want to compete because we bringing in another running back. But
what would be the other narrative? What would be his other options?
The only thing that I could think of is this. The only thing that I could think of. What
like
Coach
tell the truth
Prime,
and just say he sucks. Like,
what Coach Prime, what Coach Prime stated that he's looking for. So therefore,
hey guys, can you mute?
If Dylan Edwards does not fit the criteria 100% on what he's looking for, then he's gonna go all because he wants to win now. I'm using that factor too. All because he want to win now. Let me go out and look and see what's out there, or let me have my sons to put out a statement or recruit on my behalf. You just spoke about pundits, right? So let me see what they can possibly bring to the table when we're eating fried chicken on Sunday evenings. Let me see what they got. Oh, he would come from Florida. Oh, he would come from LSU. Oh, he would come from Bama. Okay, cool. If he would do that, all right, let's tell him to jump into the portal. If he jumps into the portal, then now I can go after him. I can't go directly to him, but if I use my pundits to put out a statement that'll draw him to the portal, then I can get him out the portal. But that doesn't do anything but push everybody else to the back. But Neely not gonna say exactly that. He may not say exactly that, and he'll just come out and make it simple. Hey, those guys don't want to compete.
But this is what Neely also said, though. He also said that they had plays designed for Dylan. There were plays that they had designed for him. In other words, he was going to play in the game. Okay, so.
Hey guys,
I'm trying to understand. That's what makes it so puzzling to me. If he had plays designed, so that means Neely was a lot closer than what he's telling us he is. How are you gonna know what the plays are, what plays are designed for Dylan, unless you're close to the the OC or what is it? The OC?
I think it's fair to say.
Hold on, Coach. What were you saying?
Let me add this. Let me add this in there. What you guys are hearing?
You don't got the L on, do you? Okay.
Think about what Coach Prime said. When they asked Coach Prime in an interview the other day, they said, all right, the portal's open. What are you looking for? He said running back. Now, Dylan was still with him. Aldo was still with him. So if you was comfortable with what you have, why would you say I need another one? He knew he needed something that they were not able to give him. And like my man said about his sons maybe reaching out, the way my man said about how Shador and them were out there promoting, recruiting for him, I'm sure that was exactly what was going on. But you have to remember what Coach Prime said. If he's saying, hey, I need linebackers, just like he going back into the season, what did he say? He said, I need some linemen. He said, this is not going to work. What happens soon as the season ends? He got flooded with linemen. Guys started saying, oh, I want to go to CU because they sucking on the line. I know I'm good. I'll start over there and shine, and the light will be on me. And that's why you had so many guys coming. The one thing about CU right now is they're not strong as far as a whole bunch of talent like your Georgias and your Alabamas. So a lot of these kids feel like I can go over there and beat that guy out because he ain't that good. I know I'm better than such and such. And so, like the kid from Ohio State, he might have looked at that running back room and said, "Oh, I know I could beat Dylan Edwards out and Aldo. So let me go on over there and get that job. Go ahead and take that job from them because they ain't on my level." That's exactly what's been happening. He's telling y'all what he needs, and the kids are getting caught up in their feelings instead of saying, "Hey, I'm gonna stay here and fight. You don't need no running back because Dylan Edwards could have easily went to Coach Prime and said, you don't need to go get another running back out of the portal, coach. I'm your running back. I'm gonna show you that I'm gonna be your running back." Instead, a lot of these guys are leaving. So, hey.
All right.
Well, let me ask this question then: if that could it also be, hey, not so much as that I don't want to compete at CU, that I don't want to compete. Maybe it's to a point. Maybe, all right, I'm just gonna say it. Maybe there may be some that like I like it here, but not enough to grind it out like that here. That I know I'm better, or whatever it is. The reason is that they like there, but they don't like it as much. Let's say, for example, coach, like if you're a Florida kid and have you been to Colorado?
No, I've never been myself.
Right, but just like I've been there in January, I couldn't rock with the winters. I don't like the winters there at all. I mean, negative 20. So I think that there may be some of that going on. That's not necessarily a knock against the program. It's just to a point.
I've been to Denver in mid-February. Yeah.
Oh God. Yeah. See,
and when they said it's like 75 degrees one day, and then the hawk was out the next. Yeah. Yeah. And then, in my opinion, again, I'll say it again. In my opinion, Dylan Edwards, I believe, got an offer he couldn't refuse.
That too. I said that.
I agree with that too.
I don't agree with that.
It's a lot of poaching going on as well too, though, man.
Now, see you buffs. That's
Yes,
something
sir.
I ain't dug into yet. It's that the poaching, because and Carrie, that's something to think about it. All right, if we know, and especially this is why I would say Colorado gotta be careful with videos like this. Because these teams, even though TU Buffs don't like my Bamas and stuff like that, but I'm gonna use that as when they start smelling blood in the water at schools like that, you think they ain't coming to get your talent?
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Or perhaps Harry, all the shakeup in the running back room made the offer look even sweeter. No, man, I'm not going to do that. And then you get the shakeup in the running back room, and it's like, you know what? On second thought,
when you got Dylan Edwards and you got Savion Wilkerson leave at the same time, it's bigger than just somebody offered them a bag. Like I really want us to consider that.
I hear you. I'm not including McCaskill or Wilkerson. I'm speaking specifically about Edwards.
Yeah, but I'm saying
I
for you to
comment on the others.
Your running back room just got emptied. It don't make sense.
3 running backs.
It don't make
2 days.
Right, your running back room got emptied, and you have one of the best running back rooms that was going to be in the pack in the Big 12. Something is amiss. Like we can't keep saying like, "Oh, the bag." I don't know if I believe that. I can't ride with that. With that thinking.
But then Harry B 2023, CU had the worst rushing in the FBS, dead last. Yeah. I mean that's the facts too. If the offensive line,
but let me finish this.
If the offensive line needed to overhaul, right? If the trenches needed to overhaul, then why would the running back room be protected, insulated from an overhaul?
All right, so let me answer. Let me give you this thought. You got to think about the timeline. Like Uncle Neely is challenging us to look at the timeline, right? If we look at the timeline, we got to start thinking about the character of these young men, right? We gotta look at their character and say, well, what made you stay for as long as you did when things were looking so bad? When you could have jumped early when CU did not run the ball or did not commit to the run at all. What made you stay? What was the thing? Because I'm sure his production had people coming knocking at his door. What was the thing that made him stay then? Why decide, right? Why go through everything, all the media turmoil, everything that everybody was levying against these young men? Why go through all of that? Then right before the spring game, you're going to decide to jump for money. you got to think about the character of these kids. It doesn't line up with their character because they were willing to ride. They rode with Prime through the ups and the downs. When everybody was talking, they were practicing, they were riding. And then all of a sudden, boom, somebody says, oh, here's enough bag. I'm going to give you $5 million. Dylan Edwards, I don't know that he's the bag to get $5 million or whatever amount that somebody's saying they offer him. That cannot be in the equation. And my discernment spirit, my prophetic spirit and gifts are not ringing that. My spidey senses are not ringing in that. Something else is amiss that we're not touching. We're not touching something. Everything you guys are saying will be the normal thing that everybody talks about, which is perfectly fine. And I'm like, yeah, I can ride with y'all. You guys are on point by saying what you're saying. But I feel like something else, when you look at the character, if you look at the character of the young men, we got to draw back and say, well, no, not Dylan. No, not Wilkerson, because of the character, because of what they already been through. You don't go through the storm like that and then come up and say they took a bag. That would be against their character. We can't give Coach Prime his character and take away these young men's character. How are we doing that? They're not for sale. I don't think that Dylan Edwards was for sale.
But
I don't think Wilkerson was for sale.
I agree with you, Harry, but can we really be sure? In your heart of hearts, can we really be sure that?
Well, can you be assured that Coach Prime is 100%, right? Can you be sure that Coach Prime is really not selling us a bunch of goods? Because we cannot give him his character and then take away all these young men's character. I feel like we're doing that. These kids, if Deion Sanders is not for sale, then these young men can't be for sale either. You got to give them that character. We got to give it to them, because if somebody's willing to ride with you in the mud, when everybody's throwing mud at you and they stick it out, and then at the end you say they don't want to compete, they only want the bag. Something is not. Let me go to Tim. Tim's been calling my name. Tim, go ahead.
All right. I feel like this. If Dylan Edwards really wanted the bag, Dylan Edwards would have went to Notre Dame when he had the opportunity to go as a freshman, because Notre Dame has that bag. So I don't think it's about the bag. I think that Coach Flea, I feel it for some reason. I feel like Coach Flea is not the guy to continue to develop and keep these running backs in the running backs room. But a part of me is starting to feel like, since Coach Prime wants to go to a NFL style play, I feel like he's using the transfer portal to obtain the type of running back that he desires, but he's holding on to what he has right now just in case it doesn't work out. I still got some people in house, but if it does work out, then hey, if you want to jump in that portal, jump.
Yeah, we got to put more respect on these kids' name. I understand the narrative. I understand the community. You know, when we don't have answers, I understand, but I want to challenge. I want to challenge you. I want to challenge what y'all are saying to the tone of character. Let's visit character, and let's see how character works for them, and not just for Coach Prime. Let's look at their character and see, can we evaluate their character, go deeper into their character and say, they ought to really want. Did Otto not really want to compete? Was he going for a bag? Did Dylan Edwards really didn't want to compete? He wanted a bag? The character does not match what we've been seeing, because these kids stuck it through. They were on that bench when Coach Prime could not figure out his line and not understand what was going on and making his mistakes. They stuck it through. So now all of a sudden we're questioning their character? Dre, what you got, man?
No, I mean, I'm sorry, Jonathan. Hey, I mean, we don't have to question that character. Like, hey, the portal is fair. It's fair game, man. So what I'm saying is that, like, maybe it wasn't about the bag. Maybe, like, no, for Alto, maybe he wanted more. Maybe he wanted to be more playing time. You know, like, because like Dylan was going to be out on the field. I mean, who knows? But I just think we're just running around in circles. Like, I mean, the portal, hey, it's fair game. If these kids left on their own accord, who like even the coaches may not even know why these kids are leaving. They just know that they're in the portal.
Yeah, I mean, if they don't communicate, that's kind of bad. You know what I'm saying? But for us to keep saying, "Oh, they wanted a bag and they didn't want to compete," that's character. You're talking directly to character when you say they don't want to compete and they wanted a bag. That's going directly at their character and saying that their character was not in check.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Harry B, I feel that's Neely. I mean, I know there's bags out there, and then like when I say Dylan Edwards had an offer he couldn't refuse, that's like the whole encompassing college experience. It's not just one thing or the other, and I'm not trying to imply anything on his character or any other player's character, because again, it's 2024, it's the new business of college football, you know? So I'm not trying to throw shade on anybody. And when I say that I believe that Dylan Edwards had an offer he can't refuse, that's the biggest compliment I could give a player, you know, is that, you know,
right here. Dylan Edwards joined the track team. Like that's he was on the track team. Like, let's consider that. Like, so he don't want to compete.
So when you break it down, it's like every reason to stay. And like I said, when Neely said not wanting to compete, that's that's overly simplifying what you know about the situation. But I understand Neely's position, but that really is oversimplifying it. And again, you know, kicking off a narrative by omitting 95% of what you know.
That's but even then,
hold on, Willie. See, Buff Dynasty was next. Go ahead, see you, Buff Dynasty.
Go ahead. I'm working the chat right now.
Oh, okay. All right, go ahead, Willie.
But even though it could still be true, I mean, when I look at a lot of these kids, and they're in it for a lot of different reasons. Remember, I said something the other day. We were talking about something, and I mentioned what we don't have today is a person to tell you one thing, but then they'll do something else. We can't depend on people at their word. When I was growing up, I didn't have a lot of money. I have a lot of money now. But if I tell you I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to do something, I'm going to do it. You have my word on it. That's all I have. Today, with a lot of our older people and young people, the word don't mean diddly squat. And that's from experience. So these kids are in a totally different situation. I don't know what's going through their mind. I know when I was that age, I know what I would have been thinking. But that was a different time. But now we're at a different time now. So while we want to give them the benefit of the doubt, you have to also understand that they have certain needs. And I'm a Dillon fan. I love Dillon, man. I still don't understand why he left, and that's why we're having this conversation. Because none of us don't really know. But at the end of the day, man, listen. You either have a word or you don't. You see what I'm saying?
So let me get this in from AK. You speaking on character, leaving with no communication says what about your character? This is correct. This is exactly correct. Once you do me wrong, you don't get to decide how I get to respond. If you spit on me, you can't decide how I slap you. So yes, he's wrong because Coach Prime was like a father figure. Coach Prime has brought him in and really helped him to, you know what I'm saying, to really get a lot where he's at. So I think this also speaks on why he was unfollowed by Shiloh and Shador. So that speaks to that part of it. Like, bruh, we knew you since you was 12 years old or 5 years old, however old that he was. We've known you since forever, right? Since you was 4 years old, right? And we've been rocking forever. If you felt that kind of way, why not talk to Pops? You see what I'm saying? Why not go to Pops and air out your grievances? You know that Pops will talk to you. So why didn't you go to Pops instead of you just jumping up and leaving? You got into your feelings. That part I will concede and say yes. He got into his feelings. He should have. If anybody should have done something like go to Coach Prime, it's Dylan Edwards because he has a prior relationship with Coach Prime. So yes, he got into his feelings on that part of it.
Hey, can I say something, Harry?
But on that part, I cannot discredit the fact that he has good character, and his character is not for sale. Because Dylan Edwards went home and got bulkier because he knew what everybody was saying. He couldn't get up, he couldn't block, and he couldn't run through the hole. So he went home and put on 12 pounds. He worked hard for that, right? And then he also joined the track team. So we got to give that to him, that he was working very hard to get to where he wanted to get to, and he was brought into Coach Prom's system. So something happened that made him feel really bad, that made him feel like he wasn't welcome anymore, that made him make that decision. And at that point, you don't get to decide anymore what I get to do, because now I'm too upset and I'm in my feelings. So go ahead. Who was that?
Dre. Hey, okay. So if we look at the timeline, right? So whenever that guy from Ohio State, whenever he visited, if you look at what he said, he made a post where it seems like, I don't know, it kind of seemed like he was promised RB1, and then that's when all the whole Dylan stuff came down. And so I think, like Travis Hunter, he doesn't say anything about anyone. No, I think they were really hurt by Dylan leaving. Like, he said something on a video about, running backs. Like, he doesn't say anything. So I think this was very surprising for them to see that Dylan enter the portal. And I think if you look at the timeline, you just go back and see what that guy posted. It just seemed like, I don't know if they promised him RB1 and that,
You talking about Dylan? You talking about Dylan Hayden?
Yeah. And so he posted, like, it was a post where he said, he when he committed, he said something that almost made it seem like, they promised him RB1. That's what it kind of seems that way.
Well, you know what? I like that. I like to hear stuff like that. Like that, to me, it kind of then my spirit feels like that makes sense to me. Yeah. It makes sense to me that something transpired that disrespected Dylan.
Right.
Something transpired that he felt disrespected for the type of work that he was putting in, the type of communication and the family atmosphere that he felt like that was there.
Yeah.
And then you do something to make me feel disrespected. Then at that point, I'm in my feelings.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, that's why I'm feeling like this is not a bag. This is not a bag. Something my spirit's it's not settling for me, for his character. And then trying to understand his character, the balance of his character versus what you're saying about the bag, and he don't want to compete. He wouldn't join the track team if he didn't want to compete, to get faster and to
And one more thing,
he
Harry.
wouldn't get heavier if he didn't want to compete. Like it's not lining up.
Yeah, one more thing following that. So, like, on that post, he said, like, he spoke with the guy from Ohio State. He said he spoke with Shador and what's the recruiter name? Corey. Is it Corey? Is his name? Shador and Corey. And it seemed like from what I get, like, hey, he's gonna be RB1 and whatever. And I think, what I think happened is that Dylan, talked to Shador about it. Because Shador name was on the post. Like, he tagged Shador, like, I spoke with Shador, Corey, Phillips, and all this. And then I think because if you look at Dylan's behavior, like, Dylan was like a soft, quiet kid, but he's been really talking this time around. He's been stepping a little bit different. And so I think he probably, had a conversation with Shador about it. And then I think, it didn't go well. And I think that's what really prompted him to get into the portal.
That makes sense to me. I like that. I like that thinking. I like that thinking for several reasons, because if we start talking about character, then we got to consider that what Dre just said.
Yeah, no, I think Dylan has great character. I don't think it's any of that. I think Dylan was hurt by it, and I think they were hurt by Dylan jumping in a portal. So yeah. But it seems to me like Prime, he don't, like, if you're gonna jump in a portal, I don't think he's gonna chase you out of it. He just said, go ahead, jump in a portal. That's what it seems to me. Like, if you even have thoughts of jumping in a portal, he's going to tell you to jump, and he's not going to come after you. Because I think, with someone like Dylan, like me, the relationship they have, like, I would go after Dylan.
But, hey, let me ask you this, Dre.
Yeah.
With that being said, if you promise Dylan that, okay, you're going to be my guy, or you promise Alto, hey, you're going to be my guy. Yeah. But then you go in the portal and you tell this guy, hey, you're going to be my guy.
Right.
Like,
but I'm not like
that's sending so many different signals.
But
so
I'm saying how I would take it. It seems like they promised him. But I mean, from what the guy posted, I don't know if they promised him anything. Like, no one knows. Like, I don't know. Prime said he doesn't promise anyone anything. And no one ever came out and said, Prime promised me this, or that. From the post that I read, I mean, it almost made it seems that way.
Right.
But like I say, but I have no idea. Like, I don't know. Like he said, he even said, I didn't promise.
Hey, Dre, is this from Dylan Hayden 5?
Yeah,
on Twitter?
if you is a post where he tagged Corey Phillips Shador, like it was like right around the time when he committed.
Well, I would say this: Coach Prime saying Coach Prime doesn't promise anyone anything. I feel like that's not a true statement, because
you're gonna have to find a player who actually said.
Listen,
who said it.
all coaches are gonna promise players certain things without it going public.
Yeah, but I can promise you can come in and compete. I mean, that's just competition. I promise you RB1 is a different, that's another different topic. But, you know, if you're saying that, we're going to have to find a player who came out and say, no, Prime promised me this. I have heard not one player say that.
Well, they're not gonna say that, especially Alto and Dylan, just based off their character. But
then we can't assume it, because we have no idea. If Prime coming out and saying like, hey, I haven't promised anyone anything. I promise you can compete.
Right.
I mean,
but I'm just telling you from being a college recruiter, being recruited by a D1 school, they promise you things behind closed doors.
So let me provide this perspective, Tim. Let me provide this perspective then. So if let's go ahead and dig a little deeper into that, right? Let's say Coach Prime was using his bravado, and Coach Prime is trying to get this dude in, right? And in order to get him in, he said he does that Coach Prime thing. Like, yo, I promise you're gonna play. I need you here, and I promise you're gonna play. And let's just say for some odd reason that slips. Somebody leaks that information, and Dylan Edwards gets wind of that promise, not knowing that it was a sales pitch to get this guy in, to then tell him like, yo, if you compete, you can play. What if the promise went forward to get him in-house? Because obviously other people are vying for this kid too. Right. So what if it's hey man, I promise you're gonna play, you know, you could be RB1. What if that communication did happen, but it was not for anybody else's ears? It was just for his ears, just to get him in-house. And Dylan got wind of that. And then he caught feelings off of that. What if?
Yeah, that's a good question.
It happens. Those type of things happen. It happened in college football, in all sports, man.
Yeah. What type of things? What are you saying? What type of things happen?
Well, I'm talking about that one-on-one conversation with the athlete, a student athlete that they want to bring into their program.
But what happens if it leaks? That's the question. What happens if it leaks and it gets to your QB?
We live in 2024, where you got social media. Nowadays, kids can't hold water. They're gonna throw out signal bombs, kind of like Jordan Seaton did when he was being recruited. He went on there and put what was it? Where you push the red. He had the 2 red buttons on which way.
Yeah, we covered it on this show.
Huh?
We covered it on the show. Yeah,
exactly. We covered it on the show. So kids nowadays, they throw out little smoke bombs for you to read in between the lines without actually coming out and saying it.
Yeah. Hey Harry, what about this perspective, going along the line of what you said about so let's say it went that way and Dylan did catch feelings. Now, would that be safe to say that he didn't want to compete if he decided to jump in a portal?
Yeah. Yeah, okay. Then at that point, then you have to. It's plausible to say, if that's the case, or it's not that he didn't want to compete, but he felt disrespected.
Yeah,
because of what he's already been through. If I went through the gauntlet with you, right? Yeah. And you are now a family, and you're gonna do me like that, then forget about competing. I don't even want to be anywhere around you. You see what I'm saying? Like, I don't even like, yo, go ahead, do your program. I'm out of here. It's deeper. It's a deeper feeling. Like for somebody like that with character to leave all of a sudden, right before, I mean, this was to hold you down in your spring, you know, they know the gravity of them leaving. Dylan Edwards would know how heavy it is and what type of noise it would make for him to leave. So for Dylan Edwards to leave, my spidey senses, my spiritual senses are telling me that he was hurt. His feelings were hurt.
Yeah.
Something hurt his feelings for him to make such a rash decision to leave. And it had nothing to do with the bag. It had nothing to do with the fact that he couldn't compete, because we already know that about him. So something hurt his feelings, and he felt like the only way that he could just move on, the only way that he could help that was to move on.
I agree with that, Harry, because like if you think about it, I think Dylan was hurt, and I think he have a right to, you going through the gauntlet with them, and just like his relationship with Prime and Shador and them, like think about it, like Shador, Shiloh, they're going out of their way to like unfollow him. Like, come on, man, I feel like I think it was a lot of hurt on both sides.
Yeah, it's hurt feelings. Like you if you read between the line, if you go really deeper and a little bit deeper, and then you say character, let's touch character. As soon as you touch character, you're like, oh wait, it's hurt feelings. Somebody got hurt. Somebody got hurt. It has nothing to do with back. This is like a girl. Like, man, she hurt my feelings. Oh, she's the worst girl on the planet. She's ugly. Oh my gosh, she's ugly. This is feelings we're dealing with.
Yeah, it's the saying, man. Hurt people, right? So
that's right. And he's hurt.
Yeah, Dylan was hurt, and then by him jumping in the portal, I feel like they were hurt too. So
yeah, and because you family, like, bro, how you gonna jump into the transfer portal, bro? As soon as they found out, they unfollowed him, but they don't know that we pick up the crumbs. Like, this is what we do. Like, bro, you guys, Obi is on there. Everybody's on there. Everybody's on social media. As soon as they see it, celebrities unfollow each other. They know that somebody just broke up. If Bennifer happened, if Jennifer Lopez unfollows Ben Affleck, oh shoot, marriage is over. We can read between the lines. So as soon as that stuff started happening, oh, something's up. And Obi was like, "Yo, something just happened." When that happens, bro, that's feelings. Maybe Komani may be feelings too, but his is way too messy for us to even like give him that grace. Komani gets nothing. Komani doesn't get this treatment from me. I have to defend Dylan Edwards' character because of the work that he put in. You know what I'm saying? Komani didn't give me any kind of feeling. Komani's hiding in the bathroom. He's not reading. He's not. First of all, 2 years in a row you come late, bro. 2 years in a row you're not part of the workout team. Like, come on, bro. Like, that's you can't
Harry,
defend that.
Can I say one more thing before I jump off about like the transfer? So like, for me, like I said, if you're gonna get a transfer, like make the best decision for yourself. But I mean, I think everyone leaves for like their own reason. So I think some people do. I think some people do actually talk to the coach. So like Milner Jones. Like, I think he talked with the coaches because he was in a well-off video. People was dapping him up, saying goodbye and all this stuff, joking around. So I think he was maybe homesick, right? And then Cormani, he was just hiding in the bathroom. I think he knew Prime. I think Prime cut ties with him. They just say like, "Hey, we're done with your nonsense." And then then I think Dylan, like I said, Dylan was hurt, and I don't think he talked to them at all. He just jumped in the portal, and then I think a lot of other guys jumped in the portal too. But there's many reasons why people are jumping in the portal. So it's not just competition. It's different reason. So so you just got to read between the lines sometimes.
And they gotta go check on Dylan. They gotta go check on Dylan, and they're gonna have a hard conversation when your family member jumps into the transfer portal like that. I know it's the easy thing to do because you feel like he just let you down, but you gotta examine yourself and see how you let them down also. You cannot let that slide because this is your family. No matter how far you go down the line, you're gonna have to correct that. You gotta go correct that. Yes, he let you down, and the world is against you. We already know, like, it's like 50-50 for Coach Prime and what's going on in Boulder. So the world is against you. So as soon as somebody decides to leave you, you feel like now they are against you. But you gotta remember that they were family first. So go correct that. Go have that hard conversation. Like, bro, all right, listen, man. We understand that we blew it up when we unfollowed you on social media. We made it worse. But whatever the reason is, let's have a conversation, bro. And then y'all got to hash it out however way y'all got to hash it out. Like men, like we do on this channel. If CU Buff Dynasty feels some kind of way, he's in his feelings, then Wild Dog is going to have to apologize. Okay? So that's what happens here. And that's what men got to do. You're going to have to eat that. both parties are going to have to eat something. Somebody got to eat something. I had to apologize to my mom, even though I know that she did me wrong. I made that phone call. When I told you guys that night that I was going to go talk to my mom, the next day I called my mom and I apologized. I had to eat that for the sake of the relationship. You see what I'm saying? So somewhere,
Harry,
somehow, somebody got to eat something.
But Harry, I need you to trust me that I was going to fix that with CU Buff Dynasty.
But I know, but that's why I said
you didn't have to tell me or force my hand. That's automatic.
I know, but like I said, I said
saying
y'all deal with it. I said y'all go for it.
I give you
the mic to deal with it.
Yeah, it's like human nature. Yeah, it's speculation, but we've all lived. We understand relationships, and in that, we knew what was understood already. You know.
But you know why I did that, Wild Dog? You know why I did that?
So what you're saying about the players? Some things about certain people.
Wild Dog, I'm asking you a question. Do you know why I did that?
And understood and expected.
Wild Dog, I'm asking you a question. Do you know why I did that?
Why you did it?
Yeah.
I mean, probably the same reason I was going to take care of it anyway. I mean,
well, this is the reason why I did it. There's a young man that's watching. There's a young man that's watching us that need us to hear a grown man say, "I apologize to you."
Yeah, and we have a standard on how we deal with each other as men.
Exactly, and they don't. There's not enough examples. There's not enough examples where young people or even older men will see other people saying, "I apologize," and that's why I wanted to get it on tape, so that way somebody's going to leave from here with that example, understanding that we are a community here. Whether we can have fiery conversations, but if we're wrong, we can say we're wrong, and we're men, and that's why this channel is different.
Hey, Harry B. Hey, the CU Buffs and Coach Prime sphere already knows it. We're known for our tender moments. we're already well known for our tender moments.
We are the softies in this football conversation. When people be watching us just to find places to laugh at us. And I'm all good with that. When they accuse us of not knowing anything about football, I laugh. And because I'm like, hey, come on the channel, let's talk. But when I challenge you, you're gonna have to come with something other than just generosities. So I want anybody that just says you don't know anything, BW, you're just bandwagon Buffs. It's cute when you're in the chat, when you're in the comment section, you can win that conversation, but you're not. I'm gonna challenge you when you come on here. So because I mean,
but if you know absolutely nothing about sports, this is your safe space. This is the niche that has to be filled. So, Harry B tries to break things down, so a 5-year-old can understand. So if you're watching for yourself or your family's listening, we keep it real but family friendly. We keep it real but YouTube friendly. So whether you might hate sports, but Coach Prime has you watching, you can grasp and get educated and share and join the community.
But don't take my niceness as me not knowing anything, because then I'm gonna have to flex a little bit, because
that New York accent is authentic.
Nah, for sure, because that's what it's all about. It's like, yo, I can be a nice guy, but if you take my niceness to be a fool, like I don't know anything because I call myself BWB, I'm trying to take the sting away from people that are in this community, because I knew and I had the vision, and God's put me in my spirit right away that, you know what, when Deion Sanders go to Colorado, there's going to be a lot of people that go over there, and the football community is vicious. They're going to shame these people. So I said, I got to create a community where these people can come and just be silly. Ask all your silly questions. I don't care if it's out of pocket. I need a safe place where people can come and they can feel like they are part of the community, because they want a place to be able to even ask their dumb questions. What the heck is NIL? What do y'all keep talking about NIL? What is this transfer portal? What the heck is that? And guess what people would do with no safe space? You stupid. NIL is just the name, image, and likeness. You stupid. And then a dummy, and then with laughing and clown emojis. Get out of here, you bandwagons. Where you come from? I got ahead of that. And I said, oh, I know what's about to happen. There's going to be a big group of people. There's going to be like 12,000 people that's not that's not going to, maybe not all 12,000, but there's going to be a lot of people that's going to be on this prime bandwagon, and people are going to be shaming them because that even though this whole football audience, they pretend like they know, when as soon as you check them, then they don't really have no real data to stand on. They don't know how to really have a real intellectual conversation about stuff that we're doing. I'm like, all right, let me create a lane for these people. That's what my channel is about. All right, guys, I've had enough, man. This is like, how many hours have we been streaming, Wild Dog? We was on until 11 o'clock last night. Now we're on until 7 hours today.
Hey, I saw 6 hours. I stopped looking at the clock, dog.
I know, man, but I'm tired, man. I'm beat.
My ice pack is completely melted, dog.
Yo, I know Willie's Bengay has ran out, so we gotta let Willie go, man. Let's get out of here. Let's have
Man,
fun.
I'm just listening at you guys. Yeah, you don't want to mess with them brothers from Africa that come to America, you know, because they
And
can
that
be
get an
vicious.
education. My education started when I was 12 years old in the 6th grade, and I got several degrees now. So I started from 0. I started at 6. A lot of y'all start from 0 until where you're at right now. I started at 6th grade at 12 years old. So that's why I'm humble, and I never pretend to know more than my fellow man. But when you come for me, then I gotta flex a little bit, because I ain't gonna let nobody try to put me in a group that I'm not in. Like, y'all don't know nothing. All right, let me test your energy. Let me see where you're at. And if you can't, and if you log off, then that's on you.
I can't
All
believe
right,
one
guys.
boy said that, though, you know.
All
I
right,
can't
so
believe he
listen,
said
do
that.
we have any breaking news? We about to get out of here. Do we have anything that we broke the Dylan thing last night from Obi? Do we have anything that we want to break today? Did anybody see anything outside of this conversation while we've been talking that I wasn't privy to? Anybody? Anybody in the chat? Did anybody see
Well, let me-
anything? Put it in
We're
the chat.
Let me check Twitter right quick.
Yeah, if you guys saw anything out there, if somebody else jumped into the portal, even if they were not a high profile person, let me know. I want to get it on tape before we get out of here.
Clemson.
Hey, regardless,
Clemson.
we're good.
Hey,
We're good. Regardless, we're good.
Hey, I
Let's
have a
leave on a
question.
good note. Let's leave on a good note.
Hey.
Colorado is going to be okay. This is what I don't want to happen. I don't want this conversation to happen. I do not want him to come back, and if we win this year, for him to come back and pin it against us and say, see, I told you so. Because a lot of us are on record of saying that some of us are 10-2, like Tim is 10-2. I'm 8-4. Wild Dog he needs Jesus, because that 6-6 stuff is not going to work.
We keep it real. We
All
keep
right.
it real. 6-6. Bowl game.
Tennis channel 9-3.
At least I said
9-3.
look. At least I said 7-6, winning the bowl game.
You did give us
as
one
far as
more.
I can go right now. It's April.
I know.
As far as I can go.
But we are all on the record. I don't want nobody to come on here and use one debate to now pin everything against us when we start to win, because we're already on record saying we're going to be good. But if you're going to just come at us, we're going to have to defend ourselves, because we're men. That's what we do. We are defenders and we're protectors. So you can't attack me and I sit there and be like a little scared little cat, like, oh my God, he's speaking facts. I ain't got nothing to say. Nah, what?
And that's the thing with the community. I mean, we're educating and giving each other data, and even in your videos, Harry, giving sources. I mean, they come checking on us. We're growing exponentially, and understanding and breaking things down and being able to debate, communicate, agree to disagree. So
challenge each other all
then,
day. We challenge each other all day.
And sometimes I'm just in the chat because the chat is lit. The panel's on one thing and you got people listening, and then the chat is on a whole nother. It's doing this whole nother thing. It's doing its own thing.
That's true.
So what you saying? You saying Harry need to cut us a check?
Yeah, does he see what I'm saying? I'm already making $2.
No, what I'm saying is, Harry needs to automatically email us and not wait for us to email him. There's certain members of the community. He just needs to automatically send a link to us.
Okay, so
I want an NIL deal, bro. I want a bag.
If y'all depending on me sharing my YouTube check, y'all can say y'all better stop playing with me because it's not enough for me to even eat yet. So, and I'm doing this full time. So, anyways, I'm not crying. God has my back. All right, so let's go. Tim, did you want to say something before we do final thoughts?
But Harry, you know, if you want more gravy or juice, hey, just join. Click the join button for as little as $1.99 a month. You know, Harry's got some extra for you. Harry's got a way for you to make some bread. He's got a way to bless you.
Mm-hmm.
So
I got a lot of knowledge that I want to give away. So, but you got to join for that one, for that part. You know what I'm saying? I have a lot of technical knowledge, over 20-some years of technical knowledge on what it is on YouTube, filmmaking, or whatever it is that you want to start. I have knowledge to give away, but it requires a membership, and you have to hit that join button and read up on the membership. And we got a few members in here. Like Wild Dog is a member as well. Tim, did you have something to say before we get final thoughts?
No, go ahead, brother.
All right, so let's start with you. Final thoughts, cool. Tim. What's up?
Hey, a great show, man. I appreciate you having me on here. I appreciate the panel members and they thoughts, and like I said before, you know what I mean, I take everything and analyze it and go back and be like, you know what I mean, let me look at things from his viewpoint. But another great show, man. I'm looking forward to Friday. Hopefully nothing else break to where you have to come back on and do another 8-hour shift.
Break. 8 hours, dude. I'm telling you, it's crazy, man. And Ron Tate didn't come on today, but he's in the chat. He's telling our tennis channel to wake up because I think he's watching in delay. I think he's watching in delay, so he's like, tennis channel, wake up. Tennis probably just found out that that Dylan left, so he's probably at that point. But yeah, well, you done, Tim?
Yeah, I'm good, man. Y'all brothers have a blessed night.
You do the same, man. Thank you very much for joining. I just want to say, guys, I appreciate anytime you come on, even if you are a repeat a community member. When you request that link, it gives joy to my heart that I'm not going to be on here running my mouth because the perspectives is what drives this show. So see you, Buff Dynasty, brother. What are your final thoughts on today's show?
Great show as always. I love the discourse. I love the different viewpoints. Can't wait to Freestyle Friday. But I need a bag.
Oh, you changing the name? Free for all.
I need a free for all. I need a bag, or I'm going in the transfer portal, bro.
Oh man, the pressure is on me. I better hurry up and get some sponsorships. My partner's like, yo, you're gonna have to kick me a little shum from that collective. Oh God, Coach McKinney, it's your second time back after a long time, bro. You stuck around. What it is, what it does, and what it's gonna be. What's your final thoughts?
Man, just a great show like always. I'm ready just to move on and see what's new as far as the guys that's committing. Hopefully, we can make tonight the last night we're done with Dylan Edwards and Kamani and all them guys. I start looking forward to the upcoming season because I think, my prediction, I'm writing that 9-3 record, 10-2, but like I said, I'm ready to move on, man, because at the end of the day, they chose to leave. God bless them. I wish the best for them, and hey, let's go Buffs.
So nobody, please accuse me of why are you still dealing with this? Because I'm a clickbait channel. I'm a click channel. I need clicks. Okay, so please understand that I gotta now follow their paths. If they go to a new team, I'm doing a video. If they say something, I'm doing a video. So please understand my position as a media person. I'm a new media guy, so I got to deal with it, even though you guys may be tired of it. That's how we eat because people are still interested, okay? It may not be you, but the breaking news is what drives the news cycle. So if Dylan Edwards goes to like Ohio State or he goes to Michigan and he's about to be a starter, you best believe I'm coming on here and I'm spazzing straight up. All right? So I just want to make that point. But tennis, it's your microphone, brother. Your microphone has been messing up, so you have to come on twice, man. What's going on, tennis? Your final thoughts.
I'm working with it, brother. I'm working with it. I'm having a dilemma here. You know how I had that big conversation about. We talked about change and everything. I'm having to deal with it now, and change is hard, brother. It's hard to see Dylan and Wilkerson go. Y'all, I'm gonna need some prayer or therapy or both, because I'm
Hey, look.
struggling with that.
Hey,
I'm
Willie,
struggling with
let me
that,
help you.
brother.
Let me help you out, Willie. I'm gonna let you finish. You see this? This thing is called a Yeti. This is a USB microphone.
I know.
So
Okay.
this is like, you can get one of these for like $69 if you can afford it or whatever. I don't want to get nobody's pockets, but I just wanted to put this out there for those of you who are now accustomed to shows, because the season didn't even start yet. And you know, when the season starts, we're gonna be like live. Everybody's gonna be going live. And you've noticed that since we've been going live and having a panel, a lot more channels are doing that now, right? You've noticed that? And a lot of y'all are gonna be going on different channels. So to get their audio right and to get your clean audio, get a Yeti. All right, get yourself a little cheap little Yeti. It's a USB microphone. You connect it to your computer, and automatically you got professional sound. I just wanted to make sure I said that for a lot of you out there who are now going to be joining these panels on these different shows, so you're not sounding crazy. Okay, guys, that's the free game. You didn't have to become a member for that game. That's free game. But go ahead, Willie. Please finish your thoughts. I'm sorry.
Yeah, to finish this up, it's actually not the mic. It's something's going on internal. When I switch over from one thing to the other, it's not transferring all the audio like it should. But like I said, I'm just, I'm glad to be here, guys. I'm glad to once again a good show. I don't know how I'm gonna handle this thing. I love CU, man, but I don't know. I'm asking questions, and it's only because when you're going through, and I have to tell myself this, when you're going through changes, sometimes you just have to accept the change, go with it, go with the flow, and control the things that you can control. I have no control over those, brother. I can only control me at this house. And listen at Harry B.
All right, for sure. All right, Wild Dog, it's on you, brother.
Hey, just gonna double down on what I was talking about last Friday. Look, we haven't even had the spring game yet, right? And the portal's still gonna be open for a good minute. So we still right up in the middle of it. Okay, so just breathe in and out. We're gonna be okay. There's gonna be lots of fun to be had.
When do we start panicking? When do we panic,
No,
Wild Dog?
no panic. That's the thing. No panic. No reason to panic. Just come, get some information, speculate, talk it out, hash it out, analyze it, forwards and backwards, and then when the next phase shifts and we settle, after the spring game, we'll have a lot, pending, we might have something to talk about during the spring game. But, dealing with the Pac-12, we know what that's like. But anyway, we might have something to talk about during the spring game, after the spring game, and then as a portal ends. So again, it's a lot of exciting times. We're right in the middle of this process, so just stay tuned, but no panic. Just come for conversation and sharing of information, and for me, this is therapy. So I appreciate you, Harry B. I appreciate the community, and blessings to all the players and the coaching staff and to the BWB Nation.
Oh, and I forgot to help out the guys that are on mobile. My bad. Let me help you out a little bit. So if you are going to be using your phone so that you can get on these panels, because obviously when the season starts, everybody's going to be trying to jump on some type of panel to voice their opinion.
I need that, Harry.
Depending on what type of phone that you got, if you got an iPhone with the lightning connection, you can get these little microphones, and these things, like, they work, man. These things work. So you can get stuff like this for your mobile device. If you use iPads to communicate, you can get something like this. A lot of you are not necessarily on your computer and you're hiding your face anyway, so you're probably on your phone. You get stuff like this, it helps you out to make your audio clean, because then you coming in clean, you sounding professional, you got good things to say, people want to hear you clearly. When you sound like you're like in a tin can or you're 10,000 miles away from the computer, it's like people are not really taking you that serious. And it's just a little something that we do in our tech world. All right. So if you're going to be on these panels and there's something that is getting more prevalent now. It's not just me anymore or Big Dog Chico anymore. It's a lot of us now that are streaming. So if you're going to get on these panels, guys, make sure you sound professional, all right? So people can take you more seriously.
Yeah, Harry, I need something like this when I go live.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll send you a link because I do have an Amazon affiliate. I do have an Amazon affiliate for TLP Sports.
Yeah.
You can probably just look it up on TLP on Amazon. My affiliate is TLP Sports Club. So I'll send you a link or I'll email you a link. Okay.
Hey, send it to me too, Harry, because I'm gonna get
affiliate link. Yeah, because you know I
Okay.
talked to you about.
Yeah, put it in the group chat. Put it in the group chat, Harry.
Because you know that.
Okay.
I'll be doing that WNBA game on May 3rd, and I really want to be able to go live without fumbling around.
Yeah. If you're doing anything, man, you got to make sure you got professional audio, and it's very important because YouTube also takes this into consideration. The more professional your equipment are, the more they're gonna. Your video can actually not get the right amount of money because your stuff is low budget. So that's YouTube has that built into their system. If you're low budget, if your thumbnail is not professional or your sound is not coming in professional, they take away some of your money. All right, just so y'all know that. This is free game hour. I just wanted to let y'all know that. But we can talk about if anybody got questions, membership stuff. We can talk about this way. Like you and I can like come on live and
see. That's why people want. Hey, Wild Dog is TLP fanboy or whatever. Hey, but this is why I'm a member. This is what goes on behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, I mean,
people,
but also Wild Dog, Wild Dog's been a member before I even got a membership. Like I got receipts. Wild Dog has been like sending money from day one.
Hey,
So,
blessings, brother. I just freely of my heart. The spirit moves me freely of my heart. That's what that is, brother.
Yeah, I mean, and when it's okay to bless a black man trying to come up. I'm trying to come up. I'm doing everything I can do to help this community, not just take, but also give. You know what I'm saying? So if I can help this community and make sure that we have a safe place to talk, Wild Dog sees that and he wants to help. And a lot of other guys, Peter Investor wants to help, Phil So Real, Ron Tate wants to help, See You Buff Dynasty wants to help. So when people are helping your favorite guys or people that's delivering these type of things, you think this stuff is free? You think I can come here for 7 hours without losing something somewhere else?
Yeah.
Come on now. So I appreciate people like Peter Investor and people like Wild Dog and everybody that's helping me out. You know, especially when you come onto the show, you help the show out. Those things are appreciated, and I want everybody to know I don't take that for granted. That's why anytime any of these people come back and they keep coming back, even if you join the show, it helps me out. So. But I'll send you guys the link. I don't know if I can get the link. Let me see. Y'all give me y'all want to just this is the after. Let's just consider this the after show. Then let me go ahead and put the link somewhere. All right. Let me find the link. Let's talk in the after show. What's on your heart? What do y'all want to discuss in the after party? So while I find this link. Wild Dog, you can kick off the after party. You can kick it off.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking about, working with you in membership. It's like, I've been encouraged so many times to create, my own content and so forth. But it's like, the new me needs a little bit of help. And then when I reached out, to some folks that I know are tech savvy, and I used to, like Harry, I used to work on films. I used to be on set. And so in North Texas, we have our own, movie studios and film sets and productions and independent production companies. And so I've done all that in the past. And so when I was putting it out there to different people that, hey, I need a little bit of hand holding, so I can make sure I have it set. I don't want to spend months, tweaking and figuring it out. I kind of want to hit the ground running because, when I go live and it's mobile, and Harry B was straight up like, let me know what you need. We'll find a time we're both available and get you set up. So that's real talk, So all the people I know, the New Yorker, you know what I'm saying? Out of all the people I know all over the place, the New Yorker not only responded, but was like, and people gave me information, but it's like, I need a little bit more than that. You know what I mean? And Harry B is like, now he's like, a free game, and then like, you know, and I feel comfortable and confident when I get with Harry that I'll be straight when I go live for the WNBA, because I cover basketball, I cover baseball, I cover boxing, and I contribute to other channels. It is part of my, you know, I consider it part of my speech therapy. And then, you know, I'm retired but not dead. So, you know, Harry B is a blessing, you know, to with the
Hey, man,
community.
you're gonna
with
make me
the
blush. You
channel.
know, I don't take compliments too well, man. What are you doing right now, Wild Dog? Why are you doing
Hey,
this to me?
you
You know,
shouldn't have
right now
gave
I
me
want to
the
go.
mic. You shouldn't have gave me
I
the
want to
mic
go
because, you know,
hide right now. I want to go hide right now. Like I'm like, oh, come on, man. Like
you know what I'm saying?
we got Savion Washington committed to Syracuse. All right, so Savion Washington is going to Syracuse.
Hey,
But did y'all
Harry.
get the link? I just posted the link. Did y'all see the link?
Yeah, I saw it earlier. Yeah.
Are y'all able to click on that link? Because it's coming in kind of weird.
It's pulling up.
Do y'all have to? Oh, it's pulling up for you. I just want to make sure that you guys.
Amazon for a minute.
Okay, so I just want to make sure you guys got the information. But this is my Amazon
I click on
affiliate.
it. Yeah, it's pulled up completely.
Okay, good. All right, good. So, all right, so yeah, so that's my channel. This is the stuff that you're looking at right here. It's my Amazon affiliate channel. It got buff stuff in there. I put a lot of different buffs if you want buff hats and all these things.
Okay.
I mean, apart from the BWB stuff, which is on bandwagonbuffs.com,
right.
Or if you click on any of my YouTube videos, my product is always on there. If you just want to get just Coach Prime stuff and CU Buff stuff, I got a bunch of stuff in that store. I don't really promote this because I got my reasons for not promoting them too much, because I feel like, you know, they're grifters. But you know, it is. I just said it right. But anyways, you know what I'm saying? It's not a fair business model for me. I'm not big enough yet for it to really affect me. That's why I don't really promote it. And I feel like if I'm working, then I'm just kind of giving you shine, and you're giving me 2 cents. Like, what are you doing? Like, yeah, man, the business model doesn't work for a small channel. You know what I'm saying? Like, everybody always talk about Amazon affiliates, but the business model, it doesn't work when you don't have people who are committed to you and are really ready to buy from you, because they haven't built that trust with you yet. So until I do that, I don't really promote this that much. It works,
Harry. Harry, I'm going to I'm not a member yet, but I will become a member. I'm just working out some things on this end. Because I'm kind of retired right now, and I was in the hospital for a while, so I'm working out some things on this end. I just want to make sure when I start something, because I really appreciate you, bro. When I start something, I want to see it through. So that's been my lag, you know.
No doubt. Take your time. Listen, let me say this, Willie. Take your time, because I want to make sure that when the guys that are there, they have some content that, you know, that I want to get up to gear. I want to make sure that a member gets the full benefit of, like, yo, I feel like it's worth it, right? I don't want you to have any type of buyer's remorse. So for the guys that are there right now, they're just there to support me. It's not like I'm doing all of this stuff for them yet, right? So take your time. There's no pressure. I don't want to pressure nobody into doing something like this. I do appreciate it.
You're not. I appreciate it, man, because I don't listen at a whole lot. I used to listen at a lot of other guys that jump in. Man, I just listen at what they're talking about, and a lot of it's pretty much the same stuff. I don't even get into conversation because I don't even want to go that way. You're the only one that I talk to. Sometimes I'll listen at John the Liquidator, but sometimes he's a little excited, man, and he gets you on there and gets you off. But we can come here and we can talk a little bit and talk about some things and not go away angry or not mad and not throw stuff at people, you know. And so that's why this is pretty much the only one. Your channel, the only one. That's why I saw DC Carson. You know, I said, "Oh, what?" And he was commenting on the other guy, and I was just teasing him about it, you know. And so I said, "Oh, my brother's going to the portal now. He's jumping ship on it." But I was just teasing with him and everything.
So you're admitting that we're creating a safe community here, and I like it. I like the fact that it's a brotherhood, because you guys were what? Did y'all pray for me? Like what show was that where it was like mad late and we were it was probably just us, and you guys was just like, really prophesying over my life and saying, Waldo was like, yo, you got to hold on. We started
Yeah.
praying and stuff like that, man. Look,
Yeah. Yeah.
this
good
is
stuff.
beyond.
be steadfast, dog. Yeah.
It's now bigger than just the football talk. You know what I'm saying? It's gone a little bit further now, and if that's what I'm creating here, I want to maintain that. That's why I said no cuss words, because I want my 8-year-old to be able to go on his iPad and see daddy, you know what I'm saying, and be able to safely listen to me and be like, daddy, after I'm done, like, daddy, I saw your show today. And I'm like, why you click on my show? Leave my show. And he's like, no, but daddy, I wanted to watch. I want parents to be able to watch the show, and I want other people to be able to listen to the show without hearing too many cuss words. When I tune into other people's show, I'm hearing a lot of like foul language, and that's not really good for my ears and for kids who maybe want to participate in stuff like this. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to have to turn down the volume if you're preparing dinner listening to me, because you kind of afraid that somebody's going to say something foul because your kids are right there watching TV. So that's why I want to make sure that we create an environment where everybody is safe to listen, especially what they're doing. They don't have to put in their headphones because they're afraid somebody's going to say something bad. That's why I do it. But are all hearts and minds clear? Everybody good? Because I think we're kind of like in the after show, and I want to go rest. I'm tired. I've been sitting in this chair. I've only had one bathroom break. That's when I went away, and that's it. And so I've been working crazy hard today. I've been working crazy hard. So, and I mean, let me put on my ending thing, my thing here, just in case anybody doesn't know my Cash App, just in case it's hidden from anybody. Know if you appreciate, if you've been here for 5 hours, if you've been here for 7 hours, and I'm not talking about my panel, 7 hours, you appreciated something, that Cash App $5 goes a long way. I'm just saying. All right, I'm just saying it goes a long way. That means I provided something for you for 7 hours and made your day just a little bit easier. So that's why that Cash App is on that screen. So I just wanted to put that out there softly, just so people can understand. That's Cash App is $ TLP Sports Club. That's it. $ TLP Sports Club. Or you can just do a super chat. You hit that little super chat button, drop a $5, drop something. You can bless a brother, because I do this full time. I appreciate y'all, man. Hey, Coach McKinney, are your hearts and mind all clear, or was there something you just had to shoot off before we get up out of here?
No, my hearts and mind clear, my brother. I appreciate you.
All right, man. And thank you for what you do in the community, man. Make sure those young people are understanding the conversation that we're talking about here, and help your young men with understanding media. You know what, Coach? Let me challenge you real quick, Coach.
Go ahead.
If you already do this, great. But if you don't, have a session with your young men and say, let's talk about the media. Let's talk about, some of y'all might go D1, some of y'all might go high. Let's talk about the media and how to answer the media. Do that for me, Coach, if you don't already do it, okay?
Okay, I sure will. We do a little bit of media stuff at our school, because we do a lot of videos. That's how we make extra money through our videos, through YouTube and Instagram and TikTok and all that. But yeah, I definitely keep that in mind to keep preaching that even more to them about being careful with their social media and what they're saying and stuff. So I appreciate that.
For sure.
Yeah.
For sure. Appreciate that. All right, guys. Well, with all that being said, man, I'm gonna go rest, and until I get some breaking news, and just expect me. If you see breaking news, just wait an hour, and I'll be back on. All right, guys. Y'all have a great evening, and I appreciate you always. God bless. Peace out.
All right. Good night, man.
Blessings.
Right, good night.
Salute.
Good night, guys. Salute. Everybody in the chat, thank you for watching. I appreciate you. I want you to know I sincerely appreciate you. Thank you for watching, and have a wonderful evening. Good night.